Hello and welcome back to the OPL. You're getting a look at Spooks. Had a pretty good game controlling the neutral objectives. Got 3 dragons, a couple
Did he
of
soloed
barons.
them all? He soloed at least 2.
Yeah, he soloed them all, I think. Swiffer popping off on the Oriana as well, a champion we haven't really seen have much success so far. And Order picked up what was a squeaky clean game 1.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. Swiffer, someone I do want to highlight. He was kind of a non-factor for the majority of the game because the mid matchup was just so stale.
He didn't do anything until he did something,
Yeah,
and then that something was a one-shot.
In like a bad way.
Yeah.
But he was just a non-factor until he ultied the MF, he ultied the Victor, and suddenly Order had won the game. They got themselves a Baron, and that was just a big swing point. So,
and that's what I was saying. Last time these two teams played, I feel like Order made the proactive play and stuck their hand in the cookie jar. And then Triple, Shern were like, no, bad Order. Give us 5 kills. And then Order was like, damn it. And then the next game, they stuck their hand back in the cookie jar and they're like, no, bad Order. And then Order was like, no, I'm taking a cookie this time.
Yeah.
And then game 3, like, they got their hand stuck in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad it went. So this game, Order went, maybe if we don't do anything, we'll win.
we won't get slapped.
And then they didn't do anything.
And then they won.
And then they won.
You've just solved League of Legends. It's just so simple. If you don't try and win the game, the others will, and they'll inevitably mess it up at some stage, and then...
Mate, you're the analyst. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Oh, yeah, you're just a play-by-play.
I'm just a humble play-by-play
you don't know
caster.
anything about the game.
Gangplank up and still available. They take Galio instead.
Yeah, okay. Interesting stuff. Does Tally opt in for the GP again, or on red side, is it different potentially? Could have the similar matchup in the Camille, things like that. But no, it might just be the Xayah Rakan.
I feel like you have to kind of take it away just because Galio Xayah Rakan is so dangerous.
And the big thing is you expect to see a Braum in response, but Tristana was actually banned away by the Direwolves. They're respecting FBI's pressure in game 1, and so if they pick up the Braum, they have to match it with maybe something like the Caitlyn, like the Varus, but they're just not quite as effective as the Tristana.
I feel like Varus is just as good. Just when level 6 hits. I feel like Tristana, like level 1 to 5, is much better, and then Varus becomes better afterwards. You see they give up the Gangplank, however. Chippy's going to lock that one in. I just went at that 4 times and didn't get an L sound when I tried to move my tongue.
Should have done your pre-show warm-ups, you know, warm up your mouth. But it is the GP locked in. Do they pick up anything like the jungler's role? Do they take away the Braum? I'd expect to see a Braum pick up overall, but 3 seconds, haven't hovered anything. No, okay, back to the Alistar. Wasn't available game 1. This will be Cupcake, looking much more comfortable in recent weeks on the proactive champions than the Tahm Kench that game.
Certainly looks like an intimidating lineup so far. This is a lineup that can go forward very well. It's going to be the Cassiopeia again into the Galio. It's seen as a counter pick right now, but we saw that it didn't really work out in the laning phase, and then all of a sudden, Ryoma won 2 team fights and did some work. See what Order now bans away. You have to think they're going to hit the 80 carry champion pool again.
And I like what Direwolves has done. I feel like Sharp has gone back into the room, and I feel like Direwolves just lacked proactivity game 1. They quite literally didn't do anything. Both of the teams, they didn't do anything, and then one of them won. But they just, like, Schönfire wasn't the one that was able to step up, I feel like. And so now they put it in the hands of the other players. Triple's going to have himself the Galio. The Alistar is going to be in the hands of Cupcake. So giving these members that have proven they can do it, and are seemingly reliable in recent weeks, makes a lot of sense.
Gangplank means you're no longer on the clock.
Yep.
Because you can go late game as well. They get rid of the Varus and Misfortune, so they want the Caitlyn pickup to come out. Obviously, not really all that intimidated by the long range that will be coming out of King if he is on that pick.
They're more just intimidated by the Wombo. Now that you have the Galio, you have the Ali, GP layered over the top. If you suddenly put an MF there, and they get any form of engage,
and you have no doorman to stop it
either.
either.
You've got a Rakan, you've got the squishiest. What is he? He's like Mr. Tumnus from, what's the movie? Narnia.
Okay, yeah.
You know Mr. Tumnus? Yeah. I'm now quite in the movie.
I do know Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
He looks like, that's what he looks like.
Zac pick up here. Don't want to give that to Shern, given the fact that, as we've already mentioned, there is so much Wombo combo potential available right now. If you give Zac to access the backline. Shern's always been a good Zac player, one of the few tanks that I've been very impressed in the past with him playing.
Makes a lot of sense there. But I mean, talking about Wombo, Order are kind of piecing together one of their own. Zac, Cassio, Rakan, Xayah. We've just seen it be so effective here. So both teams just going to be fighting fire with fire, you have to think, this game.
Do we see something spicy top lane? I don't think that we've seen Order hold Tally's pick for last.
Okay.
I actually think they priority pick for Tally more than anything, and then kind of try and hold jungle and mid lane most of the time. That's why we've seen Swiffer play things like Oriana, Talia a lot.
In saying that, the GP was picked pretty early, so in the place of the Zac.
But
They could have picked it up.
I think they wanted to see the jungle matchup because I think what they're saying is we have a lane counter right now. However, it is dependent on having a stronger 2v2 as well. So we need to see what the jungle is going to be, and it's going to be a Kha'Zix.
Especially when you do pick up the Zac and you're into something like the Kha'Zix. Early skirmishes, if you don't get the play immediately, if you can't kill someone in the CC.
That's boring.
Yep. Then Kha'Zix will be able to counter-gank that.
I've been looking at solo queues. I was going to be like, Volley Bear top.
Yes.
Darius top. Maybe the return of Jace or Lucian, and we get a Sion.
I feel like Volley Bear into GP doesn't sound like the best matchup.
Why not? Just run at him. Toss him.
Yes, but I feel like there are much better things. Just play, like you can play stuff like Lucian and things like that, and you can actually punish. I feel like Volley Bear in terms of, he'll be fine, but like in the same way that everyone's kind of fine against a GP early.
Hit him with the Thunder Claws.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear you speak poorly of the best champion in League of Legends. 100% win rate at the moment internationally.
Wow.
1 of 1.
1 of 1. That's
one of those
stunning.
stats that is so much better until you add context around it.
Stats are like that. But, as we did mention, it was the Sion picked up, so just kind of adding to the team fight potential. No team really, for the most part, wants to play too much split. There's a lot more threat in the split for Direwolves. They have that gangplank. Sort of, we mentioned being on the clock order. Are on the clock a little bit here. Zyrakan scales pretty well, but Cassio as well. Like, they have the scaling to match. I feel like you give the edge to Direwolves, but
they've got a beefy front line and 2 hyper carries. I feel like they're okay, but once again, it comes down to range. I always talk about this, like, because in the past, hyper carries have all been long range. Kog'Maw, Twitch, Caitlyn. And now they're not. Like, you see things like, you know, the Ezreal, which is kind of more medium range, Xayah, Cassio. So I feel like, once again, the big thing here is the zoning tools out of the out of the Gangplank barrels will be massive. And the fact that if you want to walk in as Order, there's a risk of a Superman Galio thing coming over the top and kind of knocking you all up.
Yeah. See if that does come into fruition here. Taking a look at Cupcake. Got himself that Alistar. But we are on to Rift. Game 2 here. Order versus Direwolves. Surprisingly, to many people, Order took the first game already, but Direwolves looking to answer it, looking to make it the 1-1. But to get more insight into what they're thinking, Laura's standing beside Sharp.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Sharp. Now, in game number 1, we didn't get to see the Direwolves we're used to seeing. What did you say to them during the break?
I mean, it's just, yeah, we haven't really been... Actually, no, I lie. We were in a situation like this against Legacy. We like nearly got perfect gamed. So I think the guys this year, I mean, we're a different type of Direwolves. Last year, we're very emotional. I mean, in the sense that we didn't look like we're emotional on stage, but I guess... it's like the same in terms of behind the scenes. We're very, I guess, composed and just focused on what we need to do. It's a best of 3. It's not, I mean, it's not just one game, so there's still more games to go. So I guess the guys were just composed, get them focused on what we need to do next to win the next game, and yeah.
King has said in interviews that he wants to be a player that can play a wide variety of champions. And in both game and 1, he had a few bans thrown towards him. Were you expecting this?
No, not really. We weren't really expecting the bans on Calvin, but the way the draft turned out, he got pinched, and I guess that we weren't able to react accordingly in draft, and we got punished for it. So I think that's well played to Order.
And taking a look at Order's composition this game, what do you think their win condition is, and how will you guys be countering it?
Well, Zyrakan, heavy engage, Zac complements that with also heavy engage and good front line coming out of Sion and some consistent DPS coming out of Cassiopeia. So, I mean, they've got a decent front-to-back team fighting composition. So I guess whoever can execute their comp in terms of playing around their ultimates will tend to win this game. So I think that's how it will go.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us, Sharp, and best of luck with the series.
Thank you very much.
Rogue winning the war of attrition there because he wants the spell thief slaps. And Cupcake is like, just get off me. Get away from me. I want the brush control.
He had to burn a pot for it. Level 1, he got to about half HP.
But he got all that much more gold.
Yeah,
Chippies,
okay.
oh, that's a lot of damage going down.
All that much more gold. 3 procs of Spell Thief at level 1.
Come on, man. That's big.
Is it?
That is the gold lead right now.
Oh, that's insane. It's
He's
incredible.
a monster.
He is, but... Wait, it's not to mention like the mid lane CS and the top lane CS.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not that. That's,
Nah,
that's
it's
not
not
the
that
gold
one.
lead. It's all the Spell Thief.
Shern
Okay.
and Spook's going to bump into each other here. Shern, a little bit healthier.
Infernal Drake was spawned
When
as
I
well.
say
as
a
we
little
can.
bit, I mean a lot bit healthier.
Hand across that one. So it will be the Spicy Dragon. And interesting, we've seen a lot of Rakans on 8.3 and even 8.4 yesterday, today, go for the Spellbook. They like to switch around their summoners, but Rogue actually going more defensive for the lane, so he won't have access to the Ghost later into the game. Feels like with the Zac, with the Sion, maybe he doesn't need that extra engaged potential. Has the Guardian to try and get through what is a pretty beefy lineup. Caitlyn good range for the laning phase. Does that range Zaya and Alistar. Obviously, Cupcake's shown a great deal of success on that one, so
it's generally
kind of
because,
makes sense.
yeah, it's generally because Caitlyn and Ali can actually match you a little bit as they actually go in here, and you see good zone means that they actually get the stun up, no layering of the trap there, so supports will just take a lot of damage. Ignite down. A little bit of miscommunication, it looked like.
The laugh comes out of Cupcake. The Ignite starts ticking, and he hits him with the ha-ha.
I like that.
Just going to hit him with the pots. Now he'll back up. The one-pot advantage already from level 1 means that he's got pots to spare there. So the W misses from Rogue, and they burn that Ignite as well. Kill potential goes down without the access to that Ignite. But
yeah, and we'll see now whether they get shoved in with no Ignite, because that's what you kind of rely on. We've even seen people invest further with a spellbook into things like Exhaust Ignite looking for that.
Yeah, but I like the confidence out of Cupcake. He knows he's hitting level 3, and he just absolutely did not care what Order thought about it. Had no vision in the jungle. They obviously saw Spooks with Shenfire up there, and he's just like, level 3, all right, I'm going in. Combo into the slap, knocks around FBI as best he can. He's just balling.
I actually kind of like this out of tally as well, where Chippies throws a barrel in the middle of the wave, and then it normally becomes the game, like, who can hit the barrel? And Tally just goes, take a creep, take an axe, I'm not going anywhere near you. And then Chippies is like, oh, crap, this sucks. However, is farming quite nicely right now. He went the Targon.
It all evens out, but FBI is actually sitting very low, 0 mana. Had to chug his pot as well, and you have to think another combo came out of Cupcake there, potentially. They have the combo with the trap.
Now you kind of have to question the fact that they banned away the Misfortune instead of the Caitlyn, because one of the advantages that Order had was the fact that they bullied out the lane. Now Caitlyn not allowing them to do that. Very nice little whip of the Q, just a flick of the wrist, means that he gets some health back.
That's a big thing. Whilst this laning phase is not too exciting so far, against champions like the Rakan, like the Soraka, the biggest things aren't... the biggest thing is the war of attrition. Where on Soraka, you just dodge the Q. That is the most important thing in the laning phase. Rakan, you are bullying this lane, but every time he lands a Q, FBI just gets that big chunk of health back, so it's so important. It seems like you're like, oh, Rakan Q doesn't really do any damage.
Oh, Spooks has been caught out here, actually. That's very nice roam out of triple, on the back end of some good priority mid lane. Didn't mean to cut you out. Keep going.
Yeah, well, that was basically it. Just dodge the Qs, and they won't be full HP. But everything goes back to normalcy. King actually burnt the heal earlier.
Yeah. That's what I was just looking at, checking in with the summoner spells. You can see Shern right now is on a ward, but waiting for his Raptor camp to spawn. He's going to be nice and safe there. Top lanes both recall. Gangplank once again just scaling up fine. Even better this time around because he has himself that target.
Yeah. Obviously, into the Scion, not as scary as into something like the Camille. Can't really force himself on you as much, so gets to go the extra
pole combo is there. Good knock up and a big shield means that they're able to mitigate some of that damage.
And that's the thing, right? This is why they took the Guardian, because they know this is going to be the reality of the laning phase until they hit level 6, until they have those ultis and can actually contest in a 2v2. Guardian is negating a
coming
significant
around
amount
from
of damage.
Shern, and they have the Galio ultimate. They're going to hit the blast plant. Shern goes over already looking for Rogue. Where is the ultimate, the grand entrance? No, he just walks it. Very interesting. I feel like that could have been a free kill.
Yeah, potentially. Swiffer is rotating down as well, trying to force triple out of his lane, but because Spooks is actually in bottom lane, can't contest the 2v1, Shernfire and triple force him to go back to mid. But Spooks is still sitting around here. FBI is looking for a base. He might just be holding the lane right here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that's what he's going to do. He's just going to leech himself some experience. However, he is in the zone of being dove as well. Can't be too careful.
Oh, and he uses his Q as well.
Yeah, looks for it. You see Cupcake actually going to look for the stun, and Spooks already burns a flash. Very strange play coming out of Spooks.
But I feel like both of them burnt it early. Spooks Q's the minion wave, tried to contest the 2v1, but Shernfire was coming, but then Cupcake blows his combo.
Yeah.
Shernfire can't deal damage to Zach when he's in the tri-bush and not underneath the turret, so potential misplay out of both teams there, but everyone kind of walks away. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, they just get a summoner spell for it, which honestly is pretty worthwhile. Zach's gank's now going to be a little bit less potent. So much of Zach's creative ganking is through how you use the Q plus the slap.
Yep.
Tally runs forward, gives Chippy some gold, and just yells at him a little bit.
Hits him in the face with a big hammer. Chippy's just going to eat some oranges, be absolutely fine there. Heal that one back up. Blue buff got to be deposited over to the Snake Lady on Swiffer.
I have to say a similar early game, to be quite frank. Potentially going to be a reset on an Infernal Drake right now. No, they don't go for it. Instead, they're just looking for some vision control.
Yeah, they just want the Scuttle Crab. Nice little thing you can do, especially this early into the game when, obviously with the quest change on the support items, and you go Moby Boots first, and and things like that. You don't have access to the first sight stone.
Yep.
So Scuttle Crabs become even more important.
But I want to get your opinion, however, on the build coming out of the Direwolves bottom lane. King obviously had enough gold for the BF sword as he was up in CS when he backed. However, goes for boots 2 plus pickaxe.
Wants the extra movement speed, boots 2. Dodging around the Rakan, dodging around the Xayah, those roots are so important. I feel like, obviously, didn't have enough for like BF and Azil or something like that. So kind of the pseudo same sort of combo is boots 2 in the pickaxe. Obviously, less damage overall, but
Level 6 achieved for the 80 carries, and you can see right now that with that priority, a little bit of a top lane hover coming out. Have to check out when Rogue and Cupcake are about to go level 6. That's Cupcakes. Rogues can't be too far away, that logic would dictate.
You have to think on this wave as well. To find out when that Spooks is just farming up his wolves, and Churnfire matching on the mirror position across the map there. Will be level 6 for the Rakan just there, but that's the big thing. Triple, now level 8 on the Galio. We haven't seen the first usage of that ultimate there, and then the bot lane of Order is really the big level 6 spike for that lineup there, so see which team can kind of pull the trigger on their engage first. Like Sharp alluded to in his interview, that's what he said. It comes down to execution of these two comps because they want to do similar things. And if one team just executes better, if one team gets the engage that they need, then they have a significant advantage here.
Yeah, completely agree. Triple walks forward right now. Flash was actually burnt top lane. Spooks goes in, gets stunned up. Slap will not be available, so very nicely played from Triple. A little bit of a warning shot gank there from Spooks, you feel like?
Yeah. But Churnfire is around to answer.
Yeah, Spooks is going to use his ult to hop out. That was a little bit strange.
Yeah.
I feel like Cassiopeia at this stage of the game is unrivaled, as you can see right now. Actually gets the grounded, will get taunted up. However, look at that. Swiffer kind of 1v2 won that duel, and if Spooks had ult,
they could have looked for more, but actually engaged in the bottom lane onto FBI again.
Yeah, actually the stun will come out. FBI now looking to turn onto King. Will miss
nice
the snare. Very nicely done by King.
Buffers himself out of that CC, gets behind the feather just before it rips back, so trade advantage going over to the Direwolves. FBI, this entire lane phase has kind of been sitting in this position time and time again, is on the lower health bar, but can they actually get anything for it? Churnfire, Swiffer once again, kind of sitting 1v2 against the Galio and the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, with an Infernal Drake up and bottom side control now seeded, you would have to expect Direwolves can look aggressive towards that objective, especially off a back end of a hard reset coming out of the Order bottom lane.
And they potentially don't know that they've reset just yet. And obviously they didn't pull the trigger on that one, so they won't go through with it, but their turret incredibly low. Churnfire down here. Galio still on the map. Is getting shoved in, doesn't have priority, but if they want to, they can force onto this play, onto the bottom lane. It is very low already.
There is a TP advantage right now for Order in the top lane. However, you just feel like Galio matches that. And with him going back to base and no vision behind them, King... Oh, actually, they burn Triple's TP, so now there is the opportunity for this ward to go into the brush. And I feel like they have to play respectfully, given the fact that Sion's ulti is kind of that pseudo TP back to lane. He just runs real quick and gets there.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting, actually, when you talk about the TP advantage for Order, in terms of getting to bottom lane. It is matched by the Galio, but then Swiffer will eventually come down to the fight. So it becomes this game of not overreaching. Right, like you need to execute on the play, you need to get the turret or the team fight, whichever one you choose, and you need to get in and then get out immediately. If you stick out for too long, sure, Swiffer can't TP down there like the Galio can, but he can walk down there eventually.
And they're actually just pinging out exactly where that ward is. So they know that that is what Order is looking for. They know there is a window where Gangplank can only shoot off a cannon barrage, and Sion can be there in full force. You can see right now, Triple setting up a nice brush for himself. Will look to potentially go aggressive onto Swiffer. Miasma is burnt and Swiffer missed all his poisons. Now in comes Shern. Flash potentially has to come out here. Gets taunted up. Teleport is coming out of Tally as well, and that will just be a successful disengage.
Yeah, didn't even burn the cleanse on Swiffer, so burn the ulti, and that is the TP channel. Shorter cooldown, but kind of gets rid of the advantage that he had. Nice non-committal play out of the Direwolves.
Yep. Completely agree. That's one of those players that Direwolves, they take the small advantage once again. This is a game of centimeters one more time, and I feel like it is this time going the Direwolves' way.
Right there, Lovers Duo do take away the joined recall. So
they're not going to be able to get back. This turret's gone.
Yeah, this should be gone. Churnfire as well, posturing around, is the first one to the blue buff. Spooks is walking over as well, but 4 members of the Direwolves floating down, so they're going to guarantee this turret. Do they give the solo gold over to King, or does Cupcake feel like he deserves a share of it?
I feel like Cupcake should get out of range because Caitlyn is one of those champions that... Oh, they actually split it. I was going to say,
back.
Caitlyn is one of those champions that if you get accelerated is very obnoxious
Very hard
to be able to deal with. Potentially, Order can take Elder Drake, not Elder, Infernal Drake off this reset, however.
That's a 10-minute Elder Drake. It's OP.
All right, dude. I already said I can't speak. There's no point.
I'm not roasting you. Just imagine. Imagine what that would do to League of Legends. We've already got Barons and Banner of Commands and stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like Elder Drake would push that one a little bit further over the edge.
Yeah, a little bit. Could you even kill it? He's a tanky boy. He does damage as well.
Tanky.
Actually, that would be incredibly difficult this early in the game. Like, you just don't do damage.
Well, that was one of the
stats.
suggestions of Baron, actually, is like, make it do what it does now, but just make it stronger.
Yeah.
So if you're going to take it at 20 minutes, it's a serious investment. It's not a two-man sneak as we saw out of
Can't
Order.
sneak, yeah.
As Rogue actually used the feather recall right there, so not going to be able to get anything done. You see the teleport ward behind them. They're about to walk over it. Very nicely done. And Chippy's just farming up absolute storm.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Chippy's now level 10, so can opt in for the blue trinket, and that's what he's done. He's just been shoved in by the Scion for the most part this game. And Schoenfei's kind of been just playing around the bot lane, which makes a lot of sense. You have the Caitlyn, the Ali, they have priority. So he goes for the extra long range to kind of spot out if he thinks Spooks is around. Obviously has less vision overall because he can't place 2 trinkets, but can do it from a safer distance. So it makes a lot of sense there as he's completed his first item. Just kind of chilling in the top lane.
Now they're just bouncing waves. I mean, you'd think that Order probably wants to use this to grab themselves a Rift Herald because they do have first access to River, both in mid and top lane. But the waves are staying relatively neutral, and Direwolves make the first move again. They actually bring over Cupcake and King into that mid lane wave. They're looking to set up a siege.
Yeah, but Schoenfei is actually on the enemy Gromp right now, or on his own Gromp rather, so they're just going to back away. Swiffer will hold that one. 4 members of Order.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Saw the play, so they rotated down. Could have been able to defend it if they stuck to it, but obviously didn't want to. It was interesting as we just took a brief look at the gold values. Chippy's down 20-ish CS, kind of clawing his way back, but is up in gold from the Relic Shield. Obviously in game 1. Tally didn't have that one, so now flipped. Has that one, so catches back up with the Klepto. He's ahead about 900 there.
Yeah, and I feel like this is just because we see a tank being played into him, even though he's a lane bully. Not going to be really dove unless you make a serious mistake. If he chippies, you saw he had to burn a flash, but, you know, for the price of Gangplank's late game, I would say that is definitely a worthwhile trade. And he's putting in some work here.
Yep, Sion's just a different kind of lane bully. He bullies you by just constantly shoving you in and going to do whatever he wants. And constantly recall him, ulting back to wave. He really shouldn't have kill pressure unless you heavily misplay, as you alluded to. So makes a lot of sense that he can greed out just that little bit extra.
He just got a sack of gold, by the way, and it gave him the full amount. He just took 100 gold off him with that 1 Q.
There you go. That's value.
Maybe
that's why he's ahead. Maybe he's RNG'd it. Maybe he's an expert sack of gold Gangplank player. I
mean, do you remember when TF's passives was global?
Oh, yeah. That was stupid. I was thinking of a word. I was like, that was... What's the word? Nah, that was dumb.
Yeah, that was overpowered.
Yeah, that was OP. Glad that got removed. Basically, you pick the champion, get a free gold.
Yep.
No matter what happens.
Ooh,
Zillion.
this is going to be a 2-man face check, most likely, coming in on this brush. You see Cupcake going for it.
Towards
Will
it.
now spot out Spooks. They just don't pull the trigger. They knew he was coming.
Yeah, but Direwolves are sending multiple members up here. Chippy does have his ulti and the TP.
Oh, actually, Spooks goes in, slaps them back together. No, misses out on that one. Triple good taunt. Grounding is there. That's the charm as well. They use every ultimate in the book, and they will pick up first blood.
And a very late first blood, especially going over to the Cassio. Nice play from Order. Tally. We were saying he's able to push it in, so they just bring him over.
Yeah, I was going to say Spook's about to be engaged on by 3 members. However, is not the case. Now Sherm will go into him. Grounding lands. However, they're just defending this mid lane turret. Spooks will slap Sherm back. Can he get out? Yes, he uses a hop.
No ulti coming out of Rogue. Used that one onto Triple, so he goes down. Just get the kill advantage. Not too many objectives going over. Spooks might be in a bit of trouble here. Does get out. Ali didn't pull the trigger on the combo.
That's the shortest hop in the world.
Gets him over the wall, though. That's what he needed.
Yeah, that's all he needed. Exactly right. Cassiopeia now will have a 3-stack rower and going into what will be a Seraph's Embrace again. This is why we feel like Cassiopeia has just been straight up buffed. They removed Morel and Omicon's usefulness in the build pass, so kind of get your 3 items at 2 as we take a look at the replay.
And we see this one again. Chippies has gone for the base. That means Tally got his base off first and has walked all the way here with the ulti. Can just get to the play first. Direwolves had a lot of members floating up because we thought they were going to look for a play topside. They have the Galio. They can get in behind and things like that. But because the 5v4, they get onto Triple. Grounding, all the CC from Zach Sion just means he's dead. He doesn't blow his flash. Direwolves are like, look, man, you're going down. I'm walking away.
Yeah, exactly right. So now talk to me about scaling, because we're having a look at about a 2,500 gold lead, most of that generated off the Gangplank, as we already mentioned, plus the first turret advantage. Order have themselves an Infernal Drake, which will make up some of that.
Yep.
But who do you feel scales better in this game? What are the teams looking to accomplish?
I feel like what they're looking to accomplish is more just about the first Baron spawn. I feel like that just overrides scaling, like overall 100%. It doesn't even matter. Sure, you have the Gangplank, you have the Caitlyn, you have Galio, things like that. It is matched fairly well.
Actually going to be able to drag Shern back, and he's going to die before the Galio even gets there. Galio lands on grounding, so cannot go for a flash play. Now King actually looking to get himself over the wall, followed by Rogue, and they're going to continue to chase out on multiple members. Good Gangplank ulti will slow that one down. However, Spooks is continuing, flashes forward, kidnaps Triple. He is so low, will get blobleted and will potentially fall down here, but Triple will join him in the death chamber right now. It is just going to be Chippy's committing to that split push play.
And we're only 18 minutes in. If this play was set up in a minute, if they could have got those 2 picks, that would have meant Baron. But advantage does go over to Order. Kind of clawing their way back into the goal lead. Gangplank is ahead here, got some solo time. Once again,
he might be able to take this turret, to be perfectly frank. I mean, 2 kills for a tier 2 turret. It's not the worst trade I've ever heard of.
Especially on the individual and the Gangplank. It's not just the goal overall across the team. He's already ahead. He's gone from a negative 20 CS lane to being up 10. And he gets the turret gold as well. So
FBI actually doesn't stick around for that turret gold, even though he knows everyone kind of is on a hard reset out of the Direwolves. Instead, he's just going to take a tempo base as well. Must have been looking at potentially a Zeal pick up for that item. It is still 1,600 gold lead right now for the Direwolves. And it's an Ocean Drake, which I feel like is going to be deprioritized completely. These teams will both play top side of the map.
Yep, as you see that, both bottom lanes being deployed up there. Comes down to who can get the best engaged. Swiffer been the recipient of these kills so far. So the solo lane, top lane for Direwolves, but mid lane for Order. Cassio versus the Gangplank.
And actually, they don't deprioritize it. They want to keep it ticking over. They know that there is a 1 in 3 chance that if they pick this one up, it will go back to being an Infernal Drake. They feel like with Cassiopeia, that is a good trade. They don't get the RNG. It's going to be air. That's when you roll the dice. Chippy's got 100 gold. Order got an air Drake.
Unlucky, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. Baron still hadn't spawned. It was about 5 seconds off, so it's not like Direwolves could have been rushing that one on the other side of the map, so they kind of just take that objective for free.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense there. The bottom lane for Direwolves being shepherded down the river right now, and they're just going to be fighting over vision. That's going to be the big thing.
Tally actually in big trouble. He uses the ultimate, actually has to flash over the wall. Chippy's convincingly winning this split push.
And is this the swing point? Now, we talked about the gold lead is on Swiffer for Order, but Tally is falling further and further behind. Has Chippy's done enough in this 1v1? Has he farmed enough? 2 items. Can he start contesting the side lane? Can he start threatening the inhib? Does get the turret, so he finally picks himself up a little bit of extra gold there.
And once again, I don't feel like either of these Gangplanks this patch was gifted a free lane. I think they actually both played very well. I think that as you're being shoved in, there is a potential for Order with 2 priority lanes, mid and top, to just take away all of Shern's jungle. But they played around it nicely. They used a big priority bottom lane out of the Caitlyn, out of the Alistar. Beautifully played from Cupcake, as well as King. And now potentially looking for a top lane play. No, just ultimate burn out of Shern. Gets nothing.
Something is brewing. Spooks does get pinged out, so they know where he is. And Swift is rotated up again. Vision will be applied by the W from Shernfire, so they know exactly what's going on. Probably just going to look at take down that Scuttle Crab, get themselves some more Baron vision.
They really need to start breaking turrets, however.
Yep.
There's just such a big gold lead sitting here passively, as now Shern going to look for Swiffer.
And that's the big thing.
Does not find him. Do they potentially pull the trigger on this play?
Maybe. Spooks was looking, but
he still wants it, to be honest.
He doesn't see Shern right now. We'll see him now that he's actually revealed
Shern
himself.
just does nothing to Spooks at this stage of the game. He's not yet on his Dustblade of Drakthar, which is kind of the swing point.
Yep. But this turret's the big thing, and also mid, because Order have shown that they can get priority around the Baron Pit. They already do. They have 4 pink wards. Direwolves do not have a lot of vision around there, but because the turret line is so far extended, because until about 10 seconds ago, that top lane outer was up, the mid lane outer is still there.
Yep.
It means Direwolf, their line of safety is just so close to the Baron Pit. Order aren't going to have enough time to kind of force that one to steal it away, because Direwolves can sit so close, so safely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's all about breaking down that mid turret.
You can see it, and at the same time, because they're at those turrets already, off the back of one reset, they go in, they sweep out all that vision. Scuttle Crab obviously a little bit more permanent, but still very nicely done. Potentially got to get Swiffer into a side lane and let this duo try and take over the mid lane turret. However, it is very hard for Xayah to assault turrets at this stage of the game still.
I feel like it's more on a dive, if they can get the Rakan, get the Zac on anyone like that, if they can get onto the bot lane, because Direwolves also set up the 1-3-1 there. They were the first team here to put the Caitlyn and the Ali mid. They swapped Galio topside when they gave up that turret. And obviously they still have Chippies down bot.
They're going to look for the Sion ulti as well. You can see right now that Tally is going to run mid lane. They're in behind. However, no, they abort the play before it even begins. Tally instead goes back top because one more misplay. As actually Spooks gets ultied.
Brings a cow.
Will be able to bring a cow back with him. And in goes Rogue, looking for that quickness potentially. No, they will not commit to the play. Now Shern is in, looking for FBI. Is that a misplay? Because he will not be able to pick him up. They block out on that ult and Shern gets knocked up. Where is Tally? He still isn't here. Order is very low. Triple looking for the play. Gets 3-man taunt, but the rest of the team isn't there. FBI so low. Spooks flashes forward. Now Tally is on the back line. Already Shern has killed a member. Big ulti, and on the back line, actually, Direwolves are ripping Order apart. Now Order on the wrong side of the map. What? King is dead somehow. Very nice re-engage from Spooks will mean the Cupcake is falling down very low. Bloblets are there. Do they protect it? Good knock up onto Chippies, but Swiffer and Tally are now 2v4 stuck here, and they cannot get the rest of the members. Taunt will come out. Triple will pick up Tally right now, and the zombie is going to be left to try and wail away at some people. Headbutt Pulverize combo onto Swiffer. It's going to be an ace. It's only going to be for one member, and the Direwolves will look at Baron.
And such a split extended engage. Can they opt into any objective? Can they get the Baron? No. They just back away, looking for the recalls. Ali's incredibly low, but the rest of the members...
Triple can take that barrel, I think, right now.
And Rogue is the only one that was up. FBI did just spawn, so they could have started that one already, but they don't opt in.
Had the banner of command as well. You lose tempo off the back end of the push, which used to mean that like teams would shove out your waves, but that's no longer the case. Let's take a look at the fight.
And Spooks just gets caught. He has to ulti himself out. Unfortunately for him, he gets Cupcake here, but he's already so incredibly low, and until Tally arrives, he's the only tank line. So FBI
Tally looks like they're not fighting. Look, he's going back to the wave.
Yeah, he walks back towards bot lane, and FBI gets so incredibly low. This is 2 members, now 3, before Swiffer even joins the fight, that they're just so incredibly low. Rogue dies to Schernfire and Chippies on the back end, and that was a huge taunt at a triple. So Swiffer is really the only threat right now. Tally has arrived. I think he's about to ulti onto King, who gets very low. Nice hero's entrance out of the Galio, keeps him alive, but King just gets run over by a freight train. It's just Swiffer versus the world right now. Tally and Spooks are trying to frontline for him, but can't really push out consistent damage. There's just so many damage threats still available, and if the Ali ever combos onto Swiffer, he just goes down. Any form of CC lands, that's exactly what we see. They chase him down, kind of blows the summoner, but feels a bit futile at that point because he's going to go down eventually, stuck between the Direwolves and their base.
Yeah, but the fact that he stayed alive for so long, did so much damage, probably stopped Baron, so say futile, but Direwolves now with a 5,000 gold lead, but Swiffer's still massive, 2-1 and 2. 3-item Cassiopeia and only scaling up, but at the same time, you have to look towards the Galio. Such a potent power pick. You have to look towards the Gangplank. Chippies is a monster. He's got himself 3 items, nearly completed 4 versus 2 at the moment from Tally. He's just not going to be a tank because everyone on Direwolves does more damage than he has health.
And they've bannered a range creep here. Just going to get completely eaten by FBI, but it might have just bought them enough time to get the turret.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. They had Rogue back in base, so they take down the 3 outer turrets. Now it's a 6,000 gold lead. The trap line is starting to move up, and you feel like this time around, a little bit more of that suffocating Direwolves playstyle.
It's what you expect to see from them here. We didn't see it game 1, but game 2 turning it around massively. It was pretty weird. 26 minutes into the game, we hadn't seen an outer turret mid lane drop.
There is an outright 4,000 gold lead right now on Chippies. He is the gold lead. So everyone else is actually relatively even. Spooks and the 2 tanks are behind the 2 carries. Eventually, that matters less for the tanks, but it will always matter for FBI and Swiffer because if they get hit by either Shern or Chippies, they're the ones that feel it.
Now the squishy members here, FBI currently working on his 3rd item. Looking to pick that one up. Wants the Infinity Edge to round it out, but so is King. For the most part, pretty even across the board, but as you mentioned, the gold lead all on the side lane and the Gangplank. He's had so much pressure, but he's taken down the outer, he's taken down the inner bot lane, but really can't threaten around the inhib. It's just so far gone with Mini so far on Order's territory, and especially since they only just broke the mid lane outer. It just acts as such a pivot point for Order, so he can't really contest past that point. So as they break down turrets in the mid lane, it becomes easier for Chippies to push on the side.
And I feel like Order need to look for an engage sooner or later because the game's getting slowly out of hand. They have such a good go-forward comp on the Rakan, on the Zac, but they're just not able to find the window with Tally there with the team. And as soon as Tally bounces a wave, you see that Chippies backs away, he starts to catch it, and they just play kind of you know, bounce the waves back between two teams, and Chippies gets more gold every time he goes to a side lane.
Yeah, 100%. King also just recalled, picked up his 3rd item spike, so big moment there for the Direwolves so far. And you mentioned scaling and things like that, and I was like, look, it's all down to the first Baron, but this is probably the latest one we've seen so far for the most part. 28 minutes, there hasn't really been an attempt yet. There's been a team fight around it there. Cupcake potentially looking for FBI, but does just back away.
Yeah, they're actually looking for a space check coming out of one of the Direwolves members. Does not look like they're going to get it out of a squishy. It's going to be Cupcake frontlining, as he always does. Such a crucial member right now for the Direwolves. Spooks, again, has been caught out. That's a keg onto 2 members. And Chippies runs forward, gets that static shift proc. And you see, he clears the wave so quickly. And Tally, it takes a long time to do it.
Yeah, but to charge up those abilities, multiple rotations there to actually clear out the wave. Top lane outer is basically free gold for the Direwolves right now. Triple might just go up there and try and defend it, but Order deploying the Snake, deploying Swiffer up there to match. But fairly tame play across the board. Schönfire is going to solo himself out an Air Drake. The one we saw spawn earlier was the Ocean picked up by Order, so it will be the first Air Drake taken.
And this kind of feels like a playoff game right now. It kind of feels like one of those
like
games
high tension,
that
slow.
no one is willing to make a mistake.
Yep.
And that means that no one is really willing to make that big play that could go 50-50. Every single play we've seen so far has been calculated and has been a very high percentage play. Now Caitlyn's sitting on 3 items, a little bit cheaper because she goes a second Zeal item. Xayah still waiting for the Infinity Edge to come out. You see right now that that's a Sterix picked up for Chippies. He's absolutely fine. 4 items completed plus boots means that he's only got 1 item to go. And at 30 minutes into this game, a rests on a knife's edge. And I feel like Gangplank's going to determine 2 games in a row on an 8.4 pack.
Yeah, potentially here. You mentioned Order. You think they have to be looking for a fight sooner rather than later? Rogue?
That's a hard reset coming out right now. I feel like Order potentially can look to do something. If they notice the pattern that Direwolves are willing to have more than 3 members off the map at the same time, with a Cassiopeia and with a Zac, you just burn the Baron.
With a Xayah, you can secure it pretty well as well, combo that with a Smite. Not as reliable as something like the Callista, but when you do it so quickly with the Cassio, you can burn that one down almost immediately. But I was going to say, Rogue, I feel like agrees with you here. Hasn't gone for the Banner of Command. Same build path as the Zeeks, but opts in for the more aggressive team fighty option. Spooks kind of just holding the hand of Swiffer right now as he clears out that top wave. They wanted to push that one in.
But Shern knows he's around somewhere because he went sniffing for him one more time. He was like, okay, where is he? Wasn't able to find him, but they did not face check that trap. You see Chippies one more time joining his team. 3 items picked up for FBI. It's against a 3.5-ish item for King. Death cap finish for Triple. He does serious damage now. Swiffer not going towards it. Has got what looks to be the components. Potentially the Morellan Omicron.
Possibly there. And I feel like this is the first time where Direwolves have had a long period of control around the Baron. Finally, they're the ones in the driver's seat around this objective. They're constantly clearing this one out. Order trying to float in there, placing some pinks, placing some vision, but the aim of the game is that Baron, but nobody really yet willing to pull the trigger. 31 minutes. Time is just ticking away. And as you mentioned, Gangplank, Chippy's only getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Looking for an Infinity Edge, most likely for his last item, would be a massive deal right now. Going to take himself a free blue buff. Chippies is having a fantastic game. A little bit of play back into form, you would have to think. But how often do Order actually let them bounce waves before they just Scion ulti onto someone, before they go for the Xayah Rakan engage? Because right now, the wave bounce just every single time seems to favor the Direwolves. They get so much more tempo off it.
I feel like it's about the bottom lane of the Direwolves. King, Cupcake, and then Schönfire playing in the 3 in the mid lane. Obviously, Chippy's floating bot, pushes it in. Triple floats top, pushes it in. But every time this happens, Tally is walking over with Order, and they're looking for the Force. They have the Zac, they have the Scion, they have the Rakan, but Direwolves just playing so respectfully. Every time that happens, they back away so deep, out of vision range, so they're not just going to pull the trigger on a blind Scion ulti. They need to see what they're actually going for, so kind of denying them any possibility to force in the middle lane means that their side lane pressure just means so much more.
So we're going to see the first game that has an Elder Drake spawn. I don't see it finishing in the next 3 minutes, to be perfectly frank, Bryce. So we'll see whether it... Oh, actually, Shern's caught out FBI. You see big damage coming across, however, doesn't stick with the play.
Doesn't actually continue to chase. No deep vision. Is just the Kha'Zix, is just the jungler, so no green smite means he's got nothing left. And this is the 3rd bannered range creep. They're just using them on cooldown to generate incredibly small advantages in the side lane. If that minion just lasts a few autos extra. If it does a little bit more damage, it just means they can push 1 second further. But
Rogue
Rogue's
wants
looking
this
for a play.
engage. You see the trap line has been set up. Shern goes very low. Shern gets blown up. And Inge jumps triple, but the damage is already done. Damage is dead. Spooks gets 2, however, he too is very low. Flashes forward. He's going to kidnap triple back. And this is a huge team fight victory right now for Order. You see 3 versus 2. Cupcake still trying to kite this one out. But Swiffer is pumping out the damage. And you can see King not able to get anything. Gets slowed, gets slapped back, picks up another kill. And this is a 5-for-1 pickup right now for the Order lineup.
And it was the perfect engage that they needed. They get onto the squishy bug. They take him down. King couldn't auto-attack the entire time, was constantly zoned away. They have multiple engage all the Sion, the Zac, just zoning away the Caitlyn. King couldn't do anything despite being incredibly strong. So Order, once now, finally, have access to the Baron.
And what did we say? Order has turned into this team that they say, we will play the game at your pace. You give us items, we will team fight you. No longer trying to play that Korean-style League of Legends. This is like almost LPL-style League of Legends, where if you just team fight us, we're going to try and take it.
Yeah, the trap line is immense here. Rogue does get the engage, and even though Shern can go invisible, it does not matter. And they've already burnt on the side of Direwolves the big Hero's Entrance out of the Galio. Spooks lanes a big engage here, gets the slap onto Chippies, and then he gets thrown back into the team and then blown up almost immediately. You have to remember the gold lead for Direwolves. So much of it rests on the gangplank. When you have Caitlyn not able to hit in a team fight, the kidnap lands on the gangplank going into 4 members of Order. There's just no way that once that engage lands onto the Direwolves that Order are going to let them win.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see all the summoner spells used on the back end. There looked like there was a little bit of another tango. And potentially now Direwolves have inside track here on what will be an Elder Drake spawning in 30-odd seconds.
Tally is in the base, but he does have TP available. Rogue, big cooldown, did use the flash and also the ulti whilst we were in the replay, but the trap line means they're going to struggle to get into the pit. I'm not sure why they're not just playing with the waves right now. They have the Baron, they can push these ones in.
I think they were just waiting for the Sion to be back mid. You can see he's just streaming down with a great wave, yelling at people. Tally off the back end of that team fight got so much gold now back in the game as a super tank.
Shernfire looking for the flanks once again. We see him do this. As Spooks might have just found Chippies, no, but he walks away. Shernfire does this the best out of all Oceanic Kha'Zix players, I think. He's a flank Kha'Zix. He'll play in the backline, constantly threaten FBI and Cassio. They're both really immobile, so if he ever gets onto them, if they ever take a crit from Caitlyn, Shernfire can finish him off in the backside.
Yeah, one of them will die. Either Shern will
Yeah,
die,
he'll
or
go
the
in and
carrier
he'll
will
die,
die.
or-
But
yep.
he will roll the dice, and you've got to really respect that.
Ooh.
Big barrel lands onto Swiffer.
Swiffer.
Petrifying engage onto multiple members, however. Shern's so low, that's a big ulti. FBI free hitting on the backline, big knockoff, and they're just kind of trading tanks right now. Spooks kidnaps Segalio, brings him back into the team, and you can see he is just melting like butter. Tally finally falls down, so that is a 1-for-1 trade right now. But Order look a little bit more healthy. No, it's a 2-for-1 because Tally died.
Yeah, you said the tanks do last a little bit longer for Order. Obviously, all they have is the Alistar 4 Direwolves, but 2 members do go down for Order, so they all lose the fight overall, but can they just do the Elder anyway?
Yeah, potentially could look
Crab
to start
just
it up.
despawned.
Crab despawns. Do they actually pull the trigger on this play? They do not.
And the biggest thing for that fight is the zone control that comes out of Ali and the Galio. FBI and Swift do so much damage, but they just can't step forward into the Galio at landing. So they're just zoned off from the fight, just not dealing damage for the longest time. And that meant King on the backside, he's just 1v2 versus the tanks. He's getting peeled back. Obviously the tanks aren't going to take him down, but it gave him enough time to deal with them. So they pick up more kills there. Gold lead still is heavily in favor of the Direwolves, but you have to think Order, with the Baron there, potentially would have been looking to win that fight.
Yeah, certainly, because so much of the stats now come from Baron. We're not talking about, 20 ability power anymore. We're talking about nearly 80 ability power coming out in the latter stages of the game.
Yep. At 40 minutes, that's what it is. It's 80. Not to mention the AD as well. So, Elder Drake is still going to be the point of contention right now, but 2 members topside for Direwolves.
Yeah, if they show here. However, all they did there was Banner of Command 1 creep. But now Order has all this time where they can just run into the Elder Dragon pit and say, we're going to start this one up. We do it so damn quickly. Come if you will, Direwolves. But if you do not get here in time, this objective is ours.
Shern can go. Pink Ward goes over, so they know that the Dragon is on 2,000. Spooks goes out of the pit.
Yeah, actually flies out of the pit. Kidnaps back in the 80 carry. Gets CC'd up and gets blown up So with the jungler now dead, double kill picked up. Spooks wants the Elder, will be able to get it. 3 members of Direwolves down. They can potentially look to push down mid.
I honestly thought that was the biggest mistake. Schoenfire finds his way into the Dragon Pit, but doesn't have enough damage to take it down, so Spooks gets the engage. He flies away from the objective, but Order win the fight, and at the back end, they get it too.
Yeah, and now Triple has to be careful, because look at this, Edge is going to rush him. He's not that tanky. In flies Spooks, looking to get a slap back, just misses that. But Order now pushing through mid lane.
And they've got the banner as well, so they're going to push this one down. Even quicker here, they have the tank line. 20 seconds on King, 30 seconds on Chippies. Do Order just look for the end?
Yeah, they potentially can. However, you feel it's just a little bit too close, so they back away.
They do.
They're going to wait for this one to continue. They have to catch that big, juicy bottom wave, that banner of command minion top wave.
That is a big wave, and that's what a slow push does. It puts Order on the clock. They have to make the play for the Elder immediately, which they did. Because if they don't, this wave is enormous in the side lane, and all it cost Cupcake was a 2-minute cooldown on the banner. But Order, because they win the fight, they get the objective, they also get these huge side waves as well, so they kind of win on 3 separate fronts here. Tally going to pick that one up. That's a juicy wave.
Certainly is. You can see nearly completed items coming across for everyone. FBI is going to be able to grab that big top wave with Swiffer. You'd expect that to be, you know, second Zeal item completed, potentially Death Cap completed as well. And they've still got the Elder Drake buff to be able to fight for a little bit more. Spooks, however, caught out by Shern. Can he hop away here? No, he actually is looking to bring him in there. Oh, so close.
He has to burn the flash there. Spooks cancelled the jump from Kha'Zix. Rogue, centimeters, millimeters away from landing the taunt.
However, that was the quickness and Zac ulti. So 2 of the big engage tools now not available whilst Order want to fight. You can see they're still posturing for it. Cupcake goes so deep, and that's grounding as well. Spooks, however, is getting blown up. Big Cassia OPL. Where is the damage coming out of Order? And he's just not there. The front line is crumbling, and Triple is just standing tall. And Direwolves will take that fight.
Direwolves are so incredibly low, though. Swiffer doesn't have access to the ulti, but both carries are still available. No Ocean Drake on Direwolves. That's on Order's side. So Baron spawning in 50 seconds, and they have the man advantage. They should be able to set up the control around this objective, and Cupcake looked like he was caught. Spooks goes in for the pick, but such a tanky cow lives for just long enough, and the blob goes down.
I actually feel the turning point was the fact that Stoneplate has been picked up as well as Bramble Vest. So all of a sudden, the only person that actually hurt Triple is going to be Swiffer, because FBI has graded out, hasn't gone for any armor penetration. So against Triple alone, because that's the only member that has armor, he does nothing.
That's weird. That's a weird build.
I actually think it's the correct build, because no armor coming out of Shern, really. No armor out of top lane. No armor out of AD carry. If he free hits, he does a lot of damage.
That's if he free hits, though. But the way the fights are going, Sion, Zac, they dive the backline. King has to deal with him. He's got the Last Whisper upgrade there, but of course FBI doesn't. But he's got Cupcake. He's got 90 armor from items alone, opting in for his next armor item in the Night's Vow as well. So you have 2 beefy tanks in the Cow and Triple that he has to get through before he can really deal with the range of King or anything like that. So potentially could be a big factor here. Baron has spawned. Schoenfire once again poking his head around. Has the safety of the GA.
But Order just want to get their mid laner. Rabnan's Death Cap, you feel. Right now, Swiffer would be sitting on so much AP. 40% more for a Cassiopeia would be monumental in this game. Swiffer goes by himself into mid lane. Looking to contest that.
Yep, King trying to trap off the choke there. Didn't have enough time there, but FBI gets a nice chunk. Half HP.
Half health.
Whichever 80 carry gets the first hit literally wins the 1v1 here.
However, Order now with priority on the Baron buff. You can see they say, come on guys, come face check another objective. We'll start it up. We've got a tank that does not seem to want to die.
Tally's sitting in between as well. Cupcake going to get some vision
this
behind.
Is
but
absolutely gone. They peel off actually. Shern goes in. Shern gets the Baron. King flashes out of the ulti from Spooks, and now Swiffer. Big Cassiopeia ult. It's going to fight front to back again. Shern dives onto Swiffer. Will get reduced into GA. You can see FBI free hitting, but will fall down to this ultimate. No! Just lives. Swiffer on the back end is somehow still alive. Tally gets juggled. Will go into zombie.
That's
and
the
as
wrong
a unit,
side.
they need to get out of this jungle. Chippy's dashing forward. Can they keep them here?
They have the Baron on Direwall, so Order don't have the enhanced recall. 2 carries are alive, so there is outplay potential. But Direwall's just playing it very slow.
TP comes back through from Triple. Looking for the taunt. Will find the taunt.
Cleanse.
picks
Goes
up
down.
Swiffer. This actually might be the game right now. You see FBI and Rogue just trying to pick up what they can. Chippies with a crit will get knocked up, but will shut down FBI. And now Direwolves with all their members, 4 people still alive, will march up mid lane and will win this game.
And such a close game ends at the drop of a hat there. Cupcake gets into the backline. He gets Galio onto multiple members. The combo didn't look good, but later with the Galio just zones them all out. Schönfire gets the Baron and they win the fight as well.
And you have to think Spooks this time leaving the pit was the wrong call because he just gave over Baron and the game ends so quick. No one else was going to be up and alive. 43 minutes in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a series of our hands. It is going to be 1-1 between Order and Direwolves for potentially the top spot of the OPL.
Damn, what the? Ooh, this is close. This is real close. These are the slowest games we've seen on this patch overall. They just take so much time and so incredibly close around the objective. Baron is just so big. Not even just Baron, actually. Just the L. Like, every objective fight is just so incredibly close. I feel like Direwolves were on the kind of the back foot on the last 2 objectives. The Elder Drake, where Spook stashes out of the pit, but they win the fight anyway. And then, of course, that last Baron, they were the second ones to be there. They were the ones contesting, but the second one, finally get a decent engage, finally actually get the smite down, and it was enough to turn it.
Hello and welcome to day 1 of playoff week 2 of split 1 of the 2020 OPL. I'm Nick Boy Richardson, and I am delighted to be here. The pointiest of the pointy ends of the season, and I could not do it without my friends Rusty, Skimmy, and special returning guest Juves. Gentlemen, Juves specifically, welcome back to the OPL.
I'm so glad that you said my friends and included me. I was actually scared for a split moment that you weren't going to include me into that friendship group.
Is this because of how you've treated me all the way up until 10 seconds before we went on air? Could it be that?
I mean, I only reciprocate.
Sure. Welcome everybody. Rusty,
hey,
is the screen the right way up? Is the internet stable?
I thought about flipping it again because honestly, I enjoyed it in that position. The internet so far, let's not jinx it. It is going as well as it possibly can. And it's that time of year, Nick, where Jake just leaves us because it's Gauntlet and his team starts to perform.
It is. It's a special time of the year. It's a massive conflict of interest, but we just find our way through it, don't we? Skimmy, this is your first. This is your first split with us, where Jake just disappears, and really, you haven't experienced this yet. But this is where we are completely at his mercy, the mood that he is in, depending on how his team performs.
I mean, that's what I brought up last week, right? I was super concerned that if Order had lost against Avant, that cast that we had together would have been just sprinklings of salt of just, they could have done this like my team could have done, and it could have just been a very interesting situation. But, thankfully they won, and he's blessed us now with not even being here. So I've got Big Dog Rusty. Going to make it happen.
Absolutely, we're going to make it happen. Of course, the reason that Spawn is not here with us today is that his team is playing. Let's get up the schedule. There's not much to tell you. We've only got 2 teams playing tonight, so we've got a transition, and there we've got a schedule. It is Direwolves versus Order. That's it on the cards, but there is someone new joining the OPL tonight, and that is a new sponsor, NeoSurf. They're going to be with us throughout the playoffs, which is very exciting. And thanks to our friends at NeoSurf, we're giving away legendary skins, epic skins, masterwork chests, and keys for every game played in the OPL playoffs until the end of the grand final. So just head to our Twitter page at OPL to find out how you can enter. Basically, you have 10 minutes at the top of every game to get your answer in. Correct answers will win cool stuff. It's that easy, and it's all thanks to Neosurf. So thank you very much, Neosurf, for coming on board and helping us get through the playoffs and helping you guys get something to help you through these weird times where basically all you do is stay at home and play video games. Juves, you play a lot of video games.
Yes.
Welcome back. It's good to have you. Order versus Direwolves. What are you looking for tonight? What are we excited for tonight?
I'm excited for this top lane matchups. There's a lot of talk on Twitter between Chippies and Swiper. They actually play for a t-shirt when they come to Clash. So, if the gauntlet or the playoffs isn't enough, then they have a t-shirt that's on the line. And they have contrasting play styles. And I think a lot of this game will heavily revolve around how well both top laners do.
Absolutely. Rusty, you're going to be casting all night. Who are you tipping for this one?
I mean, it's hard to tip against Order compared to the Direwolves when you look at form recently coming into this one. I know I can say all of this without reservation because Spawn isn't actually here, so he's not going to relish in the brilliance of this tip. But no, I do see, and we don't know what they've done during the week, but I do see Order being the favourites coming into this game, and that game one obviously going to be a big one to get the feelers out and see how they're really doing.
See, Spawn always talks about how his management style is just like the guys I just want to promote friendships between the team, and I just want the guys to stream and just have fun, and it's not about competing, it's just about hanging out and being bros and having ice cold baths together. But I swear, he would have been drilling this team so hard this week. This is when Order come to shine. They're looking to make that run all the way up to the playoffs. Skimmy, what are Direwolves going to bring? What do they have in their back pocket to try to stop Order from doing that Order thing they love to do?
I feel like for me, just point blank, it has to be bot difference. I love Vital. I'm a massive fanboy of him. We've had our moments where we're like, why does the guy not have boots? But his aggression, his ability to always stay consistent and just do damage even when his team are behind, I love it. The guy, for someone I'm always such a big admirer of somebody that can be so young, come into a brand new scene and just hold their own and sort of showcase, hey, I'm 17, I'm Korean, I'm making it happen. I'm proving a point that I am somebody to look for. And I feel like in these most recent weeks, he's become more and more shouldering that responsibility. So I feel like if he turns up again for another week, he could be that slight edge that they need in a lane where they can find some dominance.
Do you feel like that because you see a lot of yourself in Vital, minus the Koreanness, obviously? But that's how you see, someone who was not involved in the league scene, young, pops in, suddenly starts to prove themselves.
Maybe in a weird, kind of roundabout way. I mean, I'm washed up, right? I'm 26, so in gaming age, that's just you're done, you're retired. I mean, I play games with I play games with Rusty, and he just shows me how bad I am at this video game, right?
Skimmy, did you just say 26 washed up, and then you play with me? How old do you think I am?
No. In the sense that I've come into this
26.
game. I've come into this game brand new, and I can see the difference in terms of you've got that experience. But I'm brand new. I'm fresh to the scene. And I've got Carbon in the other room playing with Jubes, and they're just sweating it up, getting master. And I'm struggling to play jungle Kiana.
Let me just clarify real quick. I'm master. Carbon's not master.
Oh, is he not?
Yeah, just make that very clear.
Well, Carbon, that's unfortunate for you. I've already shut the door on him, so he can't hear this. But no doubt he'll be tuning in and ready to flame you with another tweet.
I like that. I like that, Juves. Your casting career, hosting career has sort of begun, but the competitiveness has not left you an iota.
Well, I say once a competitor, always a competitor. You need something to feed that competitive nature, and for that, it's just me competing with Tim and me being the bigger dog in the yard.
But I heard that you don't even care about League anymore, and you're just a TFT guy.
Oh, I mean, there was a certain point in my career where my TFT rank nearly surpassed my solo queue rank, and that's when I was really considering. My life flashed before my eyes, and I was replaying all the decisions I made to get to this point, and I was at a crossroads, and you know what? I stuck with League of Legends Summoner's Rift, and here we are in Master Tier today.
There you go. decisions were made, and I feel like they were the right decisions. I hope that all of you guys watching have had a good week. Of course, you probably haven't been doing that much, and if you have been doing a lot, if you have been going to work, you work somewhere where you have to turn up, thank you very much for everything that you do, and I hope you're staying safe. But you can settle yourself in for 2 nights of OPL action this weekend. And also, it's not just the OPL, the MPL is back by popular demand, but more importantly, because of technical limitations that have been overcome, we can now NPL to our heart's content. So we will be playing that. Juves, as the special guest, I'll let you later on pick what you want to play, whether it's Summoner's Rift, ARAMs, or TFT, and we'll see if you make the correct decision, some viewers can get involved. If you choose poorly, then, well, everyone watching, you know who to blame.
The correct decision is really just being able to play with Nick Boy. For me, that's why I'm here.
There you go.
That's why I participate.
Because of that, I let you stay one more segment. And that segment will come up after the first game. It's about time we jump into game number 1 of tonight's shenanigans. It is Order versus Direwolves. They're chomping at the bit to get to each other, and it's coming up after the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Well, let's kick it off right here, Rusty. The Direwolves are taking on Order. 1 best of 5 dictating whether or not they can make it through for a potential shot at that grand finals. They'll be looking to take on the Chiefs if they are to be the victor of this one. And it's going to be a close affair. Both these teams, as you say, finished the split in very similar fashion. Identical records, but Order seem to be the tipped favourite just with a run of what we call the gauntlet form.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the recent match histories of both of these teams, Skivvy, Direwolves have won 1 game out of their last 8, whereas Order have won 7 of their last 8. Now, we put it in a vacuum, right? The opponents don't matter as much in that regard. It does look like Order at least have momentum, you know, coming in red-hot favourites. Direwolves, it's do-or-die moment for them. You know, they had their second chance. This is it. And it's a best of 5 for all the marbles right now. If you lose, you are eliminated. And they are definitely the ones backed into a corner.
They absolutely are. I mean, we saw a few of those limitations really from the drafting come out last week where players didn't feel as comfortable to exert their form of pressure on the map as a result. And I'm very curious, especially in this top lane matchup that Juve sort of talked about briefly for a second there. We saw that the Direwolves, when given the chance to go for a first pick on their Ornn, said, no, we don't actually want to go it. Eventually, Chippers went for that Maokai. And they're going to do it again. Yeah, they're going to... I feel like this is going to be a very common theme here in this series where the Ornn is just never let through.
Yeah, there's actually... So, that's definitely something we're going to have to monitor. But we also have to look at what the Direwolves have just locked in. Because Order have done this. It has to be intentionally. There's no other way to look at this. You've got Senna as their first pick after they've banned the Varus, Yuumi, and Aphelios. They've attacked Vital. They've attacked the bottom lane of Vital and Decoy, by the way, not Cupcake playing today.
Yeah.
And they've locked in the Senna. Misfortune was what I expected them to first pick, but they've gone a very different route. So it seems they were fully aware the Misfortune would be picked in response, and they have to have something there that they're going to play in the bottom lane. Like, you know, maybe it's a Maokai again for Ayla, and it's just going to be rare playing the farming, or the not farming rather, the starving Senna build.
Yeah. Be actually quite interesting to see if they do decide to go that sort of funnel style comp in that bottom lane. What's interesting for me, obviously, to add to that is the fact that we're going to see there's very heavy preference towards the Olaf. We've known that Chippies can play it in the top lane, but if Mira is given half the chance, he'll play it in the jungle. But then that matchup we saw last week also, the Olaf versus the Trundle. You were mentioning how much the Trundle can be that influencer, especially at level 6. Wasn't also apparent, though, in terms of how the game actually translated out.
Yeah, not at all. And of course, you've got the flex in here from Order's side. Direwolves, you would expect to see some standard stuff through a lot of their drafts here. Skimmy, they're on red side. So when it comes to red side Direwolves, all you look at is their 5th pick. That's really the only thing that stands out, is like this will be the deciding factor in a Direwolves game. And it's Chippy's playing So you often expect that to be some kind of split push. Now, the advantage that Direwolves have in this Game 1 draft is actually just that they are on red side, because Order's flex has to be revealed for the one lane that they leave it to.
Yeah.
That's what we're waiting to see.
Well, this is what I expected to see in the second ban phase, right? Is the target towards the mid lane, looking to try and remove as many of those comforts for either side, right? We've seen that Hayri, if given that Azir, will definitely make things happen. The guy is a monster on that champion. The same could then be said for Shock with the Syndra. If given the Syndra, feels like he has so much influence on the game, is able to really exert that pressure and get his team online. But now we're going to see that final pick go towards denying out what Swiper can do. So definitely going to be some respect here, but I feel like Shock's in a situation where his two most comfortable champions have been removed, and he's got to find something to really draw up from that.
And I mean, it probably just becomes Corki. I feel like, you know, this Kaiserhofer, it's funny, but like it actually has existed in mid lane in the past. When you look at the champions that are left for Shock, what is comfort is probably the Corki.
Sure.
But picking Corki against Hayri, I feel like I want to say is risky. In saying that, it is probably the only one remaining champion left that stands out to me, whereas on the Order side, they could have looked at an Orianna. I think the Jarvan pick actually gives that back to the Direwolves court, though. So this weird dynamic with control mages in mid lane stands out to me, where like they're necessary now with the rest of the drafts that are there, and the options are limited, and Order could choose to take away from Direwolves or just pick the best for themselves.
Well, that is the question, right? Because you now look and say, well, this is going to be Mir on the Jarvan, which is a champion that we know he's very comfortable on. Definitely feels like he has a lot of presence on the map to make things happen as a result, and has that innate combo synergy that you've already highlighted. So the Renekton is going to be the matchup in the top lane. It's going to be a battle of the bruisers looking to try and punch on, and Harry's going to go for the little Blanc. So the assassin-style gameplay is there. And as you say, it looks just too good of an opportunity to pass up. If the Orianna can come online, the synergy to make things happen.
Yeah, so Direwolves didn't actually play this out to go for a hard counter pick for Chippies. They've locked in their Jarvan fourth, and they hold the Orianna just to kind of round out their composition. I think it's very clear what the Direwolves want to do here with their draft. They've got a 5v5, they've got R buttons. We're waiting to see if the final swap will happen, and it will in fact be an Olaf top lane, or if it is going to be the Jarvan. There has been some Jarvan tops here and there, but it's unlikely against a Renekton. And you know, you do look at the Direwolves game plan, Skibby, and you think this makes sense. Order on the other side, I actually think have gone for something very much premeditated through this Game 1 draft.
Yeah.
They've gone for the Senna Maokai. They knew that it was going to be a misfortune for Vital. There was a chance it was an Ezreal, but Yuumi was banned. So, again, it was kind of pushing them in this direction, and they got what they wanted. Now they pick Maokai Senna. Has got pretty high kill threat. LeBlanc also very good as assassination champion, and they picked that knowing, or at least assuming, that it was going to be the Orianna in mid lane. So they've got themselves this very, I want to say it's diverse and in ways soft counters, but they're very much equipped to deal with what their opponents have.
I think interesting for me is, once again, we're seeing that second iteration of the starved Senna, with Ayla going to be able to go on that Maokai for that tanky nature. It just gives them so much reliable engage, the ability to stay self-sustained in that bottom lane, especially against a kill comp. That is what Vital and Decoy are going to be looking to do. But that has to be the number one question for me, right? You know, Decoy didn't get to play last week. We know what Cupcake can do, especially on the Bard. But there definitely seemed to be a situation where they were falling behind a lane, and that just translated into a very weak mid to late game. But let's kick it off with the very first game of this week. It's a best of 5 between Order and Direwolves. There'll be one victor and one loser. It's do or die right now, because if you're out, that is your playoff run gone.
And we spoke about this before, Skimmy, but Game 1 in the Best of 5 series is definitely just testing the waters, getting your feelers out. It's also a possibility to do some different strategic plays. You know, it's the type of series where you can afford to make mistakes or gambles. And if they work, then they give you the advantage. And if they don't, you can reset and you can go again. So we have to kind of closely watch any first game of a Best of 5 series and really see what the teams have on offer. Because right now, I always look at the side of Order to say they're the team most likely to do something different. Whereas at first game, Direwolves seem like they've been very cautious and standard.
Yeah, very cool, calm, composed, waiting to really sort of feel out the opponent and sort of see what their game plan is. If they're willing to reveal anything early on to try and get a read, to try and propel themselves forward and really get those mental mind games online. Now, both junglers going to start on the red. Be interesting to see where Oni decides to go with this matchup. If he is just going to look to try and boost level 6 as quickly as possible, or if he's going to try and match out that Jarvan, as we said during the draft, this is a comfort pick for Mir.
Yeah, so instantly hits level 2, runs straight over to his blue side of the jungle. It's very clear he doesn't want the Jarvan to be taking that away, and we may just have alternate sides of the jungle being cleared. Jarvan and Trundle aren't exactly the fastest, but they can both do it very healthily, and it's those ganks afterwards that you're definitely looking for. Would a Trundle farm to 6? Probably not. The pillar is way too useful to try and get ganks off, and he has very good lanes to gank for. If you hit a pillar onto the Olaf, has to flash, Renekton will catch him if not, and they've got stuns in bottom lane, they've got chains in mid lane. Like, this is close to the dream situation to be a jungler for lane strength for ganks.
You can see there already, Mir just, you know, feigning the attempt to go for that blue buff, straight away into that brush, straight away using that sweeper to spawn out a zombie ward. And that could be a crucial factor here for just really acquiring vision dominance, for finding those essential picks so you can actually really get that combo between the Cataclysm and the Shockwave online. But shows warning signs that the guy is not afraid to make things happen, but may put him behind a little bit in terms of tempo. As you can see, only going for the invade on the top side.
Yeah, nice little trade there from Swiper as well. He knows that his jungle's on the correct side of the map to be able to play a little bit more aggressively. Chippy's, as you can see though, pretty aware of the exact same thing in the opposite way. So he's playing passively. He's looking to maybe take some soft trades. But you don't want to lose too much health, or the risk of the dive would be far too significant. So just waiting for that Jarvan to be active on the bottom side of the map while he plays as passively as he can on top side. And it's hard to dive an Olaf, even at level 3. You know, without that ultimate, you feel like it's way too risky because he just gets stronger the lower he is. And it seems like might have that Time Warp tonic running as well. So even then can get that instant boost of health, and that really does make the difference there. So very cautious play here from Direwolves in the correct, from Order in the correct manner.
Going to see what appears to now be a collapse in towards mid lane, wanting to really punish out what Jarvan was up to. He's going to actually force the flash as well. Priority found in the bottom half of Order's map, and able to really counteract what was looking like Mira trying to really punish Only's invade attempts in the top side.
Yeah, and Order's 2v2 in bottom lane that you're looking at now. You can see the size of this wave that is about to crash down here. They felt like they had the ability to leave. Direwolves, while they have priority in this lane, it's not on the correct side of the map for them to leave first, right? So Order get there, they protect their jungle, they get a flash away from Mir, and that is significant. You know, that's the potential kill threat actually removed. If Jarvan ganks the lane now, all you can do is flash away. He can't flash follow you with the flag drag anymore, and the kill threat goes down.
Does indeed. It's not going to deter Direwolves for too much here as they look to crash that wave in. Only will be in the vicinity if a collapse were to happen. But definitely you're seeing a fair presence, a fair amount of direction shown towards this bottom side of the map. He's going to go for the reset now and maybe show his head in this top side as we try and keep Swiper online as they get level 6 first.
And that wave is a little bit yikes there from Chippies on their recall. Shock and Chippies both running out of mana, and knowing that their Jarvan have been pushed out means that it's not the most comfortable position to be starting this game off. Now, the good thing that Direwolves do is they'll all reset together, and they'll get back out onto the map, presumably with their control wards, and be able to actually set up. This was very cheeky.
Flash forward to get the root. The passive connects. Not going to land the hook just yet. Waiting for that creep wave to get out of the way. Gets it, finds it, looks for the passive again. Heal comes across. Senna will do a great job there. The sustain, as we mentioned, coming online between both of their kits. But that will punish them for that back time. I'll have to see how much this actually impacts them, as the wave will still come and crash into the tower.
Yeah, so far so good from the 2v2 of Direwolves. That was cheeky, but very effective. Even though they use their own summoner spells to try and look for the kills, it forces a teleport out of Ayla, and you can see the CS difference that has started to mount from just the pressure that they've had. You know, both teams were aware of where their junglers were positioned, and while they haven't ganked, it has been successful in getting Vital and Decoy in a very comfortable position, as Chippies has ulted.
He has indeed. And he's going to go for a second recall. Actually went back to get Doran's, get himself a little bit more trading potential, bit of extra sustain. But that advantage you highlight in the bottom lane is found with Vital getting a slight gold impact, which you can see from that CS difference. Now hold that fort for a second. Both junglers look to contest on towards the scuttle. It's actually successful here by Only denying it away. Posturing themselves up for Dragon now.
Yeah. Pretty much out without being stopped at all. Still had that flash, so if the hook looked like it was going to connect, he still would have been fine. Nice little steal away there from Only. Really puts themselves in a comfortable position, like you mentioned near the Drake. If you're going to look at doing that one, Dials, which you'd say is definitely not possible now, especially with no mana on Mir waiting for that second blue buff to spawn. They'll quell any threats once again from their opponents.
And Mir has been punished. You know, he showed his face in this bottom side of the map so many different times that only he's been able to get himself a nice little advantage. He's going to be the first one to hit level 6, as you can see now. And with that online, may look just to force and say, I've got the subjugate, let's make something happen. Is now to go for the pillar. They look to try and isolate Vital. He will have that flash and will have that heal. The hook disengaged. The root, however, does connect. He's forced to flash over the wall. And that is first blood, now turning into a dragon.
Yeah, and the Trundle ultimate used on a Nautilus who procs that aftershock. So very easily done there from Order. Level 6 to level 5. Look at jungle advantages, man. That's a free Drake as well. If you want to consider, how do I beat Direwolves? And if you looked at the last 2 odd weeks for an example of exactly that, there is a lot of sample size there, first of all. And a lot of it seems to revolve around Mir. And it may not just be killing him, but it's about getting that camp lead, getting that advantage, and turning it into something meaningful. It seems to be a major part of where the shortcomings of Direwolves existed as a nice little trade top lane at the very least. Isn't going to give him the CS advantage, but at least evens the lane health.
You're going to give him some trading potential, allow him to then go into the river and start denying some vision. If the rotation will come across for the Rift Herald that is now soon to spawn. Trade goes out again. Ultimate advantage will still fall in Swiper's favor, however, as Ragnarok has to be burned. That's interesting now with Rift Herald just being started.
At least it forces lane priority. You've got Shock moving up here as well, but Mir has no health, just getting 1v1'd by a Herald.
Still not
Only just has to look at him and he dies. Like, just go over the wall, man. Don't run the risk of the pillar cancelling you.
Doesn't happen. And he'd be grateful of that one, but he is very low on that health. Now can Direwolves look to find a pick? Remember, these members are very healthy from Order. They have mobility. They have ultimates online. They're going to look for a one-shot collapse on Demir, but that's going to force out Vital's heal.
Swiper.
Forced to disengage away. Dominus procced early. He finds their kill. Jarvan out of the map, and Decoy is going to fall for the second time here. You get this man online, and we have seen what he can do.
Yeah, that was a really hard force from Direwolves. They bring 5 people up there. Vital now at risk of being dove here as well. A pillar will lock him in, and he doesn't have flash.
They're looking to make it happen. Rare flashes forward, they secure a kill, and they just punish you so damn hard. Yes, Chippies gets the Herald, but the cost he pays is so damn high.
Yeah, it's the cost the whole team pays here as well, Skimmy. You know, they are really struggling to stay in this game by staying on the map. Like, step number 1 of League of Legends is be consistent through laning phase, but they're all using ultimates, running out of mana, running out of health through trades, and they start this, and Mir has 0 health from just the Herald. You know, he gets healed, gets a shield from Orianna, and then Swiper says, let's do it. It's a free kill. And they follow up with a second onto Decoy. They follow up with a third onto Vital after they dive him as well. And it just makes you wonder, you know, Direwolves, the decision-making here. Do we commit to that Herald or do we let it reset? I think they know full well that Order would do it if they reset. So they choose to take the risk, and that risk comes back to bite them.
It hurts them so much, and it begs the question, right? You know what this innate strength is that Direwolves have. It's that shockwave, it's that cataclysm, it's that bullet time, it's everything coming together. And the fact that, you know, only did get that early lead, was able to translate into a dragon and just punish Miri into almost a state of desperation, really, really comes back to haunt him.
It just feels like to me that the recipe for beating Direwolves is way too prevalent and obvious. And Order, if you look at this team matchup stylistically, we might have to hold the thought if top goes all in.
They are looking to go all in right now. 4 members of Order are coming topside. They want to make things happen. The Ragnarok gets popped very early on, flashes away, but they can dive. They can look to just happen under the tower. You're not CC invulnerable anymore. You're going to take a bucket load of damage. Subjugate goes online. He will just be tickled by the tower. Now Direwolves have to make something happen in the bot side to force a response.
And this is starting to become an absolute decimation if it continues on this trajectory. It looks like they'll be able to get the first turret of the game here in top lane as well. Hayri looking to pressure bot side. Nothing is free for Mir. You know, they're looking to contest everything they possibly can. Keep him down. Because when Mir is down, that recipe I was talking about before, it seems like Direwolves are just a completely different team if he's behind.
Need to see what they have left in their inventory. Obviously still at the strong team fight. That's what we're really highlighting here. That's what we're yet to see. But if they continue to get picked, that strength, the item differences may just be a non-factor. Direwolves continue to pressure into this bot side, looking to get that final plate. Still plenty of time before the 14-minute mark when those plates fall on down. We'll secure it. And I suppose you have to highlight the fact that, okay, Shock is finding himself a CS advantage. But he is still going to be very even in terms of the fact that Harry's been rotating and able to find himself assists.
It's just, what is he doing with that CS advantage to help his team win the game right now, you know? Like, it's not to discredit Shock. He's picked the Orianna. It's for the composition as well. It's just one of those things where, like, Direwolves through their draft, they chose the composition as their 4-5 pick while on red side. Like, they didn't pick a comp in their first 3. And that, to me, you know, ruins a lot of the strengths that is always in the back of my mind when I watch a Direwolves draft. Like, they've got this epic ability to counter pick for their solo laners if they want to, you know, to do something great with it. And you're sacking your bottom lane, but it's a good draft. Like, a Nautilus Misfortune is strong, but they're always going to pick them early to enable that to happen. And that seems like the Direwolves recipe to me. But they've gone for this team fighting comp, and they need to make it work, because right now it is not.
This is an interesting trade. The Herald will soon to expire. They pop it. Dragon has spawned. Only's just going to solo that one up. They actually burn a teleport to come top and respond and protect. Water can hang on to here with 2 plates remaining. In a fantastic situation. This really closes out with the gold lead they're finding.
They need to be careful, though, with the 5-man collapse. That Drake being murdered is actually the signal that they do not have 5 people there, and it is an Orianna and a Jarvan sitting on the flank.
They are looking for it. Rare is caught out of position. A lot of CC. He goes golden and denies one ultimate, but will fall victim to the second. Swiper flashing over the wall. He wants to be the king, but he will fall on down. Pinned in a situation he's not comfortable with. Nature's Grass, however, locking in 3 members. Only jumps into the fray, and Harry looks for a one-shot. Ignite will not take down Decoy, but put him within 1 life of a shot that takes him down eventually. Direwolves find some kills. They find the better end of that trade, but objectively still, they're getting forced out.
They were given an opportunity to let their composition work to the fullest here, Skimmy. You know, they're able to look for the 5v5. Even if the Shockwave is stopwatched by Rare, he is the one caught out of position. And instead of sacrificing him, it seems like they opted into the fight. You know, it is not the Blade of the Ruined King Renekton. It is the Black Cleaver Rush. So very much being more equipped to team fight. And we'll get to see this again because they just catch him. They see him clearing that ward. They know exactly where he's pathing. He does not have the ability to flash out. And so it is just an easy pick here from Direwolves. Misfortune ult comes in. They could just leave him. They could have just left Rare and disengaged. But they choose not to. They choose to take the 5v5. They overforce here with just a significant numbers disadvantage. And they give 3 kills, honestly, over to their opponents. That is one of those, you know, Order starts so strong in this game. And then they have those rare lapses of judgment where it just comes back to bite them, and Direwolves are a team to pounce.
They pounce. Try and make something happen. There's a glimmer of hope in this game here. A sign of life, a sign of what they're equipped to achieve. You start to really get carried away with the idea that these tanks, these bruisers on Order's side are, you know, so far ahead, so tanky, so strong just to lead the line that they will have that innate sustain to really survive those long drawn-out fights.
That's where they want to be. You know, they want to be able to hit those team fights. I think Order would very much be happier looking for the pick if possible first. You know, utilizing the Misfortune. The Senna, who also has pretty high pick potential, even Maokai with the Twisted Advance. I don't think you want to meet in the middle and go front to back if these 5v5s do start happening. Unless you're just too far ahead for it not to matter, you know. So I'm always looking at objectives in the river more than anywhere else. You know, if they're able to actually set themselves up for the Drake, then they'll be able to get picks much more successfully. But when you've got the Herald, you know, this is still a very good opportunity to summon this one. LeBlanc does love siege scenarios.
Gonna force the bullet time to respond to that wave. Turret stays strong for the meantime. Swipe was forcing down bot side, looking to really unlock this map. Find vision everywhere. And keep Direwolves on the back foot, forcing them to use those summoners to match the waves.
Starting to get their items as well here, both teams. You would have to say that Direwolves definitely need those items to be stronger. You know, Orianna trying to get those 1 to 2 item spikes, work towards the 3rd and be super powerful. But even on Order's side, you know, it's the buildings of a Gargoyle Stone Plate for only on this Trundle. He'll be able to teamfight better by having that and just being too tanky for his opponents to kill. A similar thing can be said for Decoy, who has been put very far behind. Now 0-3, but he's pretty close to that item. And at the very least, what we have seen in a lot of team fights is it starts by a Nautilus face tanking everything. If they're going to try and engage Order, Decoy's going to stand physically in the way and just, you know, live for as long as he can while using the ultimate to hit as many people as possible. And that seems to be his primary function.
That seems to be his mantra, get the aftershock proc and live to complete your job. Obviously, as you say, only accentuated by that stone plate. I'm curious about Shock's build. You know, he's got the Null Magic Mantle at the moment. He's got the resistance for that, but I'm wondering if we are going to see him up towards that Athene's Unholy Grail, go for the more supportive route to ensure that Jarvan stays topped up and shielded long enough to, you know, do his impact, or if we're going to see a more carry-orientated build.
It should be a Banshees. I hope it's not Skibby. I hope it's not an Athene's, is what I'm saying. Because it'd be too supportive for me, and he definitely needs to be a damage dealer. He's the only magic damage on the team. And if he chooses to go supportive, then it becomes a lot easier for Order's tanks and frontlines to itemize. It right now does look like it will be the makings of a Banshee's Veil, potentially. Either way, he's going to start to need a Void Staff sooner or later if they continue to stack any magic resistance. But yeah, maximize your damage output, hit level 11, he's now 12 of course, and have a higher impact ultimate to switch the flow of this game.
And that's what we're looking to achieve as the third dragon of the game will spawn. It is a Cloud Rift. Plenty of ultimate CDR to be acquired. The movement speed component as well.
Hairy.
Definitely going to favor what Order want to bring to this table.
I think Direwolves are hunting now.
Direwolves are looking for it. There's going to be a flash forward from Ayla. He's just going to lock everybody in place there with the Nature's Grasp. Now Decoy's going to spot a Bobber, unable to really exert any form of pressure. Tries to draw them into Vital's bullet time. Now it's a numbers disadvantage, 5v4. Order will play with the time, wait for those cooldowns to come back online, and they will start that dragon, really forcing Direwolf's hands here.
Yeah, Drake number 3. It seems like Direwolves felt a little bit too hard pressed to get the fight going. They're still trying to move their way into the area. They're doing it as a group. Order, it seems like they are looking for the flanks to try and really bottleneck Direwolves' options. They'll be able to get the Drake in the meanwhile. That is Drake number 3. And so that pressure Direwolves felt may be happening a little bit too soon for their liking. As like mentioned, Decoy, without finishing that item, is a little bit too squishy to be able to team fight.
Very squishy, falls victim to that attempt there to try and force their hand into the Dragon Pit. They did still have the mid-jungle combo, but the follow-up damage would have been definitely lacking with the bullet time having been used only moments prior to that one. And now Order are in a situation very comfortable when it comes to objectives. They've got that very clear win condition to look forward to in the next 4 minutes. But despite all this, you know, Direwolves have been doing a fantastic job in matching in terms of the CS and making this gold lead that Order had achieved really start to shrink.
Yeah, it feels honestly like Shock has nullified Hayri's threat around the map, and a lot of the Direwolves have been handling this LeBlanc decently well. It does feel like the biggest threat is still this Trundle, who has commanded a lot of the early game strength. But at the end of the day, you'll still have a Jarvan Ori combo to compensate for that as the game progresses. Not to mention that Misfortune ultimate that has been doing some very serious work through this game.
That it has. You can see the ability for Oni to get himself so far ahead. Completed Cinder Hulk item, Stone Plate as well. Those mercs, he's incredibly hard to lock in place. And when he leads the line, especially with a red buff as well, it's where Chippy's wish he was in this step of the game so far.
It's quite a funny interaction with Trundle as well now that they've changed Cinder Hulk and Barmy Cinder items. If he uses his pillar and it knocks someone up, it does actually proc the Sunfire, or like the Cinder portion of the spell, but it does it on him. So if he pillars from range, it actually just erupts fire around him and doesn't deal the damage. So you need to be in melee range if you want to maximize your damage output. That's also important for clearing jungle camps now as Trundle with the new Cinder change. You can use your pillar to help clear camps.
Could be quite frustrating if it went aware of that one. That's going to collapse into bottom side now. Chippies doesn't have flash, does have ultimate, however, has to be careful and respects the fact that, hey, members are missing on the map right now. My team is nowhere near to force any kind of assistance. Order will back away.
Yeah, they're starting to get time pressed here though. Direwolves with the fourth Drake coming up. The sole point that exists for Order will play in their minds for certain. 21 minutes into this one as well, Baron becomes more and more viable with each passing minute that we see on the Rift. So just trying to get to those item spikes as best they can here before they are hard pressed to do something, before they're forced to do something.
Well, the Haunting Guise is there now, so it looks like the Magic Resist was just there as a placeholder for a later item, looking to what you'd imagine be now a Leandri's Rush. Just for that extra burst, that extra burn, really, if these fights are to be drawn on out.
I would like to see the Dorans that he has actually sold now for control wards, especially before these fights happen around the river, so that they can just have as much vision control as possible. Still trying to bully their opponents out, though, very successfully, you might add here, Order, as they go for the scuttle and only wins that 1v1 against his mid laner. That's a very important 1v1 for jungle momentum. It means he earns the next Raptor camp.
All these scuttles have belonged to him this game. They've had complete river dominance in terms of just their natural vision, as you can see here with all the control boards laid down, but the ability to dictate where that happens. And, you know, only up by 1 level at this stage of the game, but he will hit that mark where the ultimates come online quicker.
Nice little lull state that we've seen here, though, at the moment. It means that your eyes should always go to the mini-map in moments like this and start looking at the vision that these teams are getting down, and as you can tell, very much in favor of Order. The blue side vision control through that river. There is only one flank ward that exists from Direwolves, and that could be valuable for Chippies if he gets into the flank, but that's also an expected place to sweep through, especially with all the other wards that Order have before objectives are considered. 30 seconds here, Skimmy, until the Cloud Soul is available.
It's rough right now because their top lane is getting pushed in. They're sacking that for mid lane prio. They've yet to put any vision down. It's risky to try and face check any of these angles because there are members of Order chomping at the bit to really force you out and make it a 4v5 again.
And you can see that mid priority, though, is belonging entirely to Order. They've bullied out their opponents. Decoy already starting this at half health. If they're going to contest this one, I mean, he needs to actually engage the fight by hitting a hook. If he doesn't block that Aftershock, Decoy is pointless in the game right now. It may just die there. Very close. I think they just lose Dragon now. They just have to concede.
The poke, the damage, the vision denial that comes from this Umbral Glaive and the rest of the vision they have just from the sheer fact that they are ahead in this game. It's just really bullied out Direwolves. They've been forced to phase check. They nearly got taken out by a Senna Cannon. That's going to be the guaranteed Dragon. That's going to be the Cloud Soul. And they put themselves in a fantastic situation, patching out so many weaknesses because you now have got so much movement speed at your disposal. And if Swipe was a threat before, if Only was a threat before, they can run at you. And
yeah, they actually have a really nasty
so
comp for the
hard.
Cloud Soul.
I'm scared, Rusty. I really am.
So why Skimmy? And I think it's because of my internet connection.
That will do it to you.
Okay.
Look, mate, if you drop out, we'll make it happen. The one on solo cast.
All
I'm going to keep talking. If I keep getting replies, we're good.
Any time that you speak, you're just like triple timing in my ears right now. You've become Eminem as my computer catches up every time.
Yes. Who needs premium Spotify? We've got it right here. No ads, no drama. But it's drama for Direwolves right now. They're scared. Only down by 1k gold, but doesn't really tell you the tune of this game. It has been everything Order since the very get-go. A lot is found by the top side of this map. They're the ones with the lion's share of the gold. They're the ones that are leading the line, forcing the hands of their opponents and really dictating how these team fights happen. We've only seen really one glimpse of Direwolves forcing that combo. And still, yep, Order were the ones in the driving seat. Now we look to lock place. Only is just so damn tanky, especially with the stone play online. It actually buys enough time for his team to come on through. That's an important shutdown for Shock, however, giving him a fair bit of money to make damage happen as he really bullies out Harry, poking across from that wall.
Yeah, and you can see if Order goes into Direwolves, it feels like it's not going to work out well for them. Nice hook.
Hook there, forcing out the flash response. It's a summon a burn on a otherwise immobile carry. Direwolves will take this opportunity to now push through mid. Swiper is so keen for that flanking angle. He has the flash, he has the dominance, he'll have that Cloud Soul as well. He's going to be so damn scary when he decides to jump on in. It's being popped. He realizes that Ayla is incredibly low. He was really keen to make that a reality, but it's just not possible now.
And it's starting to become more and more clear that this game is decided by whoever sets up better, whoever gets there first. If Order are running into the Direwolves, they're going to find a Shockwave on the ground. You know, they're going to find a Jarvan engaging on them, a Nautilus hook hitting them, and then they're just stuck, and they just lose that 5v5. For Order as well, you saw them set up at the Cloud Drake, you saw them have vision control first in the topside river, and when they have that, and Direwolves are walking towards them, their poke is very annoying. They're able to get those kills, or at least health chunks, and that forces them to get the objectives as well. So this game's starting to actually teeter in a balance that comes down to who plans and prepares the best, not just the execution.
Well, that shutdown goal was big there for Shock. As you can see now, completed Leandri. He's working towards now that third item. He's going to go straight in with a needlessly large rod. He just wants damage galore, wants to really make sure that Shockwave sticks. And it's getting a little bit scarier now for Hayri when he's jumping in there for those assassination attempts. He's going in, looking to try and burst somebody out, but the punishment that comes in retaliation is big. As Order now wants to say, we cannot allow this tempo to fall out of our grips. Gold is even. We have the objectives. This has been our game all day long. Let's start the Baron.
Very nicely done here from Rare, actually. He has that Q that he's using on Baron, and it would clear the wards. He's been avoiding the wards while healing his allies. But they know that he's there now, but it's too late. Direwolves, they concede the Baron. They had no idea it was being done until far too late into the mix. Now they're looking for the fight.
They're going to force it. That's going to be the free-man Shockwave, locking people in place. Chippy's now coming on to teleport from the middle of that river. 4v5 situation, the knockback. Hayri nearly falling out of line. Does have to jump to dash away. That's one Baron buff denied. See, Chippy's just finding so much threat, so much push power in the bottom lane. Really wanted to hold on for that as long as possible.
But that's the thing, right? They lose Baron and they lose their teleport for the single kill. Is it good that Direwolves respond and try and trade something? Yes. But it was just Rare. And now maybe Hayri, who needs to really stop doing that.
So low.
That is at risk of going down. And that, if you are Order, you get the Baron, you say disengage anyway. You lose one person, and you get the teleport advantage for Swiper with Baron buff in hand. You say worth all the time.
I start to wonder now, Rusty, if this is a game that's going to be purely dictated, decided even, by the Elder.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be the fight before or after the Elder, the way that this game has been going so far. But right now, when we highlight the teleport advantage that belongs to one team, Chippies has done what he can on top side, but if you're Hayri, you now just reset. You probably send Swiper to top side, and he can just threaten and push till the end of time. Right now, he is going to be working with his team, however, to get some vision control first, which again, a good sign of respect here showed by Order. Seems like they're just going to commit to the objective
as well there, Rusty. You've got obviously the Executioners on Rare. Now you've got to complete a mortal reminder on Vital. So when that bullet time comes out, it will pack a punch and will hopefully allow them to burn through these threats, these beefy tanks with all their innate sustain. That's been such a zoning terror, really, for them to try and go into.
Yeah, he's had a lot of defensive and utility items. Now he finally starts to get some damage to back that up. The ultimate of Vital is going to be the most important part of his abilities right now. But look at the Jarvan and see how the Shockwave works with him, because that will win the whole team fight.
One-man depth charge going on out. Shockwave is waiting to happen. There it is. But Swiper just dashed into the backline. The domination, the dominance. The damage to make things happen. The zoning potential it brings. Direwolves disengaged now, looking to re-engage through that mid lane. Members are low. Members are forced to back away, but Order will find that prey. Will find some fruit as well to top themselves up. 5 a day.
Yeah, they have sustain here. They will just be able to do the Elder. Look at Direwolves. They're not really willing to participate in the river at all. They will concede the Elder. Maybe go for an inner turret as a trade. But that's not really worth it here from Direwolves. What they will buy by pushing these waves out before the dragon is taken, though, is time. Because Order will have to reset. They'll have to establish control of the map. But you can see them right now. Why would we do that when bottom just presents itself?
They were looking to catch out Shock, but Shock was very, very safe still with all those summoners available. Obviously, his innate ability to speed himself up out of harm's way. Yes, as you say, the Direwolves have bought themselves a fair bit of time, but with how these fights have been going so far, that Elder Dragon may just be enough to really secure the deal and look to close this game out.
So the thing you have to look at now, you know, obviously the Elder empowers Order very much for the 5v5 team fights. And you would say that they're against, once again, this 5v5 comp of Direwolves. Do they have enough damage to be able to take out their opponents? I think that it's hard to do. You know, we've got full damage build from Shock. He's maybe at a point where if that Shockwave hits Rare, Rare will die. But it's so hard to hit Hayri first of all with the mobility that he has, and everyone else survives that combo. So all of the damage has to come from Vital and Shock, doing it at the same time if they want to be able to win a 5v5 handily, where right now I think that Order, they keep Chaos, maybe stay separated here and there, you know, being in different clumpings when fights happen, and it'll be very hard for Direwolves to actually stop this push.
Well, those are the two members I was going to highlight because they've hit some big breakthroughs now. Infinity Edge completed for Vital. And the Rabadon's cap for Shock's Orianna. If they can find the combo, that is the main question we've asked all game. If they can find it, if something can happen, maybe they can turn things around. Out comes the Nature's Grasp, zoning people away for the second time in a big deciding fashion. The Elder buff will find its value. Much like a Baron, will zone Direwolves away, and mid inhibitor will fall on down.
Yeah, one free inhibitor taken, completely conceded there by the Direwolves. Once that Maokai ultimate came out, they said nope, and they'll disengage. Once again, they're going to put some priority towards trying to get to these side lanes and get some control, buy some more time, get rid of the Elder on their opponents before they even consider a fight. Problem is the cost was high. And with 1 minute till Baron, Superstar to barrel down mid lane makes getting priority a little bit easier. The Direwolves will be happy that it wasn't bot lane inhibitor that fell.
That is the saving grace here. Now both of those solos in the top will have their teleports available for that deciding fashion. For that ability to try and find pressure all around. Order been doing a fantastic job before they went for that reset to really push all these waves out. Harry being the last survivor, the last one to complete that. As he's locking in place Shock here. But that Dragon up in now 30 seconds. Mid-pro is going to be so damn important, and Order know that's where they're going to be, and will have the ability to get their jump first.
There's a big flank.
They're going to jump into decoy once again. Ignite being used very early on to try and cut down through some of that sustain, some of that healing, some of that damage. Vital's just gone. That's the threat of a Cloud Soul. The Bruisers can just jump on you, and you have no ability to disengage on out. Mir is so locked in place. He goes down for a second. The shutdowns come thick and fast. Even with Elder being expired, the threat of getting that jump on your opponent first was just too much of a threat for Direwolves to deal with here, Rusty. And now they're going to look to close out this game.
I think they're just doomed here, man. They've only got a single range minion that will be cleared. Shockwave is available for Shock, and there's no Baron buff. So you'd look at the wave and say, if he can clear it, then maybe they have a chance. But he has no flash against the LeBlanc, and there's supers. So I think they're just doomed.
Order TPing on these minions, keeping them alive for just a little bit longer to get that buff on towards those towers. The damage comes out. Shock the sole survivor. But the Nexus will fall on down, and Order will take the lead 1-0 in this best of 5.
And it felt like a pretty convincing game in the end here, Skimmy. There was some hiccups, you know, some moments, but that's okay to do in game 1 of a best of 5 series because you can still refine yourself from what was just the raw game 1 start in this game right now. I mean, Direwolves, they picked a 5v5 comp. They went for the team fighting, but they never got to a position where they could realistically just take those team fights because Order get too far ahead early. And once again, they replicate the recipe that everyone else is using to great success against the Direwolves, which is keep Mir down and start to control the map from that.
It definitely felt like the narrative, right? Was the fact that so many objectives were sacrificed, they fell behind in levels, fell behind in influence, and it just allowed those laners to find such a massive impact on the game that you're sacrificing 4 consecutive dragons and basically conceding everything that then followed. You're looking at really drawing out the game as long as possible by pushing those lanes, by really forcing Order's hand. And, you know, you talk about there being those worrying moments. There were times when Direwolves were the ones to force the engage and it looked good. But outside of that, you know, Direwolves were so backs against the wall, really unable to find that situation. So it's a rough game. It is only game 1 of a best of 5, so plenty more left in the barrel for these teams to go and duel on out with. And we're going to find out how things shape up for game number 2 right after this break.
Moving too fast, like we're moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't.
Damn it, I thought that he would have continued just before we're on air. Juve starts singing, and then he sees that the timer says 1 second until we're on, and I just hear, oh, he stops. What can't stop, though, is Order winning. That's a segue. I believe Order have won the last 5 or so games that they've had. Direwolves have been on something of a losing streak, but Order close out game 1, Juves.
I didn't know we were going to throw each other under the bus on the hangout, but it turns out this is where we throw each other under the bus, and when we feel comfortable in our environment and comfortable with each other, we actually tell the world. So,
Yep.
Okay.
My house, my rules.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Okay.
How did you feel about that game? You were disappointed from the draft.
Yes. I feel like the Direwolves really let themselves down in the draft, and I think that we see this Olaf pick from them time again, and it works for them, more often than not. So it'd be rude of me to say don't pick it, but I think the Trundle pick from Order just had far too much value. They got Senna Maokai, which I think is completely bonkers and broken. Renekton isn't a champion that loses early game either, so they kind of nullified the Renekton-Olaf matchup. And then I think the Trundle pick for me just had too much value in this game. He has the ult target Olaf, he has an ult target in Jarvan, and he has an ult target in Nautilus that make him just like a 1v9 champion in team fights. And I think, we'll touch on it later, but Only had a really superb game.
Only did have a bit of a monster game. Both junglers kind of just let bot lane do their thing and sort of stuck to the top half of the map most of the time.
Well, we talk about Direwolves being this top-focused team, and Miru often finds himself pathing towards chippies and leaving bot lane on an island just to 10 CS per minute. But this game, Only pathed towards top side. He kind of nullified the volatile matchup where chippies needed to get a lead. And in doing so, he actually got himself a lead just through superior pathing as well. The Senna Maokai protected some of Only's jungle camps, which was really good. But I think Only, the pathing was just really, really good.
The issue, it seemed like, as watching that game, is we're sort of like 15 minutes in, and we're talking about the fact that not a huge amount has happened. There hasn't been necessarily a standout. It seemed like after the draft, Order just started making it hard for themselves, and in many ways they were their own worst enemy for game 1.
Well, no. So Order played the game really well at from the first minute to maybe like the 10th minute. I don't know when the Rift Herald fight was. Like they got themselves a lead in which the game should have just been over, and I don't even say that lightly. Like the game should have really just been closed up shop, and we'll go to the next one.
Yep.
And we were having that conversation, but then Order, for whatever they did, Rare 7 got picked. He did one of the Rare 7 things that we often talk about. He dies for no reason sometimes.
Yep.
And then it wasn't enough for him to die. They said, okay, you've killed Rare 7. That's not happening on my watch. I'm going to die with him. And so then one more person went in, and I think Swiper died in that team fight. And then it was like, oh, Swiper's dead? I'm going to die too. And then another person went in and died. And it was really like a circus for a moment. But the circus...
It was like an action movie where each person just takes their turn to attack Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
As opposed to everyone piles on at once.
Yeah, and so then Order actually threw maybe a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead. I think they even lost Rift Herald. They lost the tower, and it was then an even game. But I don't think an even game is enough for Direwolves to come back in. They needed to not lose lane, not lose early skirmishes, and not give away a gold deficit. And so Order, I think, are lucky that Papa Spawn actually got them a lead in draft. But like I said to you, we saw the best and worst of both teams in this game. The one where Order has a really good game to a certain point and then they throw, And then we saw Direwolves being really resilient and managing to, off the back of, I think, Vital, 10 CS per minuting and team fighting well, and their Orianna Jarvan combo get back into the game. And so, that's why I'm not sold on this series, and I don't know who wins, is because anyone could have won that game, and we saw one team in, one team not in, and one team play well, one team play well.
When it's a situation where, like you're talking about, Order in front, they make some mistakes. It seems to be entirely mental, the way that they fall apart there for a while. What do Direwolves do to capitalize or try to encourage that kind of behavior? How do they force that kind of behavior? Is it a matter of just trying to pick on Rare to get him tilted? How do you force this situation over and over again where it seems like Order are throwing it as opposed to Direwolves are taking it away?
Yes. How you capitalize on that is, so firstly, they draft for chaos. Okay, you have Olaf, you have Jarvan. They just want to skirmish, right? They want to skirmish in a topside river over an objective. What objective? It's the Rift Herald. And so you see, they forced Order to make a decision. Are we contesting this? Are we happy giving it? We probably outscale them, or not. Maybe even if we don't outscale them, at the mid game we spike way harder. So Are we happy giving these objectives? And you saw just contesting everything. That's what Direwolves did. They contested everything. They contested objectives. They made Order, question whether they fight for this. And it's just about, just forcing fights, just forcing chaos. And Direwolves did that very well, and it got them to a point in the game where the game was even. Again, like I said, I think they need to be better than even when they draft like that. But it's more, sometimes you can win games from just putting pressure on your opponent and making them make a decision on whether what we give and what we don't give. Because sometimes you'll find that they give too much, and then you just slowly get back into the game, or they'll take a fight that they shouldn't take.
Well, that fight came at about 10 minutes into the game for Direwolves to take their opportunity. 10 minutes into the game is also when Neosurf competition ends for you guys. Neosurf are giving away legendary skins, epic skins, and masterwork chests and keys for every game played during the OPL playoffs and finals. Head over to Twitter at OPL to find out how to enter the competition. The first 10 minutes of every game is when you have your opportunities to enter, and then winners are chosen. And you just get free stuff. And honestly, who doesn't like free stuff? I'll tell you someone who loves free stuff, Cupcake, because he's going to get a chance to get a free win. He's in for this game as Direwolves take red side for game 2. What's Cupcake going to bring, Juves,
so the thing
that we were missing from the first game?
Yeah, so the thing that Cupcake brings that Decoy doesn't is he brings kind of, I don't even know if it's a deeper champion pool. It's just a different champion pool. He plays Bard, he plays Taric, he opens up Taric Kalista. He plays Bard, which, opens up pretty much... Ayla can't play melee supports blind because that means Cupcake can play Bard, and then he can just be River Bard and affect the map, quite extensively. So I think it just gives a different outlook, a different kind of approach to the game. It freshens things up. I don't mind it in a best of 5, especially when, it's do or die.
All right, well, we'll find out how Cupcake steps up and joins this Direwolves team to be able to see if they can eke out game number 2 in Order versus Direwolves. Decoy's out, Cupcake's in, Direwolves taking the red side. Do you think that he is enough to bring some change, Juves?
I think whether they alternate back to Cupcake or Decoy, it's enough to get a game, for sure.
Let's see if they can get that game as we head into game number 2. It is Order versus Direwolves, and it is the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
It is the second game in this best of 5 series. Direwolves need to pick up the pieces there after a very disappointing, quite honestly, there, Rusty, game number 1. They had an idea, they had the ability to really flex it in picks 4 and 5, bring it online, but they just fell so far behind in the early stage that really the dream combination was very rarely seen.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good your strategy is if you can't get there to execute it. Skimmy, it means that there's some problems that need to be solved in the interim, and the problem with this happening in a best of 5 is you've got one game to really correct it, which is this game. You've seen what happened, you know perhaps what it is you need to do to better yourself. This is the game to prove that it works. What they've chosen is to put Cupcake in, and they've also chosen Red Side. So these are 2 adaptations that have been made by Direwolves immediately, and you're hoping to see improvements from this.
Well, we're going to see the opening first 4 bans be the exact same as game number 1, with the difference being now the final bans towards what we saw from the top lane.
Yeah, Olaf actually taken away here. With Renekton set, it was very different focus. So Yumi's still available. And they've gone for a Kalista first here order. Now, Swiper, not a Kalista player. He's just not a Kalista player. So it's most likely going into the hands of Rare. And we often see it, of course, with the Taric. So we're going to see what Direwolves will do in response to this pick, knowing, presumably, of course, where it's going.
You start to wonder, right, if they are going to go for the Ezreal Yuumi right out the gates here, if that is going to be the direction that Cupcake wants to go with this one, or if they are going to look to try and flex that later in and really force Ayla's hand, as Juves mentioned, with the Bard, Taric, and the ideas amongst. What they are going to go for, however, is Mir deciding to opt now away from the Jarvan and stick on what quite arguably is his best jungler in the Lee Sin. They lock that one in.
Yeah, they're also looking more towards an Ezreal Yuumi composition here. So they've gone for the Ezreal early. They're just going to match the AD carry role. They can still vary their support champion, depending on what their opponents do here. So it doesn't necessarily say, we will be Ezreal Yuumi. They still have Braum. You know, as Braum, still a very sound combo. Now you've got the strategy here implemented by Order. No surprises on the Taric Skimmy, but the Azir, the early lock-in for Hayri.
That hurts so damn much. You've just given literally Order everything that they want at this stage, right? The fact that you had to deny away the Renekton and just opened up this incredibly strong first 3 picks here from Order. Every single time I see Harry on this pick, I get a little bit terrified. You said maybe last game we'd see a response from Shock, be it that he goes for the Corki. We will see it this time, rather than opting into that Cassiopeia or Syndra, which tend to be his comfort, so very different priority here.
Yeah, well, he's picked more for the matchup, right? Ezreal and Corki is a pretty stock standard lane. Azir Corki, not Ezreal Corki. Azir often has the priority early, often has the better push early. My concern was that Order would just ban away supports if you choose to lock in that mid laner and match the mid lane role. So now, very clearly, they've gone for the Bard ban. They could consider Braum, which I think makes the most sense given what Direwolves have got. You could consider the Yuumi as a potential option as well. But there you go, they choose the Braum. It makes a lot of sense. 280 carries and a Braum just sounds like it's too powerful.
Yeah, they've just banned away literally everything that we've heard of that Cupcake can be fantastic at, and what will give them so many escape windows to deny what Taric brings to this table. Obviously, the response and the direction from the Direwolves here is we want to lock down only. Obviously, the Trundle, based on what game number 1 presented, but the Sejuani, which we saw in the later stages of the OPL split, where he was just such a menace, really dictating once again these team fights, the pressure and everything.
And they've gone for the Tahm Kench. So my feeling about this pick is that Cupcake's champion pool right now for competitive is limited. And I think that they've gone for, they wanted a tank. I think they wanted a Braum-like character, and they've given that away by prioritizing the Corki. And now, Tahm Kench is locked in, who is much more of the defensive champion, doesn't synergize in any way with the rest of the comp, is more of a standalone. The Ezreal Tahm Kench is just a super weak side, fine 2v2. So Direwolves have very clearly said, Swiper, tell me what you're playing, because we are going to counter you.
Well, that's interesting, right? Because they were originally on Order's side posturing towards a Karthus, which once again, fantastic pick for Only, always pops off on it. But they decided to once again switch towards the Maokai. This time that'll be a top lane for Swiper, but then the Rek'Sai for the early game threat. It just seems like Only's clear memo in this series is keep tracks of Mir, bully him out, make him go behind, then our lanes just win on their own for right.
Yeah, I like what Order have done here. I mean, they've got the Kalista Taric. It's a very strong combo, decent for team fighting prowess as well. They've gone for the Azir for Hayri, comfortable champion for him. Rek'Sai obviously has a lot of early control and is one of those soft counters into the Lee Sin, because you can never Q a Rek'Sai. They'll unburrow and they'll prevent the damage, and they'll outtrade you on the spot then anyway with that knock-up duration, especially if they go Hail of Blades. And now you've got a Maokai to round the comp out. You know, flanks potentially available. Engage going to be there for them now as a result of that champion. Orders comp, once again, you look at our blue side team, it makes sense. Direwolves, they've gone for the Ezreal Corki, and they've gone for a Lee Sin. So they've got a lot of poke. But then they've also gone for the Lee Sin with the Camille, right? And what does a Lee Sin and a Camille do? They're more engaged. You know, Lee Sin can peel, Camille can't peel at all.
Yeah.
And now that is their last pick choice. So I mean, if I'm going to be honest with you, I don't understand the pick. I can see it maybe working as a side laner, but like you gank top lane once, you get a Maokai a single kill, and then I think it weathers Camille fine. And I think that's going to be a really hard thing for Direwolves to get through from this draft.
Well, I'm concerned, right, because this is obviously a comfort pick for Chippies, and we know what can happen once he gets a couple of items online, but it's reaching that point in the game, and you start to rack your mind and go, what is their clear initiation? What is their clear plan? Yes, you have that poke that comes out of those two quote-unquote AD carries, but then you've got the, I guess, kill secure with the Lee Sin or the Camille. It just, I don't want to say it doesn't feel cohesive, it just feels a little bit like it can get so punished, and then as a result fall behind and follow a very similar narrative to game number 1.
So what can the Direwolves comp do? I think the answer is going to be about split pushing to win. It could be a 1-4. It could be a 1-3-1. And I think that's what we're going to have to look at, right? If Corki goes for the teleport, they try and set themselves up in 1-3-1 situations. It is very hard to deal with a Tahm-Kench Ezreal if there is a Lee Sin also there to protect them and kick them away. So, I mean, we have to explore that. The question for me is, how do they even get there, right? Like, how is the Corki going to get to level 16 completely unstopped by the opponents? How are the Ezreal and Tahm-Kench, you know, notorious weak side champions against a Kalista Taric? How are they going to get to that point where they can hold that 3? Because if you're Order, you just dive them. You've just got 5 people there instead. Say, go to your side lane, we're just going to run it down mid and ARAM to win, if that's what they do.
And to follow that up, you know, how hard is Cupcake's job here in this game to really find value with that Devour to, you know, prevent people from just being one shot and deleted if a team fight were to break out. That is what's going to be in mind, Rusty, as we kick into game number 2 of this best of 5 series. Both teams hanging on here in the lower bracket, looking for a fighting chance to keep their playoff dreams alive here in split 1 of the 2020 OPL. Order, after the result in game 1, looking very, very comfortable, still keeping up that fantastic form as of late.
Yeah, the Order have definitely continued that momentum forwards in a very positive way. Direwolves still seem like the same team that we've seen of them in the past couple of weeks, and that's a concern, right? Because they are the ones who need to really get it together, fix the issues, and come into this game strong. You know, bring back the Direwolves' aggression. Don't let Mir fall behind.
We're going to see how they look to try and make that plan a reality. Both junglers now opting for a blue start instead. And then going to transition in to the Gromp. Now, what we saw of last was Mir go for that level 1 gank, really. Just get the red buff, feign a blue take, and then just straight away show face. I feel like that plan may change a little bit more this time. Maybe look for the double buffs, get level 3, then try and make that a reality.
Nice little stunning bot lane.
Bot lane is where the action's at. Rare stacking as many Rens as possible. He gets the execute at the last second. Cupcake going to flash on forward. He picks up a kill and shares the assist gold across. Very aggressive. Without the junglers even there, they are forcing ADC difference.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the things you can do, right? Kalista Taric, if the stun hits, Kalista's going to do ridiculous damage. It's the lethal tempo build as well, not the Hail of Blades. So if the Taric stuns, that ramps up. Crazy damage and scaling. This Cupcake is the sad B after Hail misses a skill shot.
It hurts. It really does. But they're going to mean that Rare comes back to this lane, or both AD carries come back to this lane with no summoners, but Rare will have that advantage as he has gone for the Cole. Looking to farm away now as a result, stay safe for those few minutes whilst that is down, as Vitals in opted for the Rejuve pop. So all to sustain, maybe now transitioning into a more poke from afar and wait for that tier to be completed.
Mir looking for an opportunity in mid lane here. He's actually brought Chippies down. If Chippies flashes with the hookshot, they can kill him very easily here.
They're looking for it, but the disengage that Azir presents is just so incredibly strong. Now we are looking at that gank we highlighted. Double buffs at level 3. That's going to force out a teleport response. Chippies does not care about top lane at all. Frozen underneath Swiper's turret. He's shown face in mid, now shown face in bot. Going to be tough for him.
Yeah, Chippies is honestly sacrificed himself for the team. I'm sorry, Skibby, I don't actually have a stream right now, so you're going to have to keep talking.
My one is completely frozen there, Rusty,
you don't
so I'm
either.
glad
Okay,
we're on the same page.
So we're just watching Mir? Let's talk about Mir.
Let us talk about Mir. What do you think? You know, Lee Sin is his go-to champion. It is his highest played, his most influential, but I mean, from what we've seen so far, it's definitely been a case of let's identify bot lane is where we need to go. Summoners are down. We need to try and get some kills here.
I can hear game sounds. We're back. Mir is suddenly top lane. Miracles, he's ganking. What's happening?
He's ganking again. Oh my gosh. Only he's got his number. He flashes forward, trying to get that final auto. This is a conqueror, Rek'Sai, bear in mind. Chippies finds the aggression. He gets the kill. He hookshots the wall, and he dashes back. Now that's going to be the kick. Looking for the Sonic Wave to connect. It is indeed.
Okay, so we record scratch, we freeze frame, we come back, and Direwolves are now 3-1 in kills. And that is maybe the most important kill of the game, that last one that goes over to Chippies. Now, the reason for that is my man's walks mid lane at level 3, teleports bot lane, while Maokai is just having a field day getting some experience and farm up in top lane. So the fact that they're able to somehow go top, of course we didn't get to see that, I'm sorry about that to the viewers, but somehow that works, and that puts them back into this game where that could have been devastating for the Camille, for like the one split push win condition that they actively have.
Absolutely unreal pressure that's just brought across this map here to make something happen. Chippy's acting like a second jungler in this second game here. Absolutely unreal.
There is so many, like, when I don't know how to explain order. They take all of the words out of my mouth when I try to explain how they play League of Legends, because they're the best team and also the worst team within a minute span, you know? And that's, you know, they make fantastic decisions. It's just like you watch them play and you're like, how is this happening? Sometimes. And then sometimes you're like, wow, they could beat Legacy. That's what that felt like.
Some really will never understand, and some will never, unfortunately, get to see as we saw the rotations go out to top side. What are the ramifications of all of this? Well, bot lane summoners are nearly back online as a dragon does get achieved here by Direwolves. This time, not behind a level, not behind that crucial ultimate to get beaten out there by the Rek'Sai, but top lane is where the difference is. All teleports have been burnt. It's going to be a little bit quiet now. We've got a chance to really talk about some talking points here, Rusty.
So you would hope so. We've got about a minute and a half until the Herald, Rift Herald, is available, and that's probably going to be the next point, especially with the very early Drake taken down by Direwolves here. So expectations are just, you know, a couple of extra jungle clears. Get 6 if you can on both of your junglers and maybe the bottom lane, and start to flip the map back up to that direction. There's a chance that we just go 5-man to topside, and we completely flip the map up there, and we get another fight very soon. But for the moment, you are correct. It is going to be a lull state, and you know, a big part of that is actually going to be the build here from Direwolves. If they get a lead, they'll be happy to start stacking those tiers and just keep the lead where it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Once those tiers are online, it's use those abilities as much as you can, and that's going to be exactly what this blue buff achieves for Shock here, keeping him healthy, safe, and sustained to deal with the threat that this Azir can present. It's quite scary in that regard, but now that information has been presented, only once again we'll go for the invade topside, really punishing Mir, and always on the tail, always looking to show face to what Chippies presents.
Now Wave's starting to push away from Chippies here if he continues to hit this one. It's a recall from Swiper there, a reset after it crashes the wave in. Look at the direction he's now moving. As you can see, exactly what we expected to see. They've reset, they've flipped the map for the Herald. You've got only standing there ready to do it on spawn, it feels like. But you've also got Vital and Cupcake now hitting that reset as well. And now they're going to hit the legs and try and get to this Herald before it's too late.
That they are. They're going to jump into this one here. And it's going to be Order that are in the driving seat. They're the ones to get to this first. The coordinated recalls from Direwolves are going to mean they're going to rock up just too late to this situation. Bear in mind, guys, definitely jump onto Twitter, go on to @OPL. NeoSurf are giving away some skins. If you can guess for this one, it is, can you predict the total minutes played? How long do you think this game is going to be? How long do you think this series
You've got 1 minute.
Going to go on for? You've got a minute to go, because those entries do close at 10 minutes in. But it's kind of cool to have this added into the playoffs, just make the viewing experience just a little bit better.
Yeah, no pressure for everyone, but the second that clock hits 10, you're out. So make sure you get it in now, or you're cooked. No pressure, though.
That is one way to describe it. You're cooked, you're gone. You've got to wait until game number 3.
Got the mana mune done here as well from Shock. Gone for the mana build. It's pretty much standard now for all the Corkies that you'll see, so don't be too surprised seeing that one. I know it's very different to the old Corki builds, but it will be the same build just with a mana mune first.
Looking to stack that one up. Bot lanes have now swapped to the top side. Rare still looking to complete that cull as quickly as possible. But we're starting to see those summoners come back online as a result. And Mir wants to force them being used again. The response is a dazzle. Ayla's incredibly low. Vital's looking for the angle. True Shot Barrage is not able to connect. Next Sonic Wave in quick pursuit will not either. Ayla has the fancy feet and will survive a little bit longer here. Just a quick reminder, if you haven't already, at OPL on Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, quickly sign up for one. Plenty of information on there. Always updates on how the teams are doing. Some photos, banter. Keep in tune with your favorite players as well. The entries for this game have closed. And no doubt Nick Boy, after we go into game number 3, will also remind you again. As far as this game concerns, once again, it is Order who are looking to try and find that dub. Direwolves, however, will find a small gold lead as a attempt goes in from Harry to lock members in place. Won't punish them too hard, however, because the next dragon is up in 20 seconds there, Rusty. You may have lagged out. Are you still there? We're doing it live. We're doing it live. That's what's happening right now, team. We are making it happen on the stream, as you can see right there. Chippies is getting it done. That is for certain. He jumps on it, locks members in place, denies out the jungler. No smite potential for this next dragon. Order were the ones to try and get the pick. They fall victim to it eventually. With a taste of their own medicine. As Mir now go for the second dragon in this game, and they will not concede everything. They will keep these playoff dreams alive. And I think that's going to be the interesting thing when it comes to champion pools, is the flexibility to rotate both Cupcake and Decoy in. You have to imagine there's been a fair amount of prep to get Vital comfortable with both and their play styles and what they bring, not only to their own lane, but to the team as a whole.
Am I back?
I'm hearing you.
I'm back.
Are we gaming? Are we ready to rock and roll, Rusty?
Oh, God, I hope so. What did I miss, Skimmy?
What you've missed is a pick onto Rek'Sai. He was gone. And as a result, Direwolf's got a second dragon.
Oh, another pick onto the Rek'Sai, huh? They've got Herald, though, Skimmy, so I guess it's going to be an attempted trade here, at least plates. Shock no mana, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot to stop this one. But you've also got Tahm Kench moving here. It'll just be the gold.
Ooh. Pings go out to only. They've spotted him at the blue buff. Hayri wants this so damn bad, but both mid laners are incredibly low. When it comes to the mana, he's forced to use the smite to take it away. Does not want to let Direwolves find that. So both mid laners will suffer. Hayri will not be too upset, as he does have the chapter. We'll have that sustain. It'll be a little bit better than what Shock has with this mana immune slowly scaling on up. Now we're starting to see the threat of the Ezreal as well. Has the Sheen in his pocket, blue Ezreal potentially. Have to wait and see if he opts for the Trinity Force or not. But this is the concern really for Chippies. When he plays the Camille, you mentioned it's a comfort for him. You mentioned that he wants to obviously go into tanks with this, but he needs those items, at least 2 to 3 items before anything really becomes apparent right now. Well, a 2-on-1 with a bounty in your head as well and a 40 CS advantage. You're definitely looking to unlock that kind of playstyle. Really make sure that 15-20 minutes into this game, you aren't going to be, belittled by what a Maokai can offer with the likes of a Sunfire Cape, Abyssal Mask, and all the rest of it, and just becomes a walking nightmare. So I'm very curious to see how Chippies finds this value, if it actually changes his game plan at all, if he looks to go for team fights, or if they do opt for what Rusty mentioned in that 1-3-1 or 1-4
You'd
split.
expect 1-3-1. I think with the itemization that he's gone for here, Skimmy. I mean, if you're gonna rush a full Ravenous Hydra, then it's very clear that your purpose is to try and out sustain and out heal, especially with the Bramble Vest there from Maokai as well. The damage and pressure that he can start to build up. So he's gone for like a soft counter build with the Bramble there to stop the healing, but Chippies has gone all in on just like, if there is a minion wave, he's going to sustain and he's going to heal his way through and just hitting that point in the game once the Trinity Force is locked in where it's too much. Usually, a Camille would go for like a Tiamat into Trinity Force, but it's very clear how he's, reinvented his playstyle here in this game.
Let's see if that is actually what happens, if the narrative follows those predictions. Once again, it's Mir starting off the objective. He wants to get this Herald. He wants to get those lanes rolling. Find that first tower in the game. Auto doing a fantastic job, however, of zoning members away. Shock just looks to try and jump in aggressively with the package laid on low. He gets exhausted. He's forced to flash away and get devoured as well. It's a fishing pond out here. But the damage is done. The amount of pressure presented on the map to force Auto to scurry away allows Mir to pick up this Herald. Now Chippies wants to force the fight. He's going to lock them in place. It's a UFC arena. They're punching, they're brawling, they're getting the job done. He's 3-0-1 right now. And this is that, highlight player, that franchise player for a team like the Direwolves. When he looks good on his day, he is that 1v9 player.
Absolutely. Chippies has a lot of potential as a player to be able to carry the rest of his team across. It's about getting through that early game for him and very clearly being 3-0-1, now looking in the driver's seat of the whole game. He starts to control the tempo. And, when Chippies is ahead, Mir always plays towards top side. So this is kind of the prototypical where Direwolves want to be in mid-game. They're exactly in that position. They've got their weak side bot lane. They're still doing well. They were getting solo kill Skimmy in the 2v2. They're poised to continue that momentum forwards in game 2 and bring this series back to 1-1.
That's what the viewers want. We want a fully fledged, blood-pumping best of 5. And these two teams are poised for it. As OPL closed out with those 10 weeks done and dusted, both of these teams were sitting statistically dead even. I mean, I'm talking objectively, I'm talking farming, I'm talking damage. Not only was their score the same at 12-9 to finish out the split, but there was very little separating them. And we're seeing those moments of magic that really demonstrate the individual prowess. That could be that deciding factor, that starlight ability to bring these teams online now. Gotta keep eyes on the item builds. Getting closer and closer is Shock now to that Trinity Force. Enemies continue to scale on up. The Direwolves are looking to use that poke that you highlighted to try and force out mid, to try and get that Rift Herald down, to get that first turret in this game. 16 minutes in, it's all been about rotation. It's all been about objective control, finding those kills, getting those picks. Getting small advantages as a result of that. Next dragon will spawn now. The third dragon of the game. Will we see Order go for a contest? Both the solo laners have their ultimates ready. Swiper does not have level 11, however, but the Nature's Grasp will do its job and locks Mir in place, who flashes into the pit and gets taken on out. That's going to be a 4v5 with that jungler. Cosmic Radiance is going to find so much value. And Direwolves cannot do anything. Chippies disengages, does not want to sacrifice out his bounty. He forced to flash away as well. Still on the hunt by Rek'Sai, who's just completely sacrificed his dragon. It does not seem to matter because the members are strong. 3 are defending. They pick up an Infernal. And Chippies lives for as long as possible. Vital's so damn low as well. They need to find one more auto. He missed the skill shot. Chippies falls down. Only gets the bounty. And True Shot Barrage. Oh, so damn close. Nearly the fadeaway kill.
They've just gone from a situation where the build is what you expect from Chippies if you get a split push, to 2 consecutive team fights from him with the Ravenous Hydra, not going for the She until now after he dies. Order basically get the ace. There was 4 people dead, 1 very low on like no HP for the Drake, and they're able to actually completely stop the momentum the Direwolves had. They bring the goal back to dead even. They put themselves in a position where Hayri is now 2-0-1 on this Azir. At 20 minutes into this game, or just below that, or to bring it back.
Incredibly scary. Just how the tempo can change at the flick of a switch. What does this mean now with this goal that has been achieved? Well, Nash's Tooth is there. Harry is starting to reach that point where the attack speed becomes disgusting and their ability to dictate these objectives, so he can zone members in place, becomes far more apparent. Muramana now ready for shock. He's got 2 of the 3 components ready for that Trinity Force. But these are those fine margins, especially in that bottom lane fight where Chippies was disengaging, as was Vital. How one skill shot could have kept them both alive.
Yeah, definitely. Now looking towards the next steps here for both of these teams with the Drake gone for 3 whole minutes. Outer turret's still standing, actually. And that will be the first port of call. Now, of course, you've got Baron up in 45 seconds itself, but 20-minute Barons are less likely than you would expect. In saying that, Order's composition does the Baron stupidly quick at 20 minutes if they were going to start that one off. It's a Callista as well, so that extra smite secure, that extra safety blanket exists. And you've got the Nash's Tooth rushed and finished here from Hayri. So if they get a team fight victory, even at 20 on the dot, they would be able to go straight to that Baron pit and take it down successfully.
Yeah, you'd have to be terrified of that always being an option. Even in the 50-50, the insurance policy on top to guarantee it. Now starting to see power spikes completed here. Blade of the Rune King is online for Rare 7. Vital has now completed the core crux of a Blue Ezreal. And gives his team a lot of control to really fit the mold between both poke and engage, making Chippy's and Mir's life a lot easier to execute on. Dragon, the next one is up in 2 minutes. It's all about lane control. Chippy's narrative obviously has to continue. He is still up by 40 CS. First time in this series where you've seen him really bring it to Swiper. Have to see if he does continue to go for this sieging pressure, especially when teleport is online. You can see that's the reason why he's in the bottom side of this map right now. If anything were to happen top side, he's always getting value. But Harry is working very close towards getting that Luden's Echo online. Adds to the burst, or CDR, cap him out, and would make him an absolute monster in dictating how these fights were to come online. We've seen so many times, especially around the Baron pit, when the Emperor's Divide comes in through, you're locked in place. What can you do? And I mean, all 5 members of this Direwolf comp have the mobility to disengage. Yes, Abyssal Voyage counts for a little bit, but it's maybe a situation where they don't fall complete victim to what the Azir can present, but nonetheless, it's also showing that despite falling behind in the first few stages of the game, and the gold being very dead even, only about 600 difference, they are still the ones being proactive. Let's see exactly how they translate this one in. They're going to start off once again by being the Scuttle Vision Completionist, whatever you want to call it, Zoologist. The one that is always there on the money, ensuring that they have this dominance in the river. You can see Direwolves are just scurried away right now as a 1-3-1. And Rusty is back.
I'm here, and you're not lagging, and I'm not lagging.
Are we doing the thing?
I think we're doing the thing.
Let's do it.
I'm going to watch League of Legends. We've got 20 seconds till the Drake. Skimmy, let's see how we go.
Let's talk about the game, Rusty. 5-5. Been very, very close in terms of gold, in terms of economy, in terms of the ideas that have been brought to this table, but this next Dragon could be a bit of a changer. Ooh. Chippy's in a fair bit of trouble right now. East is going to get deleted before the Abyssal Voyage can come on through. Now Cupcake may fall on down as a second casualty.
There's a package on that Corki, though.
He may be looking to bait his team in. Shock is there, and Vital's in so much trouble. Burns the flash very early on. Out comes the True Shot Barrage. Hits nothing, but Order have done enough. The damage is there, and they can secure the second Drake for themselves.
Yeah, it's 2 back-to-back Drakes, and that's twice that we've seen Chippies die at these objectives as well. Still hasn't got that Trinity Force online. And Direwolves have set up their lane assignments once again for Chippies to be here, once again for Chippies to be team fighting. And let's take stock of the draft again, shall we? We're 23 minutes in, and that was the one thing that I did see before I was lagging out, Skimmy, was the draft. Direwolves, they don't necessarily look like a 5v5 draft to me. They look like a poke composition with a Camille and a Lee Sin. And what do the Camille and the Lee Sin do? I think that you early pressure for the top laner to get ahead, and then you split push with the Camille. You put 3 people, maybe 4 people with Shock, but he's gone for the teleport. You put people mid, and then you split push and win. What are they doing right now? Well, if Chippies is dying at the Drake just before it spawns, then he's very clearly on the strong side of the map, not the split pushing side of the map. So he's not looking to split push, he's looking to team fight. If that's true, then why did they pick the Camille and the comp that they currently have? You know, that's what I'm currently seeing in this game, because they seem like they got the Camille ahead, they would be able to split push. They've got the Iceborne Gauntlet for the Ezreal, Tahm Kench and him were controlling the lane, and now they're doing the opposite of what I thought they would be doing with their composition, and Order are just going to relish in that fact.
Well, they're just always the ones that are rotating quicker, trying to really break up what this 1-3-1 is set up to do. But it does beg that question, right? If they are looking to sort of really force out these team fights, what is the game plan? We now do see that 2 Trinity Forces have been completed. Massive power spike here for Chippies. And if the game plan does shift at all as a result of this one.
Oh, well, what's the spike for, though, right? Like, is he going to win a side lane with that, or is he going to team fight again? Because if he's going to team fight, he'd want to be very confident in his ability to one-hitter carry. And you'd want that to probably be the Azir. Now 2-0-1 with 2 complete items and doesn't have summoners. That is a Tahm Kench ultimate.
That is. They are trying to catch out Harry. As you say, no summoners and is still working towards getting that Zhonya zone complete. Does not have any inventory space for a stopwatch at this stage, so if you can catch him with his pants down, it is a situation where you can get some gold, get yourself back into this one. But Harry knows that is the case, really, and gives his team enough pressure to get damage onto turrets.
He needs to be very careful where he currently is. Just looking to throw some Sonic Waves in, get some control in the topside river if he can. He's going to look to clear some vision out now. You've got a lot of resets actually coming out from both of these teams, which is why they're pretty happy to just handshake in mid lane and clear their waves out. And again, you know, this calm state of League of Legends is just all about not dying to those side lanes. This is the moment where, you know, you want Chippies to establish himself, just plant his feet in bottom lane and stay there, because sooner or later he should be able to deal with the Maokai in that 1v1, and that's when things may get to start to become a little bit dicey on Order's side.
I mean, what are we traditionally looking for that third item? Are we going for Death's Dance, or are we going to go for like a Asterix instead, do you reckon?
Well, traditionally the answer is Asterix. I'm not sure just how prevalent Death's Dance has come into that build yet, though I would imagine it's a pretty good option. Asterix is just too useful on the Camille.
Looks like he's gearing up for a fight, because he's just opted for a stopwatch on his recall. So the potential idea of what does that Trinity Force mean? Well, he's hoping to really guarantee a kill, you know, especially during that window in which his Hextech ultimatum goes off. Have to wait and see. A minute on this dragon. Lanes are pushing. He went topside for some reason. Has to now respond to Swiper's pressure on the bottom side. It's such an interesting game of chess and checkers, of rotations, picks, and just ability to find your true potential here.
Sometimes checkers just works in chess, apparently. That's one of the things that we start to see with these 5v5 run it down mid style drafts. Mid lane, you know, it's very important for the state of the map, for control of the map, for, you know, the ability to pivot between top and bot river to go to objectives. And so sometimes that forced approach, that checkers as you would call it, I guess, approach does work, as here we go.
Oh my gosh. Lee Sin's gone. Once again, a second situation in which a objective presents itself and a member of Direwolves falls on down. It almost feels like Order have basically flipped the curse off themselves and passed on to their opponent.
Yeah, Mir finds himself in a very awkward spot, gets knocked up mid-ward hop, I believe, as well, so that wasn't even available to him. They've got package on shock, so they have some tools there. And Chippies is here. Now Kyle in, though, so it seems that they want to at least keep them back.
Shock going to look to try and do a drive-by over that Baron pit. He is not. In order to just want to force that fight. Emperor's Divide locking in place. Ezreal deleted from the game. What can Chippies find as the Hextech ultimatum is waiting to be used. It has been used, but it hasn't found a kill, that's for sure. Only is very low. And the kill goes across eventually to Shock. The man that needs it. The man that is working towards those big item spikes to do the damage from afar. Chippies is in a 1v4. He's looking for some assistance from the rest of his team, but at the end of the day, both the teams go for that gentleman's handshake and say, enough is enough. You've got the Baron. We'll just look to try and trade out and get a Drake instead.
Chippies is trying his hardest to get something back, but the cost once again way too high. They had no jungler, they had no chance to smite steal it, the Baron was already gone, and once again it just feels like they're getting kills on a disengage. Now, they will be able to get the Infernal Drake, so they put themselves on Infernal Soul Point, which is very valuable, and it also prevents that from their opponents. So at least they'll get something in return. But Order with the Baron, still with a very good scaling composition here of the Azir that starts to ramp up. And while Kallista's not known, it is not notorious as being this highest scale champion, you've got a Taric to support you. So suddenly it actually does have a lot of late game teamfight capability there, because the Camille cannot assassinate someone with that Cosmic Radiant.
And the red buff for the... Call it red buff, the Inferno. The flames that can come onto the map if that buff is achieved, if that soul is online, really does definitely favor both teams. I say Direwolves will be praying for it to make sure that these picks, as we've highlighted, can actually find their value. And that's going to be the 1v1 that takes place right now, but Direwolves going to be the first to rotate, and Vital has gone the wrong way.
Swiper's a bit tanky, Skibby. We'll see how Vital goes.
He's flashed. He's dashed.
He's
At the
dead.
end of the day, the sandcastles are the better play at the beach.
Yeah, Swiper is not the target that you want to be flanking or engaging on, and you can see the damage that Chippies was putting out there is minimal, so they will be able to get themselves a tower in top lane. They've got the Baron buff in hand, and once again, Dire will play towards the Camille side of the map. That's proven to be a mistake, and Order will punish accordingly.
Harry is letting teams know, if you give me my Azir, this is what will happen. I'm 5-0-1. I am making things happen. We are looking to use this Baron buff to try and close this game on out. The first turret will fall on down. The flash forward to guarantee shots disengage. This is do or die right now, but the Cosmic Radiance from Taric is huge. He goes golden for the meantime to buy some time so they can try and get any form of kill, but it just does not matter. It will fall on down, as their chances will fall on down in this game as well. But the poke is so good at the end. Members are lethal.
But look at Harry.
There's a potential to try and turn things around right now, but Harry gets a double kill.
I mean, Harry's looking at a penta here, Skibby, if he's able to get it.
He's trying to do it. He's trying to find it. He will. He's got himself a triple as Vital found one as well. Mir holds on. He gets a quadra kill. The elusive Lee Sin at the very end there for the pentakill closing of the game. Would have been a dream end to game number 2. But Direwolves hold him for just a fraction longer here.
I'll be honest with you, I think Harry saw that he had a penta available and went a little bit too hard for it. He could have actually ended the game, I think, if he just played around the Nexus, but he went for the 1v3, and because the dash just doesn't hit a target and kill them straight away, he was caught and stuck using auto attacks to get those trades. At the end of the day, though, he's going to go back at himself a death cat with that quadra kill. There's now 9-1 on this Azir. Order well and truly still in the driver's seat, and I think it would be as simple as a teleport from Swiper to be close to ending that game. So Direwolves have to show a lot of respect, lock themselves within the confines of their own base as necessity dictates, and Order will try and pressure those other lanes.
Harry potentially having a rare 7 moment, or going for those montage plays at the expense of this game going on just a little bit longer. Direwolves are in with a chance. Both buffs up in under just 2 minutes. Both potential game changers here. They are down by 3k gold, and as you highlight, Harry, with that quadra kill, will just continue to grow in power. Rabadon's a big component of that. And now they just look to go to the side lanes again. They just are bullying out Chippy. Unable to find that value. The Abyssal Voyage had to be cancelled, and it was. Chippy survives just a little bit longer. The soldiers from afar are doing their job. What? He hookshots with the GA as well. That's perfectly timed, but what protection does he have? The answer is nothing. Hextech Ultimatum goes down. And now we're going to look at the end. Surely with the Cosmic Radiance on every single member of this game, they go for the Nexus. They're going to go for the end. And it was that dramatic that the game just froze right there.
Just freeze frame. You might be wondering how we got here. It does look like it's going to be a win there from Order. They were skipping past the champions, so that should just be a 2-0 start to this series from Order. We have to assume, as there was obviously some technical difficulties there at the end of the game.
There were. But regardless, interesting situation. Order are now in a 2-0. They are looking very dominant in this series, and you start to really wonder what could happen as a result. We're going to quickly throw back to Neckboy and Juves and get their thoughts and feedback on what we're seeing so far.
Well, what we're seeing so far, Juves, is I don't think we can technically call that a 2-0. The game is actually not over. I mean, but for 2 seconds, it would have been.
I was about to say, just to clarify, that game did not finish.
We are still playing game 2.
We are still in a absolute belter of a League of Legends match.
Who's going to win it? I just don't know.
Oh, like one team was charging at the Nexus with Taric ult on. The other team was trying to defend that Nexus. There was a 9-1 Azir running people down. Shout out to Hayri having an absolute blinder of a game.
Absolutely. I mean, we're on a 5-minute competitive delay, so the teams are playing 5 minutes in the past. We're then commentating with a 5-minute delay. We were told a couple of minutes ago, hey, the game is experiencing some technical difficulties. And we start watching, and that was when Order had that first push to the Nexus, where it seemed like they probably could have ended the game there with a couple more hits on the Nexus.
I think that's where you see the true character of a man. It's the true character of, does Hayri value ending that game, or does he value the pentakill more than ending? And so I don't know if that's karma striking down and something's happening here with Hayri, but like I think he went for the montage play as opposed to ending the game. And so now we know Hayri is actually a montage player and not a player who likes dubs.
Yeah, he doesn't like dubs. He's not a team player. He's in it for himself. You heard it here first. I can only imagine how much Spawn is seething right now. He does not. That is not the way that you want this to end. There is going to be a Corona break, and we're going to revert back to a game state that relatively close to what we've seen. So I think there's some confidence that Order should be able to take out game number 2. But you know, there's the dramatic tension is palpable.
Yeah, so the Chrono Break will go back to like a neutral game state. So like where no one can be killed or is killed or dead. And so usually that's only like 10 seconds before, or could be even the instance that you're in. I've had my fair few share of Chrono Breaks in my time. They're definitely nerve-wracking.
Well, I don't remember having one this split.
No.
And then you turn up. And you say you have a lot of these.
Yeah.
And it just seems like, I don't know, that there's an assumption that I feel like I want to jump to here. It's on. I just need to feel my way through it.
I'm letting you get through it.
Yep.
Are you through it?
I'm through it.
What is it?
It's your fault.
Okay. Yes, I am the Grinch. I am actually the Grinch, and if I can't have fun, no one can have fun.
That's true.
But I'm having fun.
Are you having fun? I'm having fun. I'll tell. I am having fun. At the same time, the work from home thing, let me tell you, of course, I always knew how hard my spectacular partner works raising our 2 beautiful kids. I've never been under any illusions that it's not just so much more difficult than any other job that I've ever had, which involves mainly just talking shit about video games. But we're in the middle of that game. It's right before the tech disaster. And I just hear multiple waves of screaming upstairs. I'm like, Juice, I gotta go. I race upstairs. There is a baby screaming because she isn't being fed. She's halfway through her meal. The toddler is screaming because he doesn't want to put his pants on after the bathroom. Therefore, the baby is screaming more because the toddler is screaming and she is just copying what he does. And then he is screaming because he doesn't like hearing Elkie scream. So Banjo and Elkie have basically set each other off in some sort of you know that thing when you hop in an elevator and there's a mirror on either side, on either side of the room, and you look and all you just see is like 1,000 Juves?
Yep.
That's the scream symphony that was happening upstairs.
Well, because when you left, I heard it all, and then in my phone, I dialed 9-1, and then if you didn't come back in 5 minutes, I was dialing 1 again, and I was going to call the police.
You would have. I mean, it would have taken them a while to get here from America.
But the main thing was that I wasn't sure if you were coming back. I wasn't sure if the kids overran your house. I wasn't sure who was running the household at that point, but I'm glad you made it back. I'm glad the house is, locked down, and we are ready to watch some hard-fought League of Legends.
We are ready. I believe we're ready to go back. Is that the word? No, we're not ready to go back. No. I misheard, and I heard we're ready, and what I was supposed to hear was, well, we're not ready. We're not ready to go back. I imagine the control room right now is like the upstairs of my house. I just think there's probably some producers are screaming and crying. There are other producers screaming and crying because of the first producer screaming and crying. The tech guy refuses to put his pants back on. There's a lot going on in that room.
Let me ask you, what was your prediction for the Neo Surf competition for this game?
Was this the gold one or was this the
Give me both. Give me both. It does.
Total minutes played. Yeah, right. Total minutes played. Well, honestly, I thought the second one would be over much faster. I thought that there would be some technical, not technical, there would be some sort of like vengeance play put on by Order to just go like, all right, we're going to make sure we finish this one out. I don't even know what happens in this scenario with the competition. That's what I actually want to know. Does this count as time played?
No,
is it just game
not.
clock?
No, it's game time. It's game time. It's game clock time. So in game time for when it ends. But it's so funny because when a competition's going on, you just see Twitch chat like, hold on for 5 more minutes, hold on for 3 more minutes. And it's just like they're begging for them to hold on. And what I imagine is like, someone's just trailing from the group and they're like, go on without me. And his arms reaching up, like that's Twitch chat right now. Twitch chat's like reaching up, like, please just 5 more minutes. Like, they're just begging.
And in some ways, it could be their fault because they're the ones who were begging for this game to be dragged out longer than it really needed to be. Harry completely screwed the pooch on the first opportunity to finish, and then now we're sitting here, and I've got no idea what's going on.
We're twiddling our thumbs, but I will. You want to talk about the game a little bit?
Look, let's talk. Yeah, sure. Let's talk about what we've seen so far, which I would say is 99.98% of the game.
Yes, I think we've seen 99%. If I'm being honest.
Okay, so all right. Well, you are the expert.
Left. So we have the pick bands here, right? We look at Order's composition. We look at Direwolf's composition. Order's composition wants the 5v5 head ram, Tarikol, Malkayol, Azir frontline. They just want the traditional, like, good, hard, League of Legends, run down mid, let's fight. Direwolves have more like an intricate, let's split push to victory, let's do some cool stuff with Tarikol, let's have a little tricks up our sleeves, They've probably got the more intellectual League of Legends draft, I would say, if you had to summarize it. And right now, Direwolves, or the state that the game's gone, was Direwolves got a lead early, and Direwolves then played Order's composition way. So instead of letting Camille push waves really far inside lanes and, put the pressure on and make people come to him, Camille came to the play, 5v5, and Order then got their leads, right? So it's almost like they drafted the wrong way for how they want to play the game. That's pretty easy to understand, I think.
That's very easy to understand. And also, it seems like, from my layman's perspective, the Direwolves seem to have wasted an advantage early game. And in the same way as we saw in game 1, Order handing it back to Direwolves really let Order get back into this game.
Yeah, so Direwolves had this game on a platter. Like the game was, they had their cabana on there, they had everything, they had cheese, they had biscuit, they had savory, they had everything, some grapes as well, and they were being fed. Camille was just being fed, a little grape at a time.
Like
grape
a Roman god.
Yeah. And so Camille was legitimately the win condition, and all he had to do was run down a side lane. Now, I'm very careful about telling my teammates to run down a side lane because sometimes in solo queue, they take it a little bit too literally, and then you're the one that actually ends up, with the LP loss. But this game, all I wanted Camille to do was run down the side lane with the platter and hit the towers. But unfortunately, there must have been a golden carrot. I don't know why I'm using food analogies.
I feel like you're really getting in the weeds with these food analogies.
Let me explain, because there's food cooking at my house. I can smell it. I'm working from home. So it's kind of just coming to me second nature. But Camille didn't do that. Camille grouped. I don't know. He got tempted to come group and Order just... The Tariq got really smurfed by them in their 5v5s, and the Tariq won them a few dragon fights. Ultimately, they ended up just getting the Baron. And now we're in the 99% loaded phase of a game.
Yeah, Order really sauteed the opportunity.
Oh, so now we're sauteing.
And then crisped it up with a nice creme brulee topping. I don't know. I don't have the references.
So that's the game state.
So that's the game state, and that's where we got up to. I mean, if this goes on any longer, we're gonna have to just start play by playing the whole game again.
I can't. You want to do it?
Here's what I would like to really analyze, though. Can we take a moment for the real hero in this game, who of course is Skimmy?
Yeah.
Because as co-casters go, you can't get many more unreliable right now than Rusty. Zach
Not through
Rusty
his
Pie
fault.
is,
Not his fault.
is the biggest flake in the League of Legends community right now, and he's in my ear. I mean, he leaves when he wants. He's taken constant bathroom breaks throughout this broadcast and leaving Skimmy to just solo cast, I would say, a good 30% of this game.
He's got annual leave. He's got leave in lieu, so
He's got it built up. He's
Yep.
just trying to take advantage of it
Yep.
before the apocalypse comes. So Skimmy doing an excellent job just really carrying this game. Let's see what Chad has to say. This Nickboard guy is great. I agree, Matt. Thank you very much. There's nothing about Jews in here. That's interesting.
yeah. I saw Juice Kingpin. Juice the best. Juice, he's the goat. Juice needs a shrine at Riot Games. That's what I heard.
Jews
Well
is the
done.
goat.
Yeah. It's too fast. Chat's moving too fast, so it's probably gone. You can't
It's
see
too-
it now.
Yeah, it's just too much. People do want to know what you're eating.
Me?
Or what's being
Well-
cooked right now.
Yeah, so I have actually gone down this week and following weeks. I'm trying eating. I didn't consciously make the to go vegetarian. I just wanted to eat healthier, and then in doing so, that is vegetarian. So I'm eating vegetarian. So right now, there's a vegetable curry being cooked with a bit of rice, vegetables, curry. I'm a big curry fan. I'm a curry connoisseur.
What? Okay. Well, I feel like I was about to ask you this question, but this might expose the fact that you're not as much as a connoisseur as you could be.
Go, let it
Maybe I'm
out.
wrong. What kind of curry base is it?
Oh, it's a green. It's a green, just a green Thai curry. But I do like I do like red. I do like the what is that, the musman curry from Thailand with the nuts in it.
Yeah.
I also do like the tikka masala. That's like an Indian kind of Indian kind
the
of dish.
chicken one.
Yeah, butter chicken's pretty nice.
It's
I do
the
like a
fancy
lamb
man's butter chicken.
Rogan Josh, different one but nice.
You are a curry connoisseur. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I do a bit of cooking myself. A bit of YouTubing, bit of cooking. I'm not only a pretty face, Nick. That's what you got to realize.
The things that you can learn from Wikipedia. Charazi says, Nick, is your background fake? It looks too neat. No, I'm just a tidy person. I'm a big fan of Juice's tiger skin table.
It's actually, we've been through this, but I think we'll go through it again, okay?
Well, we've got nothing but time, my friend.
Yeah, this is not a tiger skin table. This is in fact made from wood, and it's just one. It's like one whole table in the sense that like it's
one
not
piece of
segmented.
wood.
It's one piece of wood. Yeah.
You did see last week when the tiger table got introduced that
I'll
someone
do a bit
said
of modeling for you. No, I won't.
if it
No,
is
I
one
won't.
piece, would it support your weight?
No, that's why I was scared. That's why I came back because I'm pretty fat.
Can we
at the
get
moment.
Can we get a tech check on that? Can we find out? Because you splayed across that, I feel like is going to get us to crack at least 8,000 on the broadcast.
It might,
Possibly
and
some
then
TOCs on
I
Twitch.
maybe I'll just start an OnlyFans from there too. So
That's all right. I mean, look, you got to fill the break with some kind of conversation. I suppose
Yep.
this is the path we've chosen to head down. Someone said that the table, if it was one piece of wood, is much more valuable than if it was multiple pieces stuck together. I guess that's because that means you sacrificed one very old, very beautiful, regal tree to have that table made. And I assume if you once you made the table, you just discarded the rest of the redwood.
I'll be honest. This table was not handmade. This table I purchased, and I have no idea about the origins of it. I just know that no animals were harmed in the making of this table.
That's good. MetLife Gaming says, if you had a choice of any poster to put above that bed, Nick, what would you put?
Probably be me, right?
It could be you. Well, it's not. I mean, I've never slept in this bed. This is not my bedroom. So it's just for people who come and stay. So I feel like a picture of Jews would be appropriate. We
So
could
if that's
get,
not
we could get
your-
it commissioned like a king.
Yeah.
That you could just watch over my guests.
Well, I was gonna say, if that's not your bedroom,
Mm.
could I please sleep over?
Please.
In that
Would you
room.
like a poster of yourself above
No,
here?
but we could do like a co-cast from there. Like we just use one webcam as opposed to two.
Really create some OnlyFans content.
No.
Okay, so I'm being told that we're going to throw to a 10-minute break. I'm also just going to offer that we could just sit here and vamp. We could keep talking about tables for 10
We can
minutes
ramble.
if you want.
This is now a podcast.
This is our podcast. If we were going to have a podcast, what would we pod about?
Dude,
we'll talk until we're ready to just throw, and then we'll throw.
No, trust me. I had an idea to create a podcast, and I was going to run it by you, but we may as well literally just run it by you now.
Please.
We should have a podcast where we look at like Reddit, lol Reddit, and we just talk about threads. But you know, we do a little bit of charismatic stuff here and there. We try and be a bit funny and try and get some viewers.
Right. Okay. I mean, that's the least defined format I've ever heard of. Like your idea is we just talk about League and be funny. That's what this show is. Do you have any idea how hard this show is to make? We already make this show.
Yeah, I mean,
but I would love to do a League podcast with you. Don't get me wrong.
We'll do it.
I just feel
I'll
like
even get one of those microphones. I'll get one of those fancy microphones you got and everything.
One of these.
Yeah.
Yep. I could get you one of these. I'll get you one of these.
Do you want to get me? Can you actually send me one?
Get you the arm.
Yeah.
90% of podcasting is just the arm. We were saying during the last game when during a particularly boring part, so it wasn't like we missed anything important. That I've dove in pretty heavily into cooking during this this nightmare world scenario that we're all suffering through, and my way. In all ways, like the way that because I've never really enjoyed cooking. The reason that I'm doing it is because I went, well, I don't like that I get all stressed out when I cook, because cooking should be something that I love to cook for my partner. I like to cook for my kids. I like to cook for myself, but I get so angry as I do it because I don't really know what I'm doing other than just following the recipe. So I was like, if I can figure out more the basics, then maybe I'll enjoy cooking more and it'll become a better experience. But the way that I get into everything is that I go, well, I have to kind of guilt myself into it. So I bought a bunch of cooking stuff on Amazon. I subscribed to a bunch of those masterclass.
I've been thinking about a few of them.
I'm now
Gordon
a
Ramsay's got
masterclass
one.
subscriber, so I'm watching Gordon Ramsay teach me how to use a knife. I've ordered a few other books. I subscribe to a bunch of podcasts. It's kind of like, well, you've spent all this money and you've invested all this time. Now you have to be good at cooking, because like, what is the point of you doing all that if not?
It basically sounds like you just throw away a lot of money and you have a lot of money to throw away.
No, it's I'm saying that now if I don't cook because I spent all my money on knives and copper pots, my children will starve. So because there's no money to funnel anywhere else. Zurich is closed right now. Everywhere is closed. So we should do a cooking podcast, I think, is the point of why I started talking about this.
Fair enough. We can do that. I was going to ask a question. You know how you told me at the start of the show that we were going to play NPL, which is Niche Plays League, or Nick Plays League.
Correct.
Yep. And I had to decide if I wanted to play ARAM, TFT, or just Summoner's Rift, right?
Yep.
What if I throw that question to Twitch chat and see what they say?
Yeah, do it.
Hey, Twitch chat, what should we play? And more importantly, how do people get involved? What gives more numbers, more people access? Which game mode is it?
Well, I believe it's TFT because I think the issue is that for Summoner's Rift and for ARAMs, there's some sort of like delay in the obs, so it's harder to group up, something like that. I don't know. I'm a chef. I'm not a league guy.
I'm getting a lot of ARAMs. I'm getting a bunch of ARAMs, 10 players. But
10 players, but half of those players are us.
Yeah, we are half.
This is not. Oh, I'll tell you what. That could be a thing, though. Maybe
like a
instead
fight,
of the OPL, which clearly is over, clearly we can like we're not getting back to a game.
This is my ship now. I'm the captain of this.
We
ship.
should get the viewers to just team up in teams of 5, and then they play games, and then we just commentate their games, and then we give breakdown analysis.
And then we become Twitch chat, and I'll just be typing, haha, this guy sucks.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And then the shoes on the other foot.
Absolutely.
And then I'm running in your shoes now.
Because obviously it's easy to talk shit when you just some name with a bunch of numbers at the end of it because someone else thought of your name beforehand and you don't even have an original name, so how could you possibly feel like you could pick on someone else when the shoe's on the other foot, because we read all of Twitch chat, we don't necessarily
all the time.
mention
I see it all.
We see it all.
Look into how you think, man, this is a man that's seen things. I've seen things from Twitch chat.
That is the eyes. Those
I'm
eyes
a hardened
tears.
veteran.
But the person that I've seen who's been the cruelest in Twitch chat to me tonight so far is in fact Rusty the Caster. And so I feel like we should put Rusty's play under the microscope because I think he threatened to punch me earlier because I said that he was a flake.
I mean, to be honest, I'm compassionate towards Rusty at the moment. Rusty's been having some difficulties this show, but he's been a trooper and he's still performing. You can knock Rusty down, but he'll get back up and he'll perform.
I am thinking that maybe thin though the Japanese screen is, it could be interfering with the signal, and that maybe he should fold it down. Because he had no problems at the beginning, and now a bunch of problems, or at least try turning it upside down.
Now we're conspiracy theorists.
We are.
Yep.
Okay, so far we read LOL Reddit and be funny.
Well, again, let's be collaborative, maybe. What would be a good podcast, guys?
That's what I'm trying to. You be collaborative with these guys.
I mean, they're with us on this journey, aren't they?
Well, only if they promise they're going to listen, because it's a lot of work. Like,
so if I don't say a minimum of
7,
if I don't see a minimum of 7.5k, 7,500 viewers on the podcast, I'm going to be so angry.
And that's for the first episode.
At an absolute minimum. So.
While chat come up with some ideas, whether it's about the cooking one or the LOL one, just to let you guys know on the game delay that a chrono break was attempted. It was not successful. It did not fix the issue, so they are reattempting a chrono. What happens when you double chrono? Are we splitting timelines at this point?
So there's a few shout outs for it to be called a Kingpin podcast. Kingpin's podcast.
Okay, that's nice. I mean, I do think, judging by the 3 episodes of the Gordon Ramsay Masterclass series that I've watched so far, that just coming out with confidence straight away is the best way to get people to respect you. So the idea that we could be coming out saying that we are kingpins is a confidence that I think is that people might find attractive.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how I made a career. I had no idea what I was talking about, but I said it with such conviction that like you had to believe it.
Yep.
Then, it turns out I was right anyway.
LMAOLP says, let's explore the quality of various chocolate bars, such as the favorite of Rusty the Caster, the Flake. That's a hell of a joke. That's a hell
roast.
Of a joke.
I hope you learned how to make roasts on the masterclass, because that was a roast.
Analyzing each other's gameplay while talking about other LOL leagues. Would that get confusing?
No, so there's a YouTube series that some LCS teams do where they fans submit clips, and then you've got to guess what rank it is.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it is a very fun idea. It is a very fun idea. I even watch it, and it's it's some vein popping off, or some vein that is just like, brick, like pot plant mechanics, and and they're like, I think this is iron. And then the vein's like platinum, and then it's like, oh, okay, I guess I can be platinum.
That is excellent. I like the idea of, by the way, oh no, I'll get to that later. I like the idea of viewers submitting team fights that have gone wrong for them, and we call the podcast "What You Should Have Done." And so they send in clips. You give them the advice of what they should have done in League, and I give them the advice of what they should have done in their entire life leading up to this point. And then,
Yeah, but they have to send like a tiny bit of background info.
Totally,
Like a tiny bit of background info.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm a 18-year-old person at university studying a Bachelor of Arts. I actually dropped out because I found out I don't like arts anymore. My dog's name is Rufus, and we go for walks every day.
Yeah, exactly. And so then you fix their League life, and I fix their actual life. I like that as an idea.
That is a very good idea.
Yeah.
It's working. It's working. I feel like we're maybe half an idea away now, or maybe just execution away from being the world's biggest podcast.
I am excited about the fact that Persephorus says team fights that went wrong. We just send them all of Nick Boy's team fights.
Yeah, I read that as well.
I mean, that's a funny joke. Joke's on you, mate. I'm dead before the team fight even starts, so I've never been involved in one. We've got who are we talking? Who's cute? Oh, God, reading back.
That person said I was cute.
I don't think that doesn't sound right to me.
It doesn't. I was really confused. I thought took my glasses off. I said, "Wait, are you sure?" But yeah.
Oh my God! But when you take the glasses off, it's like she's all that. Suddenly you're really attractive.
Yeah.
You just do that and let your hair down, and that's just how people become beautiful, isn't it?
I think so.
I'm seeing LMOLP. Nick Boy, are you sure you want to take on the challenge of fixing my life? You give me some background. I can fix anything. Trust me.
That's true. Nick, the one thing about Nick Boy, he actually does give very good advice. There's been a few times I've gone to Nick for advice, and he actually has, like, you leave the conversation feeling like, thank you, Father. You've just guided me on my path to success.
Are you talking about the last conversation we had at the juice bar?
Which juice bar?
Well, juice is a word we use.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Sorry, Bush. Not Bush Juice. The juice bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The last conversation, we've had like 2 of those though, and I think they've been in the same place. You've definitely helped me. You've helped my trajectory as a person. I appreciate it.
I'm a shaman.
Yep.
Jacques0130, how much League have you played? I have officially hit the point when I can enter ranked. So I'm level 30, but I have not played any ranked games. Because I feel like I like playing with friends. That's what games are about.
This is a good question, Nick, and I'm going to let you answer it. It's addressed to me, but I'm going to let you answer it.
Okay.
I need life help. I started mastering TFT this week. I'm now D4. How would you solve this disaster? So that's a master tier player to Diamond 4 in TFT. How do you, in 1 week?
I would say you could go to Rusty's place for a while. Try using his internet, and then when you go back to your house, you're going to be so appreciative of what you got. You're going to be able to focus, double down, and actually win for once in your life. Does that help?
I think so. Like, I think that works. In an alternate reality, in an alternate universe, in another galaxy where that advice wasn't terrible, it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So in a world where bad advice is actually good advice, then
yes.
Yeah, then good. What else? What game did you want to go pro in? Oh, that's interesting. What game? I mean, it's not even want. What game could I go pro in?
It has to be a tactician game, surely. It can't be anything with mechanics or like reaction.
No, it has to be like a visual novel. It's got to be like Doki Doki Literature Club. I could join the esports team. I could start the esports team for that. That feels like something I could do. No, a game that I wanted to go pro in. I don't know. Honestly, whatever would make me the most money, because whatever game I pick, it's going to destroy my enjoyment of it. I don't believe for a second that anyone involved in the OPL, except for me, enjoys playing League of Legends anymore, because it's just work. It's just like all you see is your flaws. Whereas for me, my enjoyment of League is that I'm constantly improving. I was so bad when I started, and now I am simply bad.
Just a little less bad, I was going to say.
And seeing that progress is actually something that is valuable and still fun. But if I was a pro, all I would see is the mistakes, because I would expect myself to be amazing all the time. So it would need to be a game that I hate, but could make a fortune do it. That would be the answer.
Well, I have a theory that you go professional in games, not necessarily because you love the game. I mean, we all love the game because we started playing it and we grinded it for so many hours, right? My theory is that when you go professional in a game, it may not necessarily be because of the game, it's that you enjoy the competition. I think competition is the biggest driver for professional sports, not necessarily the game, because I think, like, you know, soccer as an example, when you start playing soccer at the highest level, or like trying to push to get to like the top, I think you lose the fun for like, sometimes you lose the fun for the sport, but what you lose for the fun, you gain in that competitive, like,
of course,
you love that drive, like you love that, you know, that thrill of playing that sport. So that's what
it just ticks that edge. I was listening to a Around the NFL podcast yesterday. And they basically said, because obviously no sport's being played anywhere in the world right now, and they said that all sport, including esports, is just to distract us from the fact that we know we're all going to die, and that's really when you boil it down, that's what sport is. And the more I thought about that, the more I went, basically any entertainment you bring into your life is just a distraction from the horror that is the brief butterfly wing flap that is our mortal existence.
Let me detour real quick and ask you, describe your perfect Dungeons and Dragons character from Tally, who's be playing tomorrow, I believe.
My perfect Dungeons and Dragons character is a bard, some sort of can I be like a bard hunter? Basically a bard with a pet. That feels like
What's
that
a
is
bard?
my perfect. Bards, they wear very tight pants. They have very,
I googled it.
And they dance around with a lute. Sometimes a flute. It always needs to be an oot instrument. And they sing songs, so it's giving buffs. It's kind of like a support character where you can give buffs and debuffs, but mainly it's like a storyteller and really just moral support. And I feel like that is what I am, at least for the OPL. I offer no value when it comes to analysis or gameplay, which in D&D would be like being good in a fight. But what I do have is like an encouraging personality that just wants to see everybody be happy.
Well,
except for the people in Twitch chat who know I don't like them, in which case I wish nothing but ill on you.
Can you be a Viking in Dungeons and Dragons?
Well, I don't think technically in Dungeons and Dragons, but the beauty of something like Dungeons and Dragons is it's all made up. So if your DM says no, you can't, then Juves, it's time to find a new DM.
Well, because
so
I want to
be a Viking.
Well, I want to be like a 7-foot hunk of a man Viking. And I want to be like real scary in appearance. I want to carry like these axes, I want to carry them around like on my back. Yeah. But then I want to be so in touch with my feminine side that when people really get to know me, they know me for that soft man that really wants to help people and want them to become better. And I'll always drop everything to help that person. But so like at first glance, you're like, oh, that guy's scary, but you've got to get to know me to know the real me. And I'm really a genuine caring soul.
It's so funny because basically we've said the opposite. Where you want to be this big, intimidating looking like alpha male that then on the inside is actually just like a kitten. And I want to be prancing around with a lute in tights. But then if you get close to me, I'll stab you and eat your heart.
Yes.
I feel like that's the podcast, man. That's the podcast.
Yeah, is right.
We just do constant D&D, rolling D&D session where it's just these two characters.
And they're just prancing around the world.
Totally. Look, I think we're onto something already. Yeah. Mikumanu says that's what you guys are already. That's true.
That is very true. I'll be honest, I'm seeing a lot of positive vibes from Twitch chat, believe it or not. A lot of positive vibes.
Not only that, but the views have actually gone up from when the game was on, which is a pretty damning indictment of Order versus Direwolves, but a pretty proud indictment of the Juves Nick prancing axeman podcast.
You best believe I'm sending the pay rise email already. You best believe.
Really, I mean, I've got no new information about the second chrono break. I can only assume we're into the third.
I'm having a blast though. What about you?
Look, at this point, I feel like I want to go make myself some beverage, but...
Should we throw to a break?
Should we throw to a break?
I mean, I could also get a beverage.
Well, you just wouldn't be able to have it on the show.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have some water, but I like, because if we throw to a break, we should leave with at least, benefiting the community in one way or another, right? Like you don't just want to leave with doing nothing
You mean
beneficial. So
you're suggesting we leave them with a task?
yes, yes, and the task I would say to leave Twitch chat with,
Mm-hmm.
everyone get up out of your chair
Oh,
for a
good.
minute, right? Stretch, get some water, bring it back to your computer,
Yeah.
and drink water and stay hydrated.
Okay, it feels to me like what you've told Twitch chat to do is that's what you want to do, and so you've hidden it under a layer of I'm going to make everyone do this. That's like me saying, all right, here's your task, Twitch chat. I want you to stand up. I want you to walk out of the room. I want you to walk into your bedroom. I want you to take off your clothes and hop in your pajamas. I want you to slip under the bed. I want you to fall asleep. I want you to stay there for a good 12 hours. And even when the kids wake up, I want you to stay in bed, Twitch chat. Don't let those kids get you out of bed. I want you to wait until someone brings you breakfast in bed, maybe the newspaper. And I know it's old school to read a newspaper in bed. We're not just looking. This is a time to not look at our phones. The bedroom should be a place where we don't just interact with technology the entire time. Instead, we bond with other people. The way I'm going to bond with people is when someone brings me my newspaper. And I say, thank you very much. Now get the hell out of here before I eat your heart. That's what I want you to do, Twitch chat. I've been told there's a 5-minute break available. Juice, would you like to take a 5-minute break? Maybe we could lead them in some sort of stretching exercise.
I'm gonna leave I'll leave the ball in your court. You can be the bad guy.
Yeah.
If you want to be the bad guy and you want to take the 5 minutes, you can take the 5 minutes. But just know, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad if we took the 5 minutes.
I wonder if, well, look, you can take the 5 minutes. How about I just start doing a dramatic reading? I've got a.
No, I gotta stay. Whenever I can't leave you solo on this show because I'm scared what you will get up to. If see, this is what I'm saying. Nick Boy goes out of camera, and what does he come back with?
Hang on.
Nothing. Oh, okay. But can you please repeat that? When are you on? I mean. I believe he's getting delivered.
So I've got
book.
3 options.
Okay, so I was a little bit confused as to what was happening there. I didn't know if Nick Boy's kid ran into the room. I didn't know if he was getting handed his kid, but he's got his book.
Getting handed his kid.
Yep.
So I've got 3 books here, and I can just start reading from whichever one Twitch chat decides to read. The first one is 3 Women. So this is a non-fiction book. It basically, the author followed 3 women in America over the course of several years and deep dove on their relationships, both intimate and work-wise, and about how they define themselves as women in the 21st century in 3 very different relationships. There's an open relationship, there's a woman who's unhappy in her marriage, and there's a younger woman who's trying to decide what to do with her life. It's a fascinating book. Very, very good read. Second one is Daisy Jones and the Six. This is a fictional conversational biography of a band, kind of like a bit like Fleetwood Mac. So this is a fictional biography of them from the 60s, spoken biography, fantastic, great read, really feels like you know the music. And then third book, this is the third book, and ironically it's called, this is the third book by Hanif Abdurrahman. This is a love letter to a group, a sound, an era. It's called "Go Ahead in the Rain: Notes to a Tribe Called Quest," and this is a book about the seminal hip hop band from the late '90s, early aughts, A Tribe Called Quest. Very fascinating book at hip hop culture, so we can pick which one we want.
Can I just chime in there? I've actually been reading some books as well, believe it or not, and I think I might talk to Twitch chat about the books that I've been reading. I'm not sure if you'll fully be able to grasp the concepts of the book. Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham?
I am familiar.
I've been reading that.
Okay. How far in are you?
I'm struggling. I'm the first 2 pages at the moment.
Right. So he hasn't even eaten them on a train or eaten them on a plane. He's not eating them here or there. He's not eating them anywhere. Well, at the moment, Sam is still trying to convince to eat the green eggs from the get-go.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's quite an intellectual book, and it really does tug on the heartstrings and make you actually ponder about the dimensions and intergalactical strategy of the world. So it's probably, I have to get through it.
Do you want me to spoil it for you?
Yeah, spoil it.
He eats the green eggs and ham at the end.
Kind of mind blown, really. I didn't expect that.
I know, because the entire book is saying, I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere.
And then
I
he
do
eats
not
them.
like green eggs and ham.
It
I do
kind of
not
makes
like
you
gluten,
like
Sam,
not.
I am.
It kind of makes you not trust people, I guess. After that.
Well, okay, so that's a really cynical view of that, and I understand, because that was my toddler's opinion as well. He was like, Dada, I don't understand
Dada!
this entire time. I feel like I don't trust people anymore because I feel betrayed. The book was telling me one thing, and then ultimately there was a bait and switch at the end, like the usual suspects, and suddenly it turns out he does like green eggs and ham. You could look at it that way. You could also look at it the other way, which is, of course, is that it's the power of change. It's the power. It's the fact that it's a testament to the willingness of a monstrous hair beast to have an open mind and try something new.
Yeah, right. I see. That's what I'm saying. When we go to the juice bar, I can always rely on you to have this alternative outlook on things and give me a positive foresight.
I'll tell you what you shouldn't read though.
What?
The 1st of October. Is it the 30th? Oh wait, October. What is it? It's another Dr. Seuss one. It is. Please try to remember the 1st of October. You don't want to read that one.
No.
That'll mess you up.
Okay.
It's entirely about a month that doesn't exist, with the best day of the year, and so you listen to this story, and every page is just an incredible thing happens on the 1st of October that you would want more than anything in your life. Ice cream sundaes as tall as mountains, and other various wonderful childlike things. And then at the end of the book, you realize, well, nothing in my life is ever going to amount to anything close to that, so why bother?
I guess you got to start them young. Got to start them young. You got to disappoint them young.
Dr. Seuss contained multiples, my friend.
Yep.
So no one wanted to hear any dramatic reading. Okay.
Nope.
I'll get some more options. I've got Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind. If we feel like some light reading. I've got the Nickel Boys, which is about a reform school in the 1950s. Horrible things happening at this reform school from a young African American child who was incorrectly sentenced there. What have we got? We've got An Anonymous Girl. This was just a trash thriller. Pointless, truly devious. I thought I would enjoy this because it's a bit like Harry Potter. Turns out that not only is this the first of 3 books, they don't even wrap up the mystery of the first book. They don't even, not only do they not wrap up the mystery, they introduce a second mystery before the end. So you don't get closure for not only the thing that you thought you were going to get closure for, but not even the new thing that they introduced. Ridiculous. And now I'm forced to read the other 2 books. I've got the second one here. I finished that. Piece of shit as well. Bill Clinton and James Patterson, The President is Missing. A book this big, it really only needed 15 pages. Not interesting at all. What is interesting, this is a biography about Banjo Patterson. Obviously the namesake for my child, but a really fascinating life. And really, you think you know about him? You don't. Moneyball. This is a good read. Making baseball statistics fun, interesting. This was a book that I'd heard a lot about. Obviously, we've all seen the Brad Pitt film. I know all the 17-year-olds in Twitch chat have.
Stop.
Love poems for married people.
Let me touch on that. Actually, something very interesting. Moneyball. Get the Moneyball book. This is an actual, for everyone that likes League of Legends, this is actually going to be really interesting for them. So, I'm not going to leak anything like that or anything of those things. But basically, there's statistics you can rip from games and get from games that actually give you, similar to this Moneyball. So TLDR Moneyball, or like, it's all about building a team around statistics and like getting the person like statistically the best.
Yeah,
right?
It's about going like, it's not about like home runs and stuff. It's just about like what is the core, and the core way you win is just statistical analysis.
There is a very and I'm not talking about KDA guys and things like that. I'm not saying KDA statistics, but there is a very big argument to be made that this Moneyball movie, there's a similar argument to be made that you can do this in League of Legends because you have an abundance of stats at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You can see who's been good at laning, who's got a CS lead, who's doing the most damage. I know some people who do build teams around stats. And like this is worldwide, not just Oceania. And I think it's definitely something very interesting that a lot of teams are really like honing in on. And I know you see it more overseas. They have like a ton of staff, and they have people to actually run numbers and do certain things like that. But I think it's definitely the next thing you'll see in the OPL. I think coaches, players, staff, management will start to actually figure out what do these stats mean. And they'll start like it won't be their whole opinion, but they'll start formulating opinions from the stats of players, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't paint the whole picture, but it's going to paint a nice bit of it. Maybe a good half or a good quarter.
That was a very good segue back into League of Legends. Unfortunately, we are going to talk about books again. Dr. Watermelon said this is too cringy. Dr. Watermelon, it's either this or it's just a hold screen. So I invite you to mute this, and then when the pretty colors come back on screen, then you can unmute. I won't be in your life anymore. She said this is all about the Harvey Weinstein, New York Times reporters who broke the Harvey Weinstein story. This is a pretty good book for 3/4 of it. The end gets pretty dry because they pivot off and start talking about one of the other Me Too cases. And it's kind of like, well, you spent all this time building me up for this one. And then you release that tension 3/4 of the way through the book. And now I need to learn about something else. No, it's the same thing twice. The Deep. I'm only about 1/3 of the way into this. I keep giving up. It's about some haunted ghost story for the Titanic, but it's not a read that's catching me. Agatha Christie, and then there were None. This is like one of the seminal mystery books. I'd heard so much about it. Honestly, it didn't impress me as much as I thought it would. Something that did impress me, The Mirror Thief, told through 3 generations about one mirror and the power of that magical device. Fascinating read. Really not something that I expected. Red, White, and Royal Blue. This is where the first son of the President of the United States falls in love with the Prince of England, and they carry on some illicit love affair. It is such a fun book. It is very, there's just so many like wholesome hookups. I'm sure a lot of League fans would be a big fan of that. The Mother-in-Law, a mystery that I was not expecting that I would enjoy, but it turns out a really nuanced look at the complicated relationships we have with our in-laws, if we do in fact have them. The Test. This one's a thin one, so you can get through it really quickly. It's basically like a Black Mirror episode, but thoroughly enjoyable. Honestly, it'll take you like 15 minutes to read. Something that is also skinny, but will take you like hours to be able to pass even one page. The Order of Time, which is a brief look at how time exists in a universe in a way that we can process that. Jews, you just woke up. Welcome back.
Sorry, sorry, just a little bit tired.
Let me introduce you, if you're feeling tired, how about you check out Recursion, which will keep you up the entire night. You'll read it in one sitting like I did. I started at 7 o'clock and I went to bed at 2. Fantastic read. Do we want to keep going?
Like, personally, I feel like I'm just being held here in a situation where, like, you know, the guy that knocks on your door to talk about stuff?
Oh, I've got that book as well. Let me introduce you to the original Old Testament. The power of Christ can really help you in these times where there's no League of Legends, and let him come and fill you with the Holy Spirit in the same way that the Chrono Break has not filled us with League of Legends.
Well, there was someone that asked if there's possible to show Juice highlights, but unfortunately for him, the highlights would only last for about 5 seconds, and then we would be out of highlights. So while I like the idea, there's just not enough, highlights, unfortunately.
There you go.
I just, not through any means of my own, it's just my team's sucked.
But is it not the poor craftsman who blames the tools? Is that the expression?
I was the tools.
And it sounds like you were playing with a lot of tools.
I was the tools, and they didn't use me well. I was the asset. I was the kingpin.
Looking for. Normally, I would not drink on the broadcast, parch my sated thirst. But there's no rules anymore. Well, I don't even know. I in fact, having not heard from production in the last, I would say, 12 minutes,
could have just
I'm
all
not
dropped
even
down
sure
and we're
if
just chilling.
They've probably just given up.
I will say though, we've actually gone up viewers again. Believe it or not.
Yeah, you know what? We jumped 200 viewers when I started talking about books. Do we want to continue? I've got so many things here. Well, I could go upstairs and start bringing the bookshelves down from there. I could grab my Kindle. Let's do a book podcast where I just read to you, Juice.
The problem is I don't really read books. I more listen. I like listening.
That works perfectly. I'll read to you.
Dude, if you read to me, I probably would listen. Honestly.
You are so good for my ego. I'm
such a supportive. Like, I like to support people. You know what I mean? I like to call myself. I'm an enabler. I will enable you to do stuff.
Supportive and enabler are two sides of the same coin. Like, supportive is positive. Enabler, no one ever says enabler in a way that's a positive influence on someone else's life.
Well, like, I'd never like you're your own person. You make your decisions, and I'll enable those decisions whether they're good or bad. That's part of being
Interesting.
supportive.
Okay, right.
Sometimes
okay,
you,
that's a good way of
sometimes
looking.
okay, good analogy. You like cooking now. Sometimes you got to burn yourself on the stove to realize not to do that again,
Yeah, right.
right? So I will enable you to make a few bad decisions. So
Mhm.
if only you promise to be better and prosper from those.
Right, okay. Well, I'll tell you, the first bad decision I made was coming on air for this League broadcast that is mainly just about books. Because I was promised League of Legends action. And apparently it's now just us talking, oh, can we discuss baking techniques? I haven't gotten to that episode of the Masterclass series, but let me just double check. I'm sure there is something in here about baking.
Like there has to be. If there's no baking in your masterclass, then is it even a masterclass?
That's an excellent question, Jules. And this is why you and I have several very successful podcasts together.
Businesses. Me and you are business brains.
So James Suckling teaches wine appreciation. That is a phenomenal name for a wine taster. Here you go. Dominique Encel teaches French pastry fundamentals. Now, obviously, I can't give you the login to my masterclass account because, like all normal people, I use one password for every single account that I have. And I feel like it would be some sort of sharing account that I can't break some sort of T's and C's. What I can do, Juves, and Lady Dubsy, is I can watch this episode, and how about I just live commentate and repeat what I hear to you?
Isn't that like a terms of service?
They're not watching. It's like 2 a.m. in America right now. So this is
The internet never forgets.
Dominique Encel teaches me about chocolate cake base. I love this cake because it's flourless. It's different than any classical American cake. And now he's cutting some chocolate cake. We're going to build a mini cake for miniature meringues.
Let me just cut you off there and give a big shout out to Bailey Doggo. Bailey's just been a big friend of the broadcast. Bailey's been on the broadcast quite a few times. And shout out Bailey. Continue.
So are you done? Do you want me to get back to
that was
the baking?
probably I just thought that was better than what you were leading into.
Right. Okay. Well, to be fair, he was speaking with a very heavy French accent.
I actually
so I
can do a
got
French
most
accent.
Of that wrong.
You know that?
I would beg you not to.
Okay. You don't have to beg. Trust me.
What accents can you do? I don't want to hear any of them. I just want to know that you're capable if I had to call on you for them.
So I can do an Indian accent, a Vietnamese accent, a Chinese accent.
I don't want you to do
a French accent. I can do an Italian accent. I'm actually one thing I get complimented on is my accents because I like to I'm into acting and I'm trying to portray a lot of roles and I'm trying to step out into another character. So I don't know if you know this, I'm kind of a big deal when it comes to acting.
I heard you're a kingpin.
Yeah, so I really embrace my character. And so I do spend some time in the mirror trying to nail those.
I just want to say, I don't care how good an actor you are, you're never going to pass for Indian. So let's not even try. But if you were to be an actor, what kind of role? What are you looking for? Do you want like the heavy dramatic stuff? Do you want an Oscar, or are you like a Zach Galifianakis, manic?
I think I'm more of not a main character. I'm just a high impact character. I'm the guy that comes in, right? And you develop a really strong, love for that character. You really value that person. You're like, okay, this person's going to make it through the whole series, the whole movie. He's the best. And then I just get brutally like killed. And then everyone's really upset. But it was the best 5 minutes that you've ever seen. Have you
seen Mission Impossible 3?
Yes.
You know where the woman who played Felicity, she's in it, and you're like, oh, it's the woman who plays Felicity. I know her. She's like a big actor in this movie. And then 5 minutes in, the bomb goes off in her brain, or her eye goes like that. It's like that would be you. You're the one that gets killed. You're Steven Seagal who gets killed off at the beginning of not Courage Under Fire, whatever that dumb Steven Seagal movie is.
I'm probably going to get really hammered for this, but I haven't watched Game of Thrones yet. I've only seen like the first season.
You haven't watched Game of Thrones?
Yeah, but I imagine I'm like the Ned Stark. You know what I mean?
Can we mute him? Oh yeah, that's very
good.
Unmute him. That was a very good analogy.
Yes, thank you.
That was very good.
I've been
That
unmuted.
was much better than the food takes that you had earlier. I'm seeing that Juves is Mark Wahlberg. Rusty said Juves is Kramer, 1,000%.
Juves is
I
Mark
can see
Wahlberg.
that.
Yes, dude. I actually can do a crazy amount of push-ups as well, by the way. So I kind of am like a Mark Wahlberg.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to hop on your wooden tiger table and just do 10 push-ups. Go.
I can't. The table will flip straight up.
Okay, just do it next to the table. Let's go full screen on Juves now.
But I'm wearing tracksuit pants.
That's okay. I'm wearing shorts. This is home. Look at that. Look at that leg. No one cares what you're wearing underneath. It's just looking professional on top.
Am I going to get in trouble from production if I do a push-up?
Of course you're not. We did push-ups on the broadcast last year. You're going to get in trouble if you don't do it well. Here's how you know you're not going to get in trouble. They're enabling this.
Here we go. Take off my glasses.
Yep.
Okay. Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Everyone do it with me. On my dog's bed. See, I've got to move my dog's bed. Unfortunately, it's in the way.
No one do any push-ups.
Everyone do push-ups with me. I got to move my webcam a little bit, guys.
I'm not feeling comfortable. Juice, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I'm not feeling comfortable about the fact that you're wearing socks with this because that looks like a slippery floor. Are you going to be okay?
Trust me, dude. Ready?
Okay.
I'll even go slow. Look at this form. That's 1.
That's incredible.
Look at the form. 2. And I'll talk you through it, guys. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this. That's 4. And that's 5. We're promoting fitness and health, okay? That's 5. I think that's 5. That's 6. Honestly, make sure you're tensing your chest on the way down and like you feel like you're activating them. And push up. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay? And like I'm starting to sweat.
9.
That's 9, and that's maybe 10.
Yeah, that's 10.
Look, I'll do another one, okay? I'll do another.
Oh,
there
wow.
you go.
Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Now, do you take requests?
What do you want?
So I saw a video of 2 OPL personalities. I believe one of them was Ubisoft and the other one was Rusty the Caster, my least favorite person in Twitch chat.
Yep.
They did this thing where they did a handstand up against a wall and put on a shirt as they were doing a handstand.
I did see
Can we
that.
get one of those?
No, you can't get those.
You can't?
No, you got to pay for those.
What if you just put it on another shirt?
We definitely have some good news for the people at home.
That's right, and that good news is that Juves is about to do that thing I said, which was do a handstand and see if he can put on an extra shirt.
Wait,
the other
Croc?
good news. The other good news is that we've got 7 of the players in the game. But look, honestly, I don't know if that's good news or bad news because I've been enjoying the last 20 minutes.
Can I just say something?
Please.
Lol Croc has called me out.
What did they say?
Croc from the Chiefs Esports Club, the Kingpin Jungler, the MVP for the Chiefs Esports Club, has literally just said, I do better push-ups than Juves.
That's ridiculous. Croc, I want you to send me...
Send us a video, Croc.
NICHBOY on Twitter. Send me a video of you doing at least 13 push-ups because Juves did 12. And also send a video of you doing that thing where you put a shirt on when you're doing a handstand. You can already be wearing a shirt.
Just send that one to Nick only.
I could probably do it here. I could totally just get up there and do a handstand and put on that shirt.
You can if you want, but you only have 3 players worth of time. Oh no, this is how terms of service starts for sure. What has this become? Oh my goodness. So, sometimes I wonder, does Nick Boy have kids or is Nick Boy the kid? I haven't figured it out yet. And don't tell him because he's about to put his headphones back in.
Too easy.
We were just saying how we think you're like real awesome and cool and mature.
Yeah, no, totally.
That was cool though, honestly, well done. Well done.
I wonder if there's a masterclass to see whether or not you're having a heart attack.
For sure there is.
Tell you what, God.
All right.
Some people.
Twitch chat reckons you're the kid. They reckon you are the kid.
Oh, that I don't have kids, but I am the kid?
Yeah.
That's a good theory.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that makes... Yeah.
So who were those voices in the baby you saw earlier in the broadcast?
Yeah, I think that was you, but you just pre-recorded it and just a skit, really.
I just want to point out that the views have gone up 328 viewers since we stopped playing League of Legends.
I'm just phoning into production. 328 viewer rise since me and Nick Boy have taken over the show. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
If this keeps going, we're going to hit the Valorant numbers.
I think honestly, we should just at this point just scrap everything and just keep the camera, and we'll just keep going for as long as we can, as long as there's saliva in my mouth to say the words. So as long as the words come out, and I think we'll just be on a slow rise.
Do you think that there's some sort of way that we could put this into a charity stream, but then also be like make news by being the guys who don't actually donate any of the money they raise?
I was about to say
charity?
that. Well, we could start taking funds.
Yep.
But man's got to buy a house, if you know what I mean.
I think it means exactly what you said.
If you know what I mean, man's got to leave soon.
You don't need to keep nodding and saying, "Do you know what I mean?" We all know what you mean.
No, but I want you to know what I mean. I don't want Twitch chat to know what I mean. So I'm trying to make a deal with you while Twitch chat doesn't understand.
Yeah. But I just need you to understand that there are more people watching this than there were the League of Legends broadcast that was on earlier. So they're all listening.
But we're not talking about that anymore. That's our past life. We're moving on.
Okay, good. I am just I'm now just seeing clips. I'm just seeing clips come in of you doing push-ups.
Oh no,
and
where?
me just breathing heavily.
Who? Where's these? Where are these clips?
There's people. There's a bunch of people sitting here with nothing else to do. They thought they were going to be some League of Legends game, and it turns out no, it's cancelled.
I have I have a fair few notifications on the social media.
Do you want to take wagers on who the 3 players that are causing so much delay?
Oh, 100%. I already know who.
I think we could be thinking about at least 2 of the same people.
Okay,
say the first person on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
Rare.
Ooh!
Same team.
Yeah. Hey, no, Rare would have been my second, though.
Okay, do your second. 1, 2, 3. Harry.
Chippies. Oh, no, you mean... Sorry,
I thought we were going to be... I thought this was going to be a thing.
No, see, I got a small brain.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
No, let's start again.
Okay.
All right. So,
1, 2, 3. Dream.
Yep.
Rare.
Or Rare. Yes, Rare 7. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Rare.
Okay, go again. 1, 2, 3. Harry.
Yes. And then the third one that can't get into the game. Let me have a quick think about that. Let me scan the players.
Yep.
I've
got it.
You've got it? Is it all in the same team? Can I ask that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's Rare's best friend.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Ayla. What?
Oh,
is that Rare's best friend?
Wait. You think Ayla is Rare's best friend?
They're in the bot lane together.
Yeah, but they just work together. That's not what they do when they're not playing League.
I would have said that.
Can I tell you what I heard? Can I tell you what I heard?
Go. I like gossip. I love it. Go, hit me up.
I heard they actually hate each other. But you didn't hear it from me.
Well, I mean, we have like 8,000 other people to blame in Twitch chat.
Do you know what I heard?
What?
I heard that Rare told Harry, who told Swiper, who told Only, that he doesn't want Ayla in bot lane anymore. That's what I heard. But that's what I heard. That's all that I heard.
Do you know what I heard?
What did you hear? Tell me. I won't tell anyone.
I heard when everyone goes to bed, Spawn and Only are in the gaming room still, and they pull up Sinjuve's VODs, and they study and analyze it. That's what I heard.
Right, okay.
And do you know who told them?
Who?
Okay, so hear me out.
Yeah.
You know the old order members?
Yep.
Like Spooks and Swiffer and all that? Well, they heard from someone else who they wouldn't tell me that...
Oh, do tell.
They heard, and they told me.
Interesting. Well, you know what I heard?
What'd you hear?
I heard that you couldn't even do a handstand and put on a shirt. That's what I heard. Yeah.
And you know what I heard?
What?
I did 10 thick, solid, tight push-ups.
Okay, right. Thick, solid, tight. Can I tell you what I heard?
What?
When I was doing a handstand, I think I heard one of the slats on the bed break. Oh my goodness.
All right.
Yeah, but it's definitely order. There's no way it's not order members. I reckon Rare and Only have actually just left the room.
I guarantee if I called Spawn right now, it'd just be a house on fire, and he'd be like, "I'm trying to get them in game. Like they're trying to get in game, and it is what it is.
I would like to get some OPL t-shirts made, and I would like those t-shirts to just say, "Do you know what I heard?" And it's just you and I dressed up like American teenage schoolgirls gossiping on our phones. That's what I would like to see.
And then the other one, the other t-shirt design is like, "Do you know what I heard?" And it's your ear to the webcam like this.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
you know?
If there are any artists out there, I'd love to see that designed. I'm fairly certain. I think, Jimmy, are you here? I thought I saw your name there earlier. I would love. I'm just saying. Here's what I heard. You all made incredible art and sent it to me. That's what I heard. What I have not heard is any more news about the game.
No.
So I'm just going to assume. Oh wow, here we go. Clip: Nick Boy attempts a handstand on his guest bed during Chrono Break.
Nick Boy. It should actually be called Nick Boy breaks a slat on his bed.
This is a bad time. Yeah, this is
Is it a bad time? Is it a bad?
Yeah.
Is it? How bad? How bad are we talking?
Oh no, I don't actually look that bad.
No.
No, I look pretty good.
You do look quite athletic for a dad. For like a dad bod kind of guy.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
I could get into that.
Like.
Oh my god, the likes are pouring in as well. I am so into. Subscribe to my Patreon. What were we talking about?
I honestly, at this point, I don't know. At this point,
seriously, can we just? Do you think production is even trying at this point? Because I feel like
I'm scared.
I think it's a dare now to just see how long we go.
Well, you know what my problem with this whole scenario is, okay? You know when you're growing up and your parents don't say anything, and they're so angry with you that they don't say anything.
But they're disappointed.
You're disappointed. And it's the conversation with, I'm not even angry anymore, I'm just disappointed.
Absolutely.
Now, see, I don't know if production's doing that with us. So I'm scared, it is so far gone that I'm just gonna get they're gonna chime in and say, okay, look, Jubes, Nick Boy, we're not mad, we're just disappointed.
You mean because of what we've been doing? Or this is our punishment?
Yeah, no, what we've been doing.
Oh no.
We're nearly at 8K viewers, so that's nearly a 500 viewer increase.
I will say that I have said and done many things over the course of the last nearly 2 years of being involved in this broadcast that were wildly more inappropriate than what we've done tonight. And no one has ever had the balls to say anything to me about it. So I think that oh no.
Guys,
I have
we've got some
really
terrible
bad news for you guys. Unfortunately, they have figured out how to get the game working, and it has resumed, and we're now just waiting to get back in and to be caught up on the competitive integrity delay. Unfortunately, the game is going ahead.
If
I really do hope that Rusty and Skimmy have to start casting from 4 seconds before the Nexus explodes.
If I may have one more request from Twitch chat before we say Bon Voyage. Is Bon Voyage bye or hi? Bon Voyage is bye.
I think it's like Aloha and it's both.
Okay, anyway, before we go, my last request is the moment me and Nick Boy leave, can we just get Twitch chat flooded with Bible Thump?
That'd be nice.
That'd be nice. That's we're signing off. It could never happen again, right? This could go down in history.
Can I just say, and we're about to throw, but Jews, it's going to be really weird when we're back on air in approximately 90 seconds because the game's over, and then we're going to have to talk about League of Legends, whereas for the last hour we did kind of book reviews and handstands and push-ups.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us on the Kingpin podcast. It's time to get back into the end of Game 2 of Order versus Direwolves. Let's get some Bible thumbs in the chat as we resume with your color commentators, Rusty and Skimmy.
That is right. We are back, Rusty. You're here as well. The players are back in this one as well, and it's been a long journey. I feel like this is, stressful, obviously, for the coaches, the players involved, for maybe the community at large. They got to witness so much content.
Yeah, we've got to let these Bible thumbs play out, though, for the moment. We're about to get back into an exciting moment, so let's get the tears out of the way, and then we'll back it up with tears of joy once we finally get to see what the heck's happening in this game, Skimmy, because last time we were here, It was really close to the game ending. Now, we've gone back about, I want to say 20-odd seconds, and it seems like, the same thing cannot be said for what is going to happen here. Chippies isn't going to die, and they're not going to be able to just run it straight into end of the game. What we have seen, though, is that they are going to still pick the same lane, Skimmy.
They are. Top lane is where they went for last time. Cosmic Radiance had been popped on the Nexus. They were looking to end things out. Now the narrative looks to be the same again. The package is there for Shock. What resources do they have? Now they've had so much time to consider how this fight may play on out.
We've got 3 items here for Chippies as well. Completes the Guardian Angel like we saw used 7 hours ago. Swiper uses the ultimate. They are still going to hunt for this.
Out comes the Nature's Grasp with Cosmic Radiance again, looking for the pick, but they're just going to drive straight on towards that core. They want to end this game, and they'll look for the end. They will get that end. Order will end this game up and down, make it a 2-0. That's the result we saw. That's the result we wanted. And that, Rusty, is the result we will get, as they are now on match point to advance to take on the Chiefs.
We waited an hour for this. We waited so long for the expected result. Holy...
Yes, Rusty, I think you have said it all. For me, for them, and for everyone at large.
God, and you know what? Because we're going to be throwing to a break, not to the other two.
They need a
numpties.
break. They do,
They
don't
need a break.
They've been talking
Can I just
too
say,
much.
they deserved those Bible thumps. They did incredible work.
Unbelievable. The amount of banter, the fact that the viewers rose as a result of the break, I mean, hands off, really. To Jubes, the guy's a monster. But we're going to take a break, this time to a screen, so everyone can get cool, calm, composed, get themselves ready for the game number 3 in this best of 5 series. Clean slate, clean idea, and a new chance to see who advances in the OPL playoffs.
The Seven Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. This is basically like a murder mystery time thing that just keeps looping around. Like such a good read. Very enjoyable. Circe. This is a new take on Greek myth from the perspective of a little-known character within the universe. Speaking of little-known characters, some boys that we haven't seen hide nor hair from in a while. Skimmy and Rusty. Welcome to Kingpins.
Hey.
I'm glad to be here. I feel like, I was on the edge of my seat, sitting in Discord, waiting on standby. Like, am I going to come in? And then you guys were just popping off. And as soon as I saw the handstands, the push-ups, I knew that was a very high bar to be set and to really be matched and topped.
Talk to me about the difficulty of casting what amounted to 23 seconds of gameplay.
I was actually joking with Rusty. I was like, I'm not too sure what time we're going to get put back into this game, but if it's literally where we were with the Cosmic Radiance going off and them hitting the Nexus, I'm like, do I just go Motormouth, Rap God, Eminem style and just scream and then, try and get that front page Reddit clip to mirror your handstand? In the end, it seemed kind of that way, but yeah, I think caffeine coffee is going to be the MVP here. Just more energy. We're not going to let that hype simmer down.
You can tell who the roles are here between play-by-plays and colours as well, because Skimmy's coming, he's like, I got 20 seconds, I'm just going to yell loudly. I actually had a screenshot at the end of the game where it was, and be like, what time are we getting back in? How long do we have left? And did the maths before it, so...
Let's take a look back at that game, because we don't want that game to be remembered for the 50-minute fill. We want that game to be remembered for the game that it was, because obviously Order taking out a second win for the night. Juves, you and I spoke about how Direwolves had sort of squandered their early advantage at the beginning. What about the fact that they drafted for a split push and it just seemed like they weren't taking advantage of it?
Yeah, so I think what we saw in this game was actually the bread and butter of both teams. So Direwolves is known as this, play around chippies, get him on a carry type of team, where Vital's happy just 10 CS per minute, and Order is known as this, give me the tank top, give me the, the power farm / ganking jungler. And we really saw a clash of styles, and I think it was weird because we actually saw the Direwolves play the style of Order with the comp of Direwolves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And we saw Direwolves play the early game very well. Like, you saw how dangerous they are when they skirmish around the top side of the map. Like, they completely... what I thought was an unlosable 2v2 for Order. The Direwolves, Chippies, and Mir actually outplayed them, right? And they got the 2 kills onto the Camille. The Camille got the early Ravenous, and I really thought it was game over. I said, well, there's no one that can deal with this Camille. She was level 11 to level 9 Maokai. But for some reason, Order had this mind control of some sorts, where they were able to bring all the members of Direwolves to the Dragon and to the Rift Herald and just force 5v5s.
So the thing is there as well, Juves, is like you can see, and I'm not in the comms with them, right? None of us are, but you can see from Chippies what he is doing, and I think he is overcompensating right now to try and carry his team. And what I mean by that, with literal examples, is look at the game at level 3, walks mid. Level 3, he then teleports bottom to help his team. And this is the player who is compositionally going to be the carry, now sacrificing himself for the team. And they mechanics maxed their way back to being ahead.
Yeah.
But, like, that alone is an indicator to me of how they're trying to play this game out. And so, like, if that's the case, he should be playing Ornn.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I thought, the way he was playing was like he was not playing, a Camille that needed to sit in lane to get his 2 items, right? I think they, like you said, they're fortunate that they mechanics max to get to a stable state or even a lead, which well played to them, but also like well played to Order. So I explained this to you, Nick, when we were talking. It's Order's comp and the state the game was in. They needed to find a window. They needed to find a window in which they were happy giving a whole minion wave to potentially gain more than a minion wave. And the instance I gave you was when they Kalista ulted mid and caught Lee Sin, which led to a Baron. There was a universe where Lee Sin didn't die, Order got no kills, and they lost 2 waves top lane. So Order really were in a state where they had to force, and they forced at the right time, and they managed to get the reward. But, like, I'm not sold that this game was as clear and cookie cutter as it was, because, maybe in game 3, Direwolves actually play a little bit safer. They respect the roam. They don't get caught. And then what? then maybe Chippies can take over the game.
Is there an argument to be made that Order often take that sort of calculated risk thing, but they're often doing it against teams that can take advantage of them as they're offering that up, and that Direwolves were, it wasn't necessarily, I guess I'm saying, was it a great decision by Order, or is this something that we see Order do a lot and Direwolves just weren't able to take advantage of it?
I think it's a compositional thing in the sense that they like, it's a necessary, like, if you want to call it an evil, like if sacking minion waves is an evil, it's a necessary evil when you play the kind of comp Order did, and specifically when your Maokai is behind, because the Maokai was the one that was behind. So I think it's a calculated risk that's like necessary, but that risk could lose you the game quicker or get you back into the game. And what we saw was it got them back into the game. But like I said, you know, the alternative is they go mid, they don't get the kills, and Camille takes 2 towers bot lane.
And we, speaking of getting back into the game, we got word that Direwolves have picked blue side, and they're also keeping Cupcake. Rusty, is that the right decision?
Yeah, I mean, Cupcake was able to work with Vital to get solo kills in bot lane, like as a 2v2 with a Tom Kench, you know, playing weak side champions. So I think it was pretty clear to me that Cupcake came in today with good form. He was controlling a lot of the map movements, and I think that's really important because, like, the first point that I made in this segment was that Chippies is trying too hard to be the captain and carry his team. And I think what he should be doing is one of two things. And option one is keep Cupcake in, let him be the captain, and stop trying to do too much for your team. Just play your role. And Cupcake can be a leader, right? So I think that's a good idea for them to keep him in for that reason alone. Option two is you bring Vital a decoy back and you play the tanks yourself.
Well, that's what I thought was interesting as well, because they chose blue side. So for me, that means, like, well, are you first picking Ornn? Are you first picking Aphelios? It's so many questions, and I guess the questions we have is, like, we can't answer it until we really load into a game and see, because this is, I guess, for me, it's plagued Direwolves' season at the later half of the split, is like they have these fundamental problems where they can't play certain things in every role.
Well, they need to figure out those problems because this is potentially the last game of their split. It is 2-0 to Order. So, Skimmy, what is it that Direwolves can do against Order tonight? What is the golden ticket, the pick that they have in the back of their pocket that they can pull out to really turn this series around?
I think you've got to ask yourself, you know, given that you're going to have first pick priority, you know, put the Ornn aside for a second there. But, you know, you need to find a support, in my opinion. I feel like Cupcake needs to get his support in that first 3 picks. He needs to find something he's comfortable on and really punish Ayla, because he's played Maokai back-to-back, had a free lane, and when it's come to team fights, it's just had a far bigger impact, a far bigger role, and Order been able to really rely on that. So I just want to see, you know, the justification for Cupcake to be in here, that he can actually play those aggressive tanks, free up the option for Chippies to do what he does best, and for them to try and turn things around.
Absolutely. And then the other thing that we've got going, of course, is NeoSurf, proud sponsors of the OPL playoffs, are offering to give away, not just offering, they are going to be giving away legendary skins, masterwork chests and keys, along with epic skins. All you need to do is predict the total gold earned in Game 3. Head to the OPL Twitter page at OPL and respond to the post there about the Game 3 challenge with your prediction of how much gold will be earned in Game 3 of Order vs. Direwolves for your chance to win. Speaking of winning, let's get into it with the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
We enter the Macca's Champion Select here on match point for Order. Currently leading as best of 5, 2-0, and just 1 game away from meeting Chiefs and looking to continue their playoffs run. For Direwolves, they have changed things up. They have gone for blue sides. That is first pick. And the main question that everyone seemed to ask was, with Ornn being so damn strong still in 10.7, would they be forced to ban away this Ornn? And that question's been answered. It is once again.
Yeah, they really are putting themselves into a hole with this forced ban, you would say, more than anything else. Now, Swiper has proven that he can play the Maokai and that there are tanks available. The Camille still looked good into it, it is worth saying. But it does mean that, you know, Order have been doing this draft strategy on blue side that we're seeing less of it now on red. It is different from them. But they were targeting bottom lane pretty aggressively. This time around, they have gone for the set ban on blue side themselves. So it does on red side rather. So it does seem like that's going to be a handshake ban between both of these teams. With the Renekton taken away here from Swiper by Chippies, it does make me wonder what it is they'll be playing in top lane with all these bans.
Auto changed things up a little bit. They've gone for the Kalista ban as opposed to the Aphelios, which has obviously opened that up. They have, however, respected what Hayri was able to achieve on that Azir, and that was pretty disgusting, to be honest. I mean, the guy is getting quadra kills, really limiting what you're able to do. Yes, there's an argument that can be made that they could have ended the game, but regardless, that is the outcome that we saw. Order, however, keep it in terms of comfort. They get in that incredibly strong bot duo. And now we need to see some form of response here from Direwolves. I would love to see a tank pickup here for Cupcake, and that is what we will get. It's going to be the Braum and the Aphelios going into the, I suppose you call it the feeding lane. You know, pass the parcel, give the tree the package.
It's a needed thing, and I'm glad they've done this time around. So they've prioritized their support as their third pick before the second ban phase, so he doesn't get banned out completely. They have gone for a decent comp now. They open up the floor for Mir to play something like the Sejuani, have a Sej Braum composition as well if Chippies is going to be top Olaf, and then you could pick your Corki in mid lane, and the composition feels a little bit more well-rounded. Order on the other side here have gone for, I want to say it's no surprise, they're giving over low mobility AD carries to Vital, they're picking Trundle, and they're picking Senna Maokai as a trio. Those three together are incredibly good at locking people down over decent distances and round out a composition for them nicely. It's about where they go from here, because the first game was the LeBlanc in mid lane. That's not going to be seen. The Azir is already taken away from Hayri. And Direwolves in this position went for like a Jarvan Orianna last time. And so we'll see the adaptations coming now.
This is interesting for me, the fact that they banned away the Zillion. We've seen Shock play it once when he went up against a Karma. That's when they took on the Chiefs. That was a while ago. And obviously the idea behind that, plenty of denial. You stack members up. You've got obviously the ability to stun them. Then you've got the turbo speed influence to allow somebody like Chippies or Mir to run into that backline. But then that free revive, the ability to have a second chance if you know that everybody's going to be diving on towards Vital, allowing him to itemize a lot more aggressively as opposed to what we've seen when he got like the likes of the QSS, Executioners, and really had to sort of build very much hybrid style, limiting his influence. And we've talked about how strong Vital is as a player. Now, the Sejuani wasn't banned away. Two were taken on towards what Shock can achieve. The Casio is still online, however, as Order have now locked in place a Corki for Hayri.
The Cass is the big one, and I think it was a soft bait actually here from Order once again. It seems like, you know, we spoke about this a few times now already, but we know what Direwolves are playing. We know what champions they play. Order have very consciously chosen to take away the Corki, give over the Cassiopeia. You can see it through their bans because the other options are there. Here is one spanner into the works though, as we have seen this in other regions. LEC played the press the attack Malphite.
Yes.
And that may be what we're starting to see here in this game. Now, you would expect it's going to be the Maokai top lane, but what we have seen from Order is Maokai support. So the choice is theirs. And to the lane they wanted to put it in, and there we go.
There you go, they flex it up quite nicely, showing that they can do it with the Maokai or do it with the Tahm Kench as well. They've definitely thrown a spanner in the works, but the big talking point has to be the Malphite. Chippy's playing that one there. You talked about it before, already being deployed in the LEC, and we had a bit of a laugh about how damn scary it can be. When he comes through, it just makes playing ADC near nigh impossible unless you have flash available.
Yeah, it's a hard life to be an ADC in the compositions that we were seeing in the LEC. It's a little bit different here.
Yeah.
You know, rule number one is there's low mobility on both of these AD carry champions. So it isn't the simplest game to play, but it's an Olaf and a Cassiopeia that are going to be running you down. And so it's not as dangerous. You know, there's less mobility, there's less assassination there. It is mostly the Malphite that will be the engaged tool. Similar thing for the other side of the map as well, right? So a bit more range, a bit more damage consistently overall, less frontline brawler tankiness. Yet to see the build, of course, that the Malphite will be going as well. But it'll be an interesting game to really watch it unfold. You know, how does the center Tahm Kench go against the enemy team as they go for this starving bottom lane as well? But their opposing side has the Braum this time. It's not the Tahm Kench. A bit more kill threat available. And the Aphelios, not the Misfortune, who a lot of people argue is stronger of the two.
I mean, first few questions I might here, Rusty, would be Cupcake gets a preferable champion, allowing him to protect Vital, which is apparent as a necessity in this series. But then, based off the performance that Chippy had on that Camille last game, yes, it was a carry, and I suppose it could be made that Malphite is also a carry based on what we've seen. Whether or not he is going to be incredibly aggressive once again with his rotations to try and overcompensate and get his team online.
Yeah, for me, the one place that I'm looking at more than anything else, like the Malphite's obvious, right? It's a place that we'll be watching as the game plays, but through this draft, I'm looking at the Cassiopeia and the Ola. Those two in particular. Now, any time that Direwolves have beaten Order in a game of League of Legends, those two have been doing well. It's usually a big performance from both individual members of Mir and Shock. Shock has been not the highest impact player in this series so far, at least not to the standard that we know he can be. And I think they have his measure through draft. And that's one of the big things to consider. But his Cassiopeia, he's into the Corki. Corki may be forced into a Hex Drinker, which really ruins spike timing for a Corki. If he can get that done at the very least, Shock can have a big impact on the game.
Well, when it comes to a situation like this where you are being threatened by a match point, Shock defaults to Comfort. This is a man that's played this champion thousands upon thousands of time. We need a big influence on a Comfort pick for him as we enter into game number 3 of this best of 5. Order sitting on match point. Direwolves getting a little bit creative here.
This is spicy. So they're going to be spin.
This is a face check.
It's a 3v3.
Cupcake can spot a bother already. Guardian gets procced very early on. Mir leading the line right now. There is a Hayri on the flank, on the angle, on the side, but it's not going to matter. First blood being achieved here by Rare. Only disengages as well. Shock's going to come across and look to lay down the poison, burn some flashes, which he does, and Harry rocks up to the party and says, hello, thank you very much.
Shock
Burn double summoners. And this is the most chaotic level 1 we have seen in this series so far. Desperation. Order 2-0 in this series, now find themselves 2-0 in this game, Rusty.
Oh, that's an absolute disaster for Direwolves. They have the late invade, they have the Olaf, but Order no. They suspect that this is going to happen. They sit in the bush, they wait, and the second that Direwolves split up, Cupcake shows himself, bam, they collapse on that, and they get themselves the 2-0. They also force a recall from Vital, and they, I mean, you couldn't ask for more if you were Order.
You really couldn't. The fasting center has essentially broken her diet and has had far too many cheat meals. Now sitting at 2-0, comes back with double longswords and a rejuve potion. If you talk about sustain and frustration in that lane already, that is only just hyper-accelerated the agenda further. And now you find a situation where your carries, they have no summoners to respond.
So we watch this again from Direwolves' point of view here. Cupcake is the one who walks down, cops the tongue to the face. It is a Doran's ring Tahm Kench as well, just as a random aside to that. Now, just before Only gets stunned, he uses his chomp and takes some damage away from Mir. They both get the smite off onto the blue buff, but with 0 HP left to his name, Only flashes away after getting the Triumph proc there as well. And that's the thing, you know, they're fighting in Order's side of the map. They have control of the terrain, and they're using that terrain control to their advantage. They just barely scrape out with their lives in so many situations. It was close to going the other way, but I think the advantage of Order going first, choosing the fight, was the difference.
Punishment is absolutely real at this stage of the game. You can see that Rare is making it very well apparent. Always looking for that poke. Be quite interesting, I feel like, Rusty, to keep an eye on how he is able to utilize that to get those absolution stacks up and rolling, up online very quickly into this game. You can already see that the pressure is definitely towards this bottom side. Only one flash available for Cupcake. Only is already invading here.
Yeah, they're looking to pressure him for this Krug, but if he has the smite, he doesn't. He'll be okay. Lots of damage. Once again, they're making this a nightmare for Direwolves.
Look at it. The damage, it's all free. They have the sustain. That is the major advantage they have in this lane compared to what Direwolves offer. And put you in such a rough situation where you're just going to be forced back to your tower and lose a lot of CS as a result, you'd imagine.
Yeah, contesting that bush actually cost them a lot of HP as well, so they are now no longer in a good position, even an even position in this lane, and their wave is pushing towards Order, so it goes from bad to worse if they don't start getting some control soon. Direwolves very much struggling through this bot lane 2v2. Top lane at least is isolated and has been since the start of the game. And you can see a sizable CS advantage for Chippies before that first back. So at least there's that going for them.
They need a glimmer of hope at this stage of the game. You hate to call it at 5 minutes in, but if your mental was boomed before with that long break, definitely not a situation you want to find yourself in.
He was 100% spotted. He walked through a ward. He's going to walk through a second one. Only is here. So if he chooses to make a play at all, even walk up to this bush.
Oh no, don't do it, Mir. Only's going to turn around. The pillar goes down. The damage is there to follow. Order in a far better spot to respond here. Mir's forced to burn that flash. The root was only seconds away. And this bot lane and jungle are just being completely bullied out of this early game.
Yeah, now they're going to be forced to recall. You can see the health bar is just sorely lacking from the side of Direwolves. No mana for Cupcake there as well. Mir flashing away. I mean, it's going from bad to worse, and it's happening quickly. They just ought to have their read on the game. They have the read on their opponents, and it's so clear to me that the preparation and planning that came into this one has really just been the ace up the sleeve that Order had from game one.
They're going to be the ones again in this driving seat, not only dominating the Scuttle Crabs, but also by getting the Dragons online to start this game off with. Mountain Drake to their name, extra tankiness, that'll definitely come in clutch, given that has been the narrative for Order in this series. Build tanky, build for sustain, build for the ability to engage, and not get as punished.
Yeah, definitely one of the key factors they can start looking towards. Now, it's worth pointing out here, just as a tangent as well, the Doran's ring start is not something that you often see for Tahm Kench players. But in this situation, what does a Doran's ring provide you? If you think you're going to cop it while you're laning, you could have a shield, but you might run out of mana trying to last hit with Q. So one of the advantages that it does provide is 2 potions to equalize a lot of the early harass that could come out from a Braum Aphelios, which the shield does not fully cover in such a short span of time, and the mana sustain to be able to continue to last hit minions with Q. Now, of course, you didn't get to see any of that, so it feels like it's pointless. But that's just because they're winning so hard so early.
Throwing out the old ideas cooked up there in the workshop. Learning with Rusty, that's our new segment here on the OPL. As we see once again, the bullying continues. The sustain, the damage, the item advantage. Really allowing Rare to be a complete nuisance here and really own that role of just being a harasser, especially during laning phase.
Yeah, being able to start with 2 longswords, let alone rushing the lethality that he currently has, Rare is just in the nicest position to play center ever. He's just going to get those stacks so lightning quick, and the more stacks he gets, the faster he scales and the worse it looks for Direwolves. Now, they still have things to kill him. As you can see, one of them was hovering around mid lane having a look. Fighting bottom, actually.
They are indeed. Mir once again showing some love there, but that is going to force out a teleport response from Swiper. Now the same comes out from Chippies as well, but with Maokai being the one to reach that situation first, out comes the Rock Man! And that's a double kill picked up just like that, and Vital finds that all-important shutdown.
Yeah, super important kills there, and like you mentioned, going to the correct person. Vital gets them, Chippies comes in, proves why the Malphite is a valuable pick there as well. Flash ultimate. Now they will lose the Rift Herald for this. Swiper also able to hold this and gets a flash out of Cupcake. If he lives, then he's actually stopped a lot of this threat. That's a teleport in from Ayla.
Ayla
They're
lands the
kill
leg.
as well.
They're going to punish. It looks so damn good for Direwolves, but they overextend. They stay around for far too long. He's just going to fall as well.
Yeah, so they'll actually get the Herald. They'll steal the blue buff. They'll get a kill and defend the bot lane turret. Now, they do still die 2 times, but the response is so quick and so confident from Order that you can see them bringing it back immediately. And any advantages Direwolves thought they had slowly dissipate.
Let's see what he comes back to this lane with. He is going to have now a BF sword. So going to have a major trading advantage as a result, but it looks so good in those situations prior to it. But the teleport advantage coming in clutch here. Triple TP is what Order have to play around with in this game. Chippies with the Malphite presence. Definitely seeing the value in that pick and really what his game plan is.
Yeah, so that was a lot of good work from Chippies. But it's similar to like when AV have Chaz playing as their mid laner. It's like an equalizer, you know? More than anything else. That's what it felt like he was able to do there. Malphite, one of those unique, happy middle grounds for Chippies as well, where he can roam, he can lane. And it's nice to see them bring out what I guess was the pocket pick through being on blue side. And we'll see just how much it can do coming into the mid-game, though, because the next time that ultimate is available, it's worth highlighting that no one flashed the last Malphite ultimate, where perhaps they could have. So they'll still have it to dodge the next one.
All been about action here, but mid lane has been the most quiet so far. Both are neck and neck in terms of CS, and kind of as you'd imagine, really, with both going for the tier build, looking to get themselves online with that upgrade and then start working into that second item before they really showcase what they are all about. But
Exactly right.
Two very comfortable players on these respective champions, and you know, whoever can reach that power spike first may just have the edge to influence these side lanes.
They're definitely item-based champions as well. The Sheen being a little bit cheaper than the Lost Chapter means their spike timings came in slightly different. But at the end of the day, it'll be one full item done cheaper from Shock. And may be able to get himself onto the map a little bit faster than that of Hayri, who has delayed his Manamuneas. Looking bottom. Only is here, though.
Both junglers, again, are just hanging around this bottom side, and it would definitely favor Order as they have the Rift Herald in their pocket. If they were able to get a kill, they will be able to get themselves a fair few plates. Potentially look at getting the first turret of this game to start achieving a gold lead, which, as it stands right now, Rusty, is up roughly 800 gold.
Yeah, not game-breaking gold leads just yet. Now Order are looking towards this Infernal Drake. That was a stopwatch from Rare. Oops-a-daisies. Might have wanted that for the coming fight. That was a massive misclick, to say the least. They're going to concede the Drake here in response. Numbers advantage there, but Cupcake might be in trouble.
He may be in trouble. Dashes away and then jumps back in, landing the concussive blows. Out goes the ultimate. Center Cannon providing some sustain. Bit of mitigation, but it's not going to matter because Mir runs rampant. Popping that Ragnarok, finds himself a double kill. Now that makes Olaf once again a threat in this game. And they're able to turn things around, stem the bleeding.
So, first of all, it's nice to see Mir playing towards his bot lane at the moment. They are not playing towards Chippies at all. Chippies is playing towards them. We saw some of that adaptation in the last game with him playing towards his team, but this time very successfully, it seems. And Rare was not to be seen. He was in the river. He actually flashes away from Cassiopeia, who has that one-item spike we were talking about before. The Aphelios and the Braum have kill threat decently of their own as a 2v2. And the Olaf just comes in, throws the axes, and really has a genuine impact in this lane. And they've now put themselves 4-3 on the kills. The gold pretty much even, and that was after. Remember the level 1 that we saw.
Actually incredible mental resilience here to hang on out. The Rift Herald, however, will not find any value as it is summoned at the very last second there. Harry was showing his face in the bottom lane by using that teleport and responds back in mid as Shock was looking to get some free damage on towards that turret, but it is a fantastic recovery attempt here from Direwolves. And I mean, you can almost understand what the game plan is. Every single time Chippies has the unstoppable force looking to lay down the law and show what they can do, but trying to reach those item spikes to make sure that Vital is able to get himself online. He getting much closer to that point of the game as he's now got the Essence Reaver completed here, Rusty.
Yeah, that recovery, though, Skimmy, has put them into a very good spot because you have to look at the advantage between these junglers. Miro was able to pick up the kills. He has the CS advantage. He's the one with the shutdown. And how have Dials been beaten by Order the past couple of games? Is a lot of it's around Only and his ability to move around the map and not just secure the objectives, but threaten for those kills. And we're not really seeing as much of that this game. In fact, what we have seen of him is counter ganks more than anything else.
He's opted to go for the Cinder Hulk and now working his way towards that Spirit Visage. Wants to be as tanky as possible, really rely on that passive to keep himself self-sustained and go for those brawls. Make sure he wins those ones out. We are going to see the rotation now as the top laners now switch with their respective counterparts, flip the map if you will. No objective on the map for another couple of minutes.
Swiper seems to be doing well for himself, working towards what I have to assume is the Spirit Visage first. Both players just going for the Balmy Cinder in there early. Chippies with the Catalyst of the Aeons in his build, though, however, probably going towards an Abyssal Mask. Maybe Rod of Ages, but I highly doubt it, given all the other components he purchased first. And Mir threatening a top dive.
Tanks still scaling, looking for those two crucial item spikes, but the jungler's definitely been very active in this regard, and this time with Mir rotating and roaming, He's not getting anywhere near as punished as he has in the first 2 games. With a healthy advantage in that CS department, he's able to, dictate what the terms that are set on this game, but he can do so with confidence. This time starting a Rift Herald with the advantage, with those lanes pushing, with the vision on the map, and the ability to guarantee it without making it a 50-50 risky shot call.
Yeah, another free objective, this time going to the Direwolves, however, after they got that Drake as well. 1 minute, 20 seconds till the next Drake spawns. It's a Cloud Rift. So not the most exciting of rifts once again to be seen. Item Spike's getting closer in mid lane, however, here, Skimmy. The Trinity Force ever closer for Hayri. Very efficient being able to go for the magical footwear to not have to purchase that and save some money. Whereas Shock on the other side, like mentioned, was the one item Spike Wonder. So you can see Direwolves being able to play not only around their Olaf strength, but the item Spike hitting very early from Shock to start getting some control back.
That begs the question if we're going to see now a full-blown 5v5 as a result of Shock having that impact. You can understand that Order are sniffing. They are hunting out trouble, invading, denying as much as they can, and looking to find any small advantage to even out that item Spike. It's going to be Hayri now finding himself a red buff, which will really add to this damage that is not found as a result of having the Trinity Force complete.
Yeah, and only just playing Protector and hovering. It's going to be doubles for the Corki. We're only just falling a little bit further and behind every passing moment to this Olaf. It's a Spirit Visage rush here, however, from Mir. Not a Black Cleaver, not even the Phage. So he's gone the tank route. And at the moment, the only real physical damage, especially with only being a little bit behind, still fine, still fighting fit, but behind, is going to be Rare. And being the center, going for the lethality build, definitely scaling up. A Spirit Visage first item is a very powerful and tanky Olaf.
That's definitely his objective here, is to stay a while and get the job done. Be a threat, even though you don't traditionally think of Olaf as a tank compared to the likes of a Malphite or, say, a Maokai, but he wants to be always available. We saw so many times when he fell victim to a gank and then wasn't able to be there using a smite for a big objective like a Baron or a Dragon, or potential situation like this. Unstoppable Force onto free, buying time for the TP to come on out. Shock wants to exert that pressure he has with that item Spike, and this is a big win actually for Direwolves. They stem the top aggression and they pick up the second Drake for themselves.
Yeah, and Herald having to be dealt with in mid lane here by Hayri, so he's not able to rotate and assist in that top lane dive that they were considering as well. I mean, at the end of the day, no one dies top lane. There was a lot of pressure. Direwolves still finding the objective, still finding themselves at least building up a decent amount of momentum in this one as well. You have to commend the efforts of them so far. It's can they actually capitalize this into a gold lead, though? They haven't been able to so far.
It's definitely been very close this series all along. Now Order show themselves in the top lane for a second time, looking to get a major shutdown, which they will find. 4 members collapse. No protection able to be offered from Chippies, with the ultimate down, a core component of what this Malphite offers to the team. Mir in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I want to say the notorious Mir does it again. Being in top lane, Chippies doesn't have ult. He has the flash, he has the teleport, he's definitely weak-sided, however, and then they play towards that weak side and give the opportunity for a kill to go over with the turret. If you look at the rest of the map at the moment that play happens, their bottom lane is pushing a wave past the bot lane outer turret. They are so far away from this action that it's very clear that there is a weak side of the map that Order are trading with. And so to give a 600 gold shutdown, it feels unnecessary.
Just granted your opposition a nice little window to get themselves back into this game. And we do see now the recall complete with the item spikes coming online for Order specifically. We've got the Umbral Glaive for the vision denial, couple that with the Executioners to make it very easy for Rare to deny a lot of the sustain that will be coming out in these team fights, but the major one obviously has to be the Trinity Force. Now completed with the Muramana also reaching that 750 bonus mana spike of the game. Harry is going to be kind of scary now.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be a big deal. Going to be doing some serious damage. Of course, Corki wants to hit 16, wants to hit 3 items, and with this build, 4 items is an even bigger power spike, as the Manamune, now Muramana, gives as much AD as an Infinity Edge, if not more, depending on the rest of your build. And a Presence of Mind or something of the like, once you get involved in those kills, it can actually increase your damage output.
Yet to see that really happen, though, as he is 0-0 and 1, but has a 300 gold shot down from farming alone. 350.
It keeps on scaling. As do these team compositions, every teleport available now, except for Shocks having been deployed moments earlier in the top lane to prevent Chippies falling on down. Interesting to see how these teams decide to set themselves up accordingly to utilize that, to play the macro game. It, for the most part, had been Order running around the map, forcing Direwolves to play their game plan.
Yeah, right now we're fighting for mid priority more than anything else. You can see the Direwolves are hovering the top side of mid where they have their vision control. Swiper's about to push the wave in though and have some freedom to leave if he would like. And that's where Order may try and fight back, get some control if they can.
Yeah, Shock was hovering, wanted to try and make something happen given the fact that Harry was all the way locked down in bottom lane. Be that numbers advantage for them to make a trade happen.
Oh, it's the teleport advantage as well, Skimmy, right? So Harry has teleport, Shock does not. And so they're able to play like this as long as they're not all-inning. They found mid.
Like an all-in is going to take place right now. Near is low, forced to disengage as the Ragnarok expires. A trade of ultimates comes out. Chippy's going on in onto 2, but just no follow-up can come across. Cupcake is locked in place, and now Direwolves in a situation where what is happening? Shock cannot get there. It was a 4v5 as it started, and now all of our resources to turn this fight around have been lost. Order stay strong. They get the all-important kill, and they establish themselves strong in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the Cassiopeia just wasn't there. You know, big numbers advantage for them having the teleport advantage. That's why they're able to commit themselves to that. Swiper just walks down, as Swiper does very often, honestly, when playing competitive League of Legends. So they get themselves a pick. It's a lot of good work onto a Malphite who still has his flash, still has the teleport, so can be back onto the map very quickly. But he ulted in to look for kills and was unable to find what he was after.
30 seconds on this next Drake. Direwolves would love to pick this up. Would find so much value on the likes of Shock and Mir, especially, to get that up time to get onto the carries, get onto those kill targets especially, get their role in this game online. After that last team fight, it's rough.
Like, I look at these comps, I have to say, first of all, I think this is the best draft that Direwolves have had this series so far, so I'm a fan of it. And if I was Rare, like, this is the type of composition that's designed to just murder him constantly off cooldown. Like, if Aphelios ults with Malphite, probably just between those two, they have enough damage. We're fighting again.
We are indeed. The pillar goes up, the zone is complete, the entrance into Direwolf's jungle is where they will be locked in place for the meantime. They've got the sustain once again, but Chippies has had enough. He jumps in and he gets members online. 2 kills picked up instantly, shutdowns for the boys in green. They burn summoners, but they find so much value, and they need to do something with this tempo. They go straight to Baron.
Yeah, they have to capitalize on that with something. They'll be spotted doing this, of course. They've been seen running up to it. Order are going to sack the Baron buff. They're going to go get the Drake. Very well deserved here by Direwolves as far as the teamfight execution is concerned. It was a flash forwards from a Cassiopeia and a Malphite with their ultimates at the same time. They will not have the flash or any forthcoming fights, which might be the saving grace here for Order. But that's the team fight coming forward, doing the work that is needed of it to be able to keep Direwolves in this series and win the game.
They turn their enemies to stone. Combination of 2 elements, really, between what Shock and Chippies can do there, but definitely delivering what their composition is built to achieve. As you say, Baron traded for Dragon. Order having to go for that one here, but now the question, Rusty, has to be how much pressure can Direwolves find in these 3 lanes, utilizing that Baron-inspired minion wave to really try and not only get a gold lead, because they're already up by, say, 2k, but to further accentuate that, really get those items online, 2 to 3 item spikes, and then be able to just keep, just dominating these team fights, because you're getting close to that point now where Corki hits level 16, you start to get concerned.
So think back to the last couple of games, right? It always felt like Direwolves were reacting to Order's plays, or Order were making mistakes, which was opening the door to Direwolves, right? This is the one time where it's really clear to say that Direwolves are making their own plays. And Direwolves are controlling the tempo of the game. And this is the closest we have seen to Direwolves at their peak best. And that is such a significant difference in this best of 5 series when you really see that happen. That Order, just to hold on to this game, will require to put in some big work of their own, because it's rare against people that will all one-hit him, and he is the bulk of the physical damage, so he has to stay alive.
But look at the amount of damage that goes out onto a tank. Devour coming in clutch. Moonlight Vigil going out from afar. Another big BF sword item there completed for Vital, and that may be a dead Trundle, but this nets them a solid advantage in the mid lane. 2 turrets will fall on down. Side lanes had to be responded to, and, Direwolves seized the moment.
Yeah, they're able to break a couple of extra turrets, get some extra gold into their pockets. They make it to about a 3.5 thousand gold lead for themselves, and on the disengage here, there may not be too much else they'll be able to get from this Baron buff, but that's still a very good momentum swing in their favor. If you're looking at lanes they want to attack next, Drake's their first objective by a few seconds, but I don't think that matters too much. What they do have is teleport advantage for a small amount of time to maybe set themselves up in a 1-3-1 and just get some map control. Start looking for picks with that map control with the Malphite ultimate.
Well, the items are starting to come online thick and fast. Void Staff completed for Shock here. Going to find so much value, especially against all the magic resists that Order are itemizing towards. The flip side of that is Hayri is now reaching that major power spike too. He's got the rapid fire cannon online. He's got the range advantage to complement his poke with those missiles. And when we see that next full blown out team fight, which I would imagine is going to be at this next Drake, going to really understand the true nature of how these carries influence now starts to scale on into this game.
It's not sole point for either team though, so the pressure to get to a Cloud Drake is, I want to say it's not too significant, but there is a Malphite on one team, and you don't want to give that guy ult CDR constantly. That would be very annoying for a Malphite to just always have his ultimate and stare you down. So I think that there might be some pressure to try and take those Drakes if you Order.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got 10% CDR already into his kit, add another 20, potentially 30 on that ult specifically. I feel like your window to execute in which you can force a fight or just desperation flank and find a pick like they have in games 1 and 2 is near nigh impossible.
Now we have 3 items for Hayri as well, so as far as significance on the map, he's going to be huge. He's 16, he's close to his full power, but opted towards the rapid fire cannon over the Infinity Edge or any other resistance items perhaps that were available. A bit of extra range is very handy against the opposing composition. It might make it harder for someone like Chippies to close the distance or for Shock to hit an ultimate. He's probably the one that you look at the most. There is a lot of magic resistance to deal with him, so Avoid Stuff definitely on the menu for him at some stage to really stay relevant in this one. But if he gets the damage done, his base damage is so high that he could probably carry this game.
And it begs the question, right? Going to have to keep our eyes firmly fixated on Hayri's positioning, because from when we've seen these Malphite ults go in, they're finding a lot of value onto at least 2 targets minimum. If Hayri is locked in place, then the itemization he's gone towards definitely feels like a lackluster option. Unable to really execute with what it presents.
And he didn't go for the Hex Drinker Skimmy. He didn't go for the defensive option, so he can still get smacked around in one hit if he finds himself in a compromised position.
Just wants to do the damage. The question is, can they now, Rusty? 5 seconds on this Dragon. Mid lane priority is what they are looking to both establish. Ragnarok nullifying what the Maokai can achieve. Out comes the center ult very early on to give themselves some mitigation. Disengage is there. Order are still much healthier. But Cupcake and Mir are so zoned away. They are so damn low. And they're just going to look to trade this across to Order.
Yeah, so they're going to concede the Drake. Like mentioned, it's not going to be a soul point Drake, so they're not too concerned. They're actually going to run it down mid lane. Now, note that Direwolves have waited for their flashes to be available. They have flash, they have ultimate, they have the Cassiopeia Maokai and a Philios combo all ready to go. They just need to execute and find the mark. And this is where they start to look, because if they win here, they actually win the whole game.
They do indeed. They force Order's hand, saying you went for the Dragon. We're going to look to break open this base. We want to pick an inhibitor. Shock opens up with the Miasma. Forced to flash away as a result. Chippies has that combo right. He's ready to use it. He's looking for it. He goes straight onto Rare again, who gets devoured instantly. Moonlight Vigil, AoE splashing from afar. Swiper survives for as long as possible, but it does not matter. It's a 4v5. And the mid inhibitor will fall on down.
They'll break it. It was a little bit hard, but they are still able to get the objective they're after. Plenty of health to their names as well, but maybe not enough to run straight to a Baron. That much is for certain. The flash was used by Shock and by Mir, but not Chippies. who still has that one up. And just watch that ult timer on the top left of your screen, because that's always going to be the most important part of this game. Red didn't flash the ultimate, but they were very much aware of the fact that it was going to happen.
They just shred that Baron far too quick. How do Order respond with this one? Do they look to force the fight? They are buying their time. Hayri is on the approach.
I mean, they can't. Once again, like, what is it that Order are waiting for? The answer is 100% the Void stuff. If they don't have that Void stuff on Hayri, they cannot win a team fight.
Randomization towards being beefy for the resistances. Becoming a major, major factor right now. Black Cleaver completed here by Mir. The tank shredder. And really allow Vital, when those Moonlight Vigils come in from afar, if he has the sniper completed as well, to definitely get the job complete at the tail end of a team fight. Now with that third item in line, has the QSS and the Infinity Edge. These are those major spikes that Aphelios loves to see. And if, you know, we have those Dream Weapon Master combinations online, becomes incredibly tough for not only Order to poke, but then to respect the Malphite engage too.
Yeah, most definitely. This driver's seat position the Direwolves are in, it's very hard to relinquish that strength. Mir just being a pain in the bum. He's going to stand there with the Baron buff on minions just to let him know that he's nearby. They're going to be able to break this top lane in the turret with no troubles at all. Their eyes should be set firmly on inhibitors now that they have that Baron in their pockets. Now that the Direwolves, while they are looking good, you have to note that Hayri's got that Void stuff on the other side, has got the Corki package as well. So if ever there was a moment for them to put up a defense and buy some time from this Baron, it's now.
Here is escorting minions through mid, trying to force them on towards those Nexus turrets. Direwolves are threatening in the top side here, wanting to use that Baron buff to great effect. They open up with a Glacial Fissure, and Swiper is deleted. He's gone. And as soon as it only walks in, he gets turned to stone. He stares into the abyss of damage, and these are the moments you live for as Vital. He just flashes aggressively into the back line, wanting to pick up those kills single-handedly. The item spike is there, the damage is online. A second inhibitor will fall on down, and with the respawn time as being as long as this, they are looking to go for the end. Direwolves are going to bring us into a game number 4. They're going to go for the Nexus and end this one, tying up this best-of-5 series 2-1.
Direwolves with clearly a much better draft this time around. They come into the third game prepared, even 0-2 down. You know, they've got their wildcard champions available. Chippies pulls out the Malphite. It feels like the perfect pick for him as well. He's able to play with the rest of his team brilliantly, and being that team player, playing towards Vital, proves to be a successful strategy for them as they hit their team fight stride and they show that they do still have what it takes to compete with Order.
And how amazing is it really on the back end of that level 1 engage, the fact that they lost it, fed all those kills to the bottom lane and allowed them to find such a major advantage, not only in presence, pressure, and just overall damage, forcing out very undesirable recalls to then come back to the lane at such a CS deficit, but still be able to turn the fight around. The fact that it's now a 2-1, it's that potential first step in a run, as we like to say here in the OPL.
Yeah, with teams like Mammoth, this is a best-of-5 skivvy, but they are able to prove that they can keep themselves in it, and a lot of the Order preparation and planning isn't going to still exist as successfully the further the series goes. It's about that innovation and what those next steps are in draft.
Well, we have got a series on our hand. It's a best-of-5, 2-1, still led here by Order. We're going to throw to a quick break, and when we return, it's game number 4.
we return to a evening, Juves, where leads have been thrown.
Well, yes. Like, the bot lane lead, I personally feel, for Order on the level 1 invade, was enough to take over the game, have an avenue to play through, and to really shut up shop. But there was a person who I said that we should mention and we should talk about, because he's changed the dynamic in which the team functions from, and he's, we're talking about he just doesn't play tanks, and maybe issue or team issue, they can't necessarily, they don't really play well with him on these tanks. But for me, the Malphite pick and the way that he played the Malphite was an absolute game changer.
Point it out for the people who are watching. What made that so different? Because words were said about Chippy's the game before, and he really stepped up.
Yeah. So, well, we always saw Direwolves banning the first pickable tanks and him resorting to counter picks to those tanks. And this game, I'm sure he picked Malphite into Maokai, but Malphite and Maokai are same. The main thing is that if Malphite misses his ulti or doesn't hit, he becomes a really useless champion. But this game, there was a key ultimate Chippy's landed in the mid lane, which then was Shock Flash followed up, and it was just really nicely timed. And the reason that I'm harping on Chippy's this game is because he played Malphite of course he played it into flashes, but he also played Malphite into Tarm. So the theory is, whether Malphite ultis, if it's one man or two man, Tarm eats the person who's in danger. So this game became even harder for Chippies to play. But he used his TP to get his bot lane back into the game. Then he also grouped with his team at the right times to force plays and make plays that got his team the Baron, and in my opinion, he got his team the win.
And it wasn't just Chippies, obviously, because we saw Direwolves play a really different kind of game than we've seen them play the previous two.
Yeah, so for they actually just flipped the game completely. Like, usually they're playing topside, their jungle proximity, where we see Mirror most of the time, is in top lane. We saw them just we saw him maybe gank bot 3 times when we hit level 6, and that's something we don't see from him. I think we've seen Direwolves do that maybe once or twice during the split, and that's when they've looked their most dangerous. And I think if this is anything to go by, they should just be doing this the whole time. Vital, flashing forward on that Aphelios, the amount of damage he puts out, there's no question on whether or not he's a good player. He can play the game, he is a good player, and he can be a carry point for the team. So for the sake of the series, I want to see 5 games. So I hope Direwolves can look back at this in retrospect, in the time that they have, and think, wait, this works. This is how we should be playing the game, and maybe if they don't get Malphite, maybe they play something else that is, a similar style. Maybe they take Maokai. Maybe they don't ban Ornn anymore. Maybe they take Ornn if they can get it. But what they did worked, and I think if they don't do this the next game or even try to, it's going to be in Order's favor. But it's going to be an exciting series if Direwolves can figure it out and figure out a way to get their draft to draft a similar way.
Do you think that Order would have taken the game if they had, if only and Spawn had just curled up on the couch for longer and watched more Sinju's videos?
100%. Because 100%, but the way I look at it is, you can't harp on what you should have done and what you could have done. You just got to move on.
Yeah.
So the one thing I'll mention too is, it's not. This isn't to put. This isn't a negative thing I'm gonna say. It's more. I regard these players so highly that I expect more from them. If that makes sense. I think they're so good.
That sounds pretty negative. I'm gonna choose to take that in the negative.
Is that negative?
Yeah. Well, that's like people saying this is gonna sound negative and I don't mean it to be. Is like I'm not sexist, but
I'm gonna say it anyway. So I think Ayla and Rare 7 are a really good bot lane, and I think Rare 7 had a split where he was managing to get himself leads and become really strong. Right? This series, I'm not feeling it. I don't think with the lead they got, especially last game, I know they got ganked a bunch, but they were able to translate their lead, or even not even lose. I didn't want them to lose their lead, in which they lost.
Yeah.
So for me, if I'm Order, They need to. Their drafts are fine. I think they're drafting fine. Everything's good. It's all winnable. But I just think like some individual players just need to step up a little bit.
You know, with Rare and Ayla, you know what I heard?
What did you hear? What did you hear?
I heard that they listened to the last seg and they realized that we were just talking trash about their relationship and we got in their heads big time. I really hope they weren't watching. This obviously can now give a bit of a momentum boost to Direwolves as well. This means, it's just one game, but Order just had 2 games. Direwolves take the next one. Suddenly, it's all up for grabs. You're in the head of Order, and Order are a team that are good at tilting other teams, but also and staying strong mentally then. But also, like we said last week, that flips the other way. And if Order get in their own heads, then they can crumble fast.
Yeah, he's actually. Well, not he. Order are a very emotional team, right? They ride their highs and they definitely ride their lows. They wear their heart on the sleeve. So you want to just kind of get a quick mental reset. They were in a good position to win that game. It is a little bit. It is verging on dangerous territory. Like if Direwolves come out of the gate, they come guns blazing and they have a very good early game. You then, as a player, I've been in this situation before. You start to question like, oh no, am I going to have to play another game? Is this really going down to like the last game and I'm going to have to, it's anyone's game to take? We were literally 2-0. You start playing thoughts, we were 2-0 up. How am I losing this? Blah, 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 blah. And you start talking to yourself. So it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be a very interesting series. I like to think that, they've got like a lot of experience in their coaching staff, like Spawn and things. And I think we're going to see a better Direwolves and now we need to see a better Order. I think this series is far from over.
I hope so as well. I'd love to go to 5 games despite everything that happened the last game. I'm checking out now above in the OPL Discord above a very adorable picture of Skimmy when he seemed to be, I would say, 10 years old and going through his Crocodile Dundee phase. I'm seeing that Order have picked blue side for game 4, and we have no roster change on behalf of either teams, which means that we continue with the Cupcake life.
Yes. Well, I mean, you won a game, right? If you win, well, they don't have the luxury of losing again and changing it up.
Yeah.
So, they've won. I think he's playing for the rest of this. If they win next game, he's obviously playing. If they lose, they're out. I think Cupcake, they gave Decoy his go, but I think maybe Cupcake's champion pool's working a little bit better at the moment. Maybe he's offering like that bit of experience, that shot. Maybe he's a shot caller. If he came on as a coach, he knows a lot about the game, so he's probably shot calling. So yeah, I think Chippies and Cupcake are the 2 key players to turn this series around.
And the key player for you is NeoSurf. All you need to do is head to the OPL Twitter page at OPL and tell us on our post there from about 5 minutes ago, how many total minutes played will we see for Game 4? If you get it bang on or just the closest, you'll get a legendary skin and 20 masterwork chests or keys. 4 runners-up will win an epic skin and 10 masterwork chests and keys. So thank you very much to NeoSurf for sponsoring this. And I'm going to say, you got way more bang for your buck time-wise than you were ever expecting tonight. So you're welcome as well. You gave us something, we gave you something. This is a symbiotic relationship. Speaking of relationships, it's time to get into Game 4. It's Order versus Direwolves, and it is the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
It is game number 4 in this best of 5 series. Direwolves have brought it back from the brink of death here, Rusty. It looked pretty much like the Order show from start to finish, but that last game showed that they had some creativity, some new ideas, and they were able to execute accordingly.
Yeah, very important game from Direwolves. Not only is it an elimination round, they proved that they can adapt not just once but twice. They've looked better every single game we've seen of them in this series.
And, I mean, it's very easy to be worried that it was going to be a shutout by Order. It was very easy to be worried that they just looked like the superior team, but here we are. It is actually 2-1. Order have chosen blue side, so keep that in mind. Whether it was respect for the Malphite or not, they've chosen to take the blue side away, where notoriously they loved a bit of red.
They've actually adapted in the draft here, given that in the past few games they banned away the set. This time they've let it go through, opting to say we do not want to verse that Callista Turret combo again. That was so disastrous for us. So set locked in here for Swiper. And we're going to get the response instantly from the Dire Wolves with very much so comforts. We're going to get a revision really of game 1 with the Misfortune and the J4.
I still suspect we might see the Senna picked. When you look at the AD carries that are available, the other option is Yuumi Ezreal. Perhaps that they could go. Now, Order are the type of team that could do all of that. If they really wanted, it could have been like an Ezreal Thresh, just because Ayla is so good on the hook champions, but I was suspecting, with the Swiper set first pick, that it was most likely going to be the Senna in a starving bottom lane to be seen once again. As they famine down there, Swiper's going to try to feast on chippies, and that is one of the better ways to beat Dials. If you can ever get ahead top lane, I mean, that just sounds like a good strategy for success.
Oh, 100%. I mean, these first 3 picks from Order really throw up the balance, right? There are so many different options that you could have. You could have a set support, you could have a Rumble support. These could also flex around. It could be a set jungle, could be Swiper playing Rumble top side. So Order are keeping Direwolves guessing here as they enter into their final pick before the next ban phase. And now it begs the question, once again, do we get the priority onto Cupcake to give him a tank? Or do they focus towards Shock? And the option is, well, the answer is, we want to go for that Misfortune Nautilus a second time.
Yes, and much needed. There's still options and room here for Order to ban away mid lane champions from Shock. I think that is not a bad choice for them. You've mentioned the flexibility of the Rumble, and that's one of the strengths that Order have on their blue side here. Their 2-3 is always flexible. Even when it's a Maokai, it's flexible. And that's one of the problems with giving them Senna, because you don't actually know the roles they're going in. However, on the opposing side, having a Misfortune, Jarvan, Nautilus, once again, Direwolves have given us a recipe. We know exactly what it's going to be. We know what to expect from them. The only question is picks 4 and 5. And with the current bans, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Orianna considered. I also, for Shock, wouldn't be surprised to see a Galio. So just keep that in the back of your mind as well.
Yeah, a Galio is a nice little pick up there. We've seen how strong it can be on 10.7, especially when highlighted by Tally in their game up against the Chiefs, and how you're able to sacrifice a little bit of CS, bit of priority in your own lane, but to get those side lanes online. And that seemed to be so damn apparent in game number 3 of the series, with Chippy showing face to the bottom lane, Mir babysitting, and just making sure that Vital could actually do things. Now, what's interesting here is they've banned away the Trundle and the Sejuani, fantastic picks for Only, but it means that they don't believe that the set is going to be a jungle. I'm not too sure if Only does play it, but it's keeping them guessing regardless.
Yeah, so we saw a Mordekaiser ban instead of the Orianna. You expect this composition from Direwolves. No surprises that it's locked in. Makes you wonder again, what is the tricks up the sleeve here for Order? We saw a LeBlanc last time as the mid lane matchup. Orianna has an okay time with that one if you can get through lane decently well. But Harry's obviously got that still as an option if he would like to pick. They do have an abundance of physical damage and the mix is already there, so he could play for lane if he wanted to. Their engage isn't crazy good, but if you couple something like a LeBlanc Chains with a Rumble Equalizer, they can 100% still engage.
Well, we've now got that Lee Sin jungle confirmed here for Only. Final pick though, where do they want to go with this for the mid lane to take on Shock's Orianna? Are they looking for pick? Are they looking for damage? That changes things around, and we know it's going to be a Rumble now.
Yeah, so we'll see the Rumble mid lane, unless of course it's a set mid, which would be pretty crazy against something like an Orianna who could kite you, but Tahm Kench was the choice to go bot lane. Not a bad decision by any means. When you look at the opposing composition, very good at keeping people alive from the big combos. All we await now is the last pick from Direwolves, where exactly they want to go with Chippies, because it wasn't a second pick Olaf flex this time around. They've gone more individual champions for themselves through their draft.
The Olaf denied, and the Renekton, having not been banned now in this game 4, will allow Chippies to finalize his matchup as the last pick here for the Direwolves. So basically a revision of a comp they've already played today, and that was a lot quieter in terms of what the composition excels at, what it's looking to achieve, but what it was very much unable to ever unlock and make happen.
So it feels like we've seen this a couple of times from Order versus Direwolves, just stylistically when they play each other. I mean, Direwolves, their R button composition, we saw it in Game 1, but we also saw Order handle it in Game 1 in a little bit of a different way. You know, you think back to their composition, it was more the Azir mid lane style of gameplay. This time, Hayri is playing the set.
That was going to be my question exactly. What do we think about this? The fact that, are we going to see a lane swap actually take place as a result, given the matchup?
I don't think you would put your players on these champions just to force a lane swap afterwards, because they can both play both champions, clearly, right? So I think this is the choice of matchup that they're going to go for. It makes me wonder how they're going to play the game out more than anything else. You would expect, with a set Tahm Kench bot lane, that it is going to be weak-sided. You would expect then that being able to get some mid-priority as the Lee Sin working with the set could be super valuable. And I would like to hope that that's the direction they're going to take this one. And if they lane swap, then it's just proof to me that Hayri can't play the Rumble.
Game number 4 of this best-of-5 series. Order lead the series 2-1 so far, and they get a little bit spicy in this draft, as they have now Hayri playing the set. We see a second performance here from Swiper on the Rumble. How this impacts the game, how this changes up the tempo, we will have to wait and see. Bear in mind also, if you do have Twitter, hop on to @OPL and participate in the Neo Surf competition. Snag yourself a few legendary skins, look good on the Rift, look good in the game as we enter into this one here, Rusty.
Yeah, looking at those level 1 starts here for junglers, Mir does something that's pretty much standard. He didn't actually switch to the sweeper now that I look at it, however. Just waiting to see where they start, because the pathing for me, you would expect from Lee Sin red side upwards, playing towards his own blue buff. There was always a chance, though, and we saw this in the last game and a little bit in the ones before as well. Like, these level 1 moves exist, and they're happening actively where they didn't really happen in the OPL prior. Late invades were a possibility, but with no Olaf, no Braum in the compositions, it's a bit harder to do. So I think we're just going to start pretty slow and pretty casually here. The place that you should always keep your eyes on if you're an Order fan is Only, because he's the bridging point for both solo laners to be powerful. And if you're a fan of the Direwolves, then I think it's how a Jarvan can work with Renekton or with the Nautilus to continue to get them an advantage in this game.
That's going to be my hot take, is given that Only has really had Mir's number for the majority of this series, if he's able to use that Lee Sin effectively, as you've highlighted.
I mean, whenever there's a Renekton, that's the lane that you want to gank for. Whenever there's Chippies and Mir, that's probably a lane that they're going to go towards. So it's a matter of, like, if you were Order, if you were Swiper, you know it's going to happen. It's a question of when, not if. And so far, you can see very passive play from the Rumble, knows that it's not a place he needs to be. And Mir is just back and forth down river looking.
Absolutely. This is what he's done in a game beforehand. Hits level 2, has the red buff, and shows face in these lanes. Willing to sacrifice camp clear to find advantages for those solo lanes. Looking to match what the Lee Sin is eventually going to put on to the Rift as well. So already a very favorable trade on towards Hayri, and forcing him to burn some consumables.
Yeah, so it's a lot of map movement from Mir going up and down the river. This is time where Olaf and, where Only, not Olaf, is going to continue to farm up a storm. So this is usually, like, you would look at this and say it's fine 99% of the time, because you get some health junk in mid lane, you're okay. Chippies needs to be careful.
Oh, he's in trouble. He took one too many tower shots. He's going to fall victim to a first blood. Swiper read the situation, and he claims it.
I think that's a little bit of a personal blow there for Chippies. Taking the turret, dude. Level 3 Renekton. You're just going to be inting. Good punish from Swiper with absolute confidence that it was going to happen. But tanking this turret, what are you up to, soldier? He's got Swiper's hitting him in the head before he even tanks the turret.
The emote to follow. And in the replay, into the action again. Deja Vu strikes us here. As it's definitely going to propel Swiper in a situation where you're a little bit worried, but now he finds himself in a very happy place of the game.
Yeah, suddenly top lane becomes a power point, and this is, you know, it goes without saying at this point, if Chippies falls behind, the team starts to struggle, or Mir starts to play towards it. Either way, lots of damage bot lane.
Rare once again, continuing to be that menace. Poking from afar, won't have the damage components online like last, but this is where the junglers meet again, keeping tabs on where each other are. Gonna force Mir to disengage from that one.
And this is Prio. Like,
It's
the
just
top
from the
lane
Prio, absolutely.
that Swiper has is huge, and that really is like going to be a difference maker here. Mir is protecting the dive. Shock is moving here for it as well. Teleports are in, Skibby.
They're just making this happen right now, zoning him away from that turret, looking to make that kill a reality. Shock is here.
That's dodge.
They're looking to try and get onto Mir. They want to try and take that blue buff away. Out comes the Facemaker, making the members kiss. Mir, however, gets back into the action and takes down Only. And then Chippy's finds a kill on the retaliation back end as well. The plan from Order to dive, backfiring completely.
No. Bot lane fighting as well.
The action just does not stop, and Cupcake flashes forward, and he doesn't connect with the hook. Vital connects as well. He makes it rain as the gold comes flying on in. Gold for the Direwolves.
What is happening? What is happening in these videos? How are we... Order are amazing, aren't they?
It was just like you called it before. They make you so happy, but at the other time, they're so mad too.
And it was a good punish for... Like, you can't fault Direwolves for playing that out well in response. But the advantages that they have, the leads that they get, are so quickly thrown away by just trying too hard to make it happen. They overforce in top lane, and unfortunately that overforcing comes back to bite them, because the advantages that they have are gone. Lee Sin, who was looking to have a camp lead, now is against a 1-0-1 Jarvan, so it doesn't matter anymore. And Direwolves get a kill bot lane in the 2v2 as well, so they put themselves into a very good position.
I've got a question for you, Rusty. Do you have a drink in front of you at the moment?
I have two.
Do you have a coffee?
I do.
You know what's happening.
Oh,
This
yeah.
could be a very long night. This could be the reverse sweep, potentially. It's shaping up to be quite exciting, that's to say the least. I was able to find advantages, able to punish. And they are the ones that are showing that this is far from over. I just love to see the experience really come online in a big best of 5.
Cupcake's full of experience, only now looking bot side as well, but Jarvan hovering, so both junglers here. It would be a 3v3. Drake going to be started here as well, Skimmy, so fully aware of the control that they have around the Rift as a result of that last skirmish, but Order is still not going to go out without fighting.
Top lane cannot get into the mix of things, but Shock will have the ability to rotate on through first. The Dragon is actually going to be the one to kill Cupcake. And it's still there doing damage to everybody on Direwolves. Order utilizing the objective to their advantage. The root comes out, locking both in place. Lee Sin on the flank gets shockwaved into oblivion. Now the members of Direwolves are forced to disengage. Mir frantically running to his teammates to try and take down Harry like an anime boss looking for an extra season. He wants these episodes to come on in. And Lee Sin comes flying through space and time. One tap will do it. Misfortune is on a killing spree.
And they're just putting in so much work, Mira and Vital, right now. The Koreans of the Direwolves prove way too strong. It looks like, Skibby, that we're getting closer and closer to that Game 5 music. But so far in this game, Direwolves, in response, have immediately found their rhythm. And they've got the number of Order.
It looks like somebody is very happy also in the OPL chat. Grind with all these subs right now popping off with the excitement. But look at this play.
Even the Drake wants to be involved, right? Starting to put in some serious damage. And it looks like a collapse was here, you know? It seems like if Rare and Only were able to keep hitting, they would have won this. But that's where Shock really comes in as the difference maker, you know? He's able to just be here first. That means that Harry has to flash to cover the distance. He honestly could have just altered Shock towards the turret there, and I think it just would have been a kill. But at the end of the day, he looks for more, looks to make that montage, and then they're not able to get any follow-up kills after just that one. Thankfully, Only was there to clean and collect.
Now this is the dream situation. You've got Mir ahead, able to influence. And most importantly, this is the man I've been so excited to always see when he plays. I highlighted at the start, I feel like Vital is that winning recipe. He's now sitting at 3-0-2, so far ahead of his opposition right now. He's going to be an absolute turret to stand still and deliver.
And this fight very big. If Order can find something, they'll be in a good spot. Rumble, Shock, ults out as well here, Skimmy. The fight's happening.
They try to make it a 50-50. He goes gold and he gets kicked out. He's not going to be able to actually claim that one as a result.
Ooh,
now we're going to see glimpses of what a 5v5 can offer as the shockwave comes across. The Crocodile Hunter gets rowdy. He's had enough of this one. And the bullet time finding value. Cupcake does not have 6, so could not allow them to lock in place for much longer, but Direwolves, despite losing their Herald, Rusty,
Chaos.
are just popping off.
They're just fighting left, right, and center right now. It's honestly wild. It seems like any time, Order are the type of team that will contest you for everything. And Direwolves has said do it. You know, we'll take you on every single time that you try and contest it. We'll take these fights. They managed to get themselves the Herald, but the cost was people dying as well. And I think rinse and repeat here, right? It's going to be a trade of objectives in the end. That Infernal finally goes down, but they get kills with it. You know, they continue to extend that gold advantage and continue to look like the better team in this game.
This is a scary proposition right now. Because we had such a long break, a 50-minute break, and you could argue, yeah, Auto's still got to close things out here. They've definitely been taxed on their mental, but also Direwolves, knowing the situation they were going to be joining back into, to then stabilize, come into a game like this, and to showcase, we know what we need to deny away from our opponents. We know what we need to do to get back into this one, and it feels like they've now found that winning recipe, that formula of success, by looking to get bot lane online, and they're able to deliver.
Yeah, for sure. Looking towards the next things that will be happening here in the game. Sorry for those of you that didn't actually enter the NeoSurf competition. Look towards the next game if you're still trying to win some skins. So you'd be a Direwolves fan at the moment if you're after some skins.
Oh, absolutely.
But looking towards the next things that will be happening in this game, Skimmy, it does feel like we might be getting closer to a lull state. The one thing that is still present, however, is the Rift Herald. Yep. In the pockets of only being a Lee Sin, you want to get rid of that pretty quickly if you have to pick it up. So now, looking towards top lane is about to be spotted. Mira's already here anyway, so Spidey Senses working as intended. This will be a counterplay, 100%. There's no teleports from anyone else just yet. Hayri will have his in about 5 seconds. That might be what they're waiting for.
Vision or not, you know, Order are the ones leading the line. Their bot lane is just rotated all the way up here. They're going to force a numbers advantage. They're going to look to get as many plates as possible. Still plenty of time left on that clock.
And the major difference maker here as to why didn't Direwolves contest this is that the bottom lane rotated quickly. Vital has just killed Hayri, by the way. In saying that, it is still going to be some pressure in top lane as we're watching a turret be auto-attacked.
And that kill, it just means so much right now. The fact that Shock is up by 43 CS. You discussed this matchup during the draft about how Orianna will have a field day at just kiting what the set can bring to the table. But to fall that far behind, then to lose in the base defense as you're finding advantage in the top side, really, really hurts right now.
Yeah, so this is presumably bottom lane dive. We'll see what happens. It's very obvious what happens because it is a Nautilus and a Misfortune. Nautilus engages, Set dies, and didn't even get to actually use his ultimate. It goes on cooldown because that is how Set works, even if the damage or the animation didn't get to happen.
Looked fancy, but it didn't do what he wanted it to. Now it was to become unavoidable and try and live for just a little bit longer, but it was doomed by that stage. And this is what it really means right now. A 500 gold bounty on Vital, Essence Reaver completed. First major item spike. The guy is, I mean, how do you actually go toe-to-toe with him at the moment at the stage of the game?
And that's a major thing, you know, like last game, this game, Vital has really stepped up to the plate. Cupcake's been putting in some good work as well. They're able to get 2v2 kills 2 games in a row. And that's before we even consider Chippy's coming down when he was on the Malphite. And so he's going to pick the Renekton this time around. He's gone for the Blade of the Ruin King build. He has tanks to stand in front for the rest of his comp anyway, so it is a good decision. And Vital's now 4-0-2, pretty much of his own accord. Right, and it's just night and day for Direwolves.
So, I mean, let's talk about this, right, in terms of how Order can try and get to it. I mean, I suppose the most obvious one is those fancy Lee Sin plays. Apart from that, I'll be just looking at like an Abyssal Voyage to try and jump into enemy territory, or maybe even just some zoning threat with a well-placed Equalizer. Yeah,
I think Rumble's going to be a very important factor in this. Once he hits level 11, he has got the Leandra's Torment there with his Sorcerer's Shoes, so it will be some significant team fight relevance and damage. The problem is that Rare is hardly a champion. He is a glorified cannon minion right now. He only just ticked level 7. He was 2 levels behind Vital. 0-3 has a single lethality item, and the Starving Senna is going to be starving for quite some time. And that's a concern.
That is a concern. Especially in terms of you want the Umbral Glaive for the vision control, the vision denial, which has been so important when they have been going for this very high priority on towards that Senna, as well as the Executioners as well, to make life just a little bit easier for them to execute upon. Next Dragon is up in 30 seconds. Knowing how strong Misfortune is at this stage of the game, surely ought to respect this.
Mir is a very tanky boy. He's ulted in.
He has indeed. And that's going to be the Lee Sin kick that we were looking for. Vital in a lot of trouble right now. Forced to flash away. And 4 members are hungry. That's going to be Swiper who gets the shutdown. So
Shockwave.
important. A 3-man Shockwave locking him all in place, but where's the follow-up damage to make things happen as a result? The Caster's Curse is real here, Rusty.
I mean, what can you say? It was an attempted engage from Mir, but only is one of the best Lee Sins that you'll see at Oceania. With no hesitation, finds the kick onto a misfortune. I think one wave into the ultimate ticks as well. I mean, that's clutch. That's just clutch mechanical play out of the jungler of Order. And the follow-up from the rest of the team, obviously, there with no hesitation. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not even a caster curse. You can just sit here and applaud the jungler of Order.
Those are the moments that you really need from players in playoffs like this, when they step up, when they rise to the occasion and find those all-important picks to swing things around. Down by 4k gold, but eliminating one of the major threats on this Direwolves roster, really allowing Swiper to make the equalizer even more of a scary threat.
For sure, but at the end of the day, it was only really a Cloud Drake that came from it with a single pick as well. The trade's still going to be there on the other side. If you were Direwolves, you've got the gold lead. You can now use that Herald that you've summoned to continue to try and accelerate that. If Mir doesn't die randomly, he'll flash away. We really need to start respecting our opponents' resets on the map and their timings just a little bit more.
Definitely seems to be that way.
There's only room for one rare.
They've really ramped up, you know. It was a little bit quiet, a little bit weird, a little bit scary. But after that successful team fight beforehand, they've really just ramped up their aggression and been like, no, we are the ones in the driving seat here. We are looking to make it that magical number. Well, I think every series we've had in these playoffs so far have finished 3-1. You can see the Order want to make that a reality here as well.
Literally every series has been 3-1 so far. I'm hard-pressed to say that this game will be a 3-1 victory, though, just so far. But the next team fight, I think, will be the major determining factor as to how this game's starting to go. If Order are able to actually win a team fight, and I want to say it's against the Grain here, you know, it's a team fighting comp that they're against that's very easy to execute. They might have caught Chippies.
Burning another flash again. The threat of this roaming composition, burning multiple summoners. Going to find a lot of value there when it comes to those next team fights, as you highlight. Dire will seize the moment, push through mid, use the Herald to great effect.
Yeah, that turret breaking. I mean, they once again one step further for Direwolves towards being able to win this game. They catch Order, who are hunting as... Well, speaking of catching Order, who are hunting.
They are indeed. They want to take down Harry. Down by 68 CS right now. Does have that Black Cleaver, so we'll be able to actually do a fair bit in these fights. If at all anything, Equalizer landing on top of the damage that had been padded as a result already. Now they find themselves in a situation where they can just kite what this Renekton can achieve. And Cupcake, the one to initiate, gets initiated upon. And Order just find multiple kills.
They're just fast on the collapse. And the thing is, like, if you look at how that fight started, it was Rare flashing away as just barely getting that recall off there was Mir. But the fight starts because Rare is being collapsed on and flashes a wall. Hayri stands in front of him to protect him, and it almost works out way better than it should have. I mean, they win the fight. Like, really? Is all you can take.
I mean, look at
this.
how Hayri just ults, says, my job here is complete. Time for my team to clean up.
Senate buys a lot of time, and Hayri gets pretty much a full W off there as well. The thing is, like, the reason they win this is the Equalizer comes in, does some serious damage, and Swiper puts in ridiculous amounts of damage from all of the kills that he has had prior. Ayla's never going to die, he's too tanky, and Cupcake not in a position to be able to put in too much work there, unfortunately, with the damage of his team gone. So at the end of the day, there is still a fragile team on the other side in a lot of different places, Direwolves. You know, that Renekton is very squishy, and grouping the team fight is very risky against a Rumble, who is now 4-1.
The script has definitely flipped here in that top lane. Void Staff complete as well. So much magic pen. It's starting to get to that point where you're talking about true damage onto multiple members before they start to itemize towards it. What have we got at this stage? I mean, you've got Merc Treads and a Magic Mantle. That's definitely a big reason that Swiper is able to really exert pressure onto this map. And, you know, despite everything that Vital got in those first 15 minutes, he's just not getting a chance now to really exert that pressure.
It's still 4,000 gold difference in favor of Direwolves, though. And once again, it's very easy to continue to mention this, but their comp is so easy to execute. You find an objective, you pick an objective, you set up for it with some vision. you press your buttons, and you should just have a good time. You don't even need to press your buttons perfectly, right? You just need to press them. That's what you'll continue to see here from Direwolves. Order are the ones who need to be much more delicate in their approach. That equalizer needs to really hit, or they might seriously struggle when team fights start to break out.
Well, Bear's going to seize the moment, goes in for a two-man Cataclysm. Out comes the equalizer as a response. They just jump into the back line. Harry does his job before he falls on down. And now they look to collapse. Out comes the insect kick 2.0, but Cupcake has the intuition to flash away from that one and not fall victim. Ayla gets punished, and he goes golden for a second. Chippies is massive right now as he swipes his way into the backhand of that team fight. And a hook. It lands. They take down Vital as a response, but no, he flashes away in the end. He baits the members in. They want to get that full 5-man ace. They are hunting. They are chasing. He's got the ball on his head. He's got the movement speed to try and collapse. Oh. The initial target was Rare, but he's the one that stands strong. The healthiest at the end of the day here, Rusty.
Yeah, Rare not going to be able to do anything to stop the objective from falling down here, though. Direwolves, they'll win themselves another team fight. They'll go towards the Mountain Drake afterwards, and I mean, you want to say it was close, and it was in certain aspects, but Direwolves at the end of the day, just far too powerful right now to be able to take their opponents down. Full reset after this, and then eyes set towards the Baron.
And I mean, Harry is just doing such a phenomenal job of, yes, you could look at his score and go 0-4-5. What is the man actually doing? He's locking members in place, getting the splash damage down from his slam dunk, and then just getting always, you know, massive grit shields, haymakering multiple members and saying, my job is complete. Now I let the rest of the members come on through. The red carpet lands, and they're just finding pick after pick as a result of that one. It's getting clean, getting a little bit concise, but still it's Direwolves in the hot seat with the 4K lead.
And the thing is, like, you look at a game like this, and it's very easy to say that the problem is actually the bottom lane for Order. That, like, you want to assess it and really say, is this working for us? And it's like a 0-3 center is struggling to find effect on the map, but a lot of the draft from Direwolves have been very well designed to just murder the center and make it harder. They're Exhibit A.
They do indeed, right there. That is the combination that you're looking for between mid and jungle all day long. Chippies gets slam dunk into the backline. He gets flashed away, but Blade of the Ring King will mean that he is a surefire kill. Oh, Vital, please.
Ooh.
Forced to burn the bullet time to secure that one as he just walked out of range. That's going to be so many important picks. A quadra kill for nothing. Direwolves can pick up the Baron, establish further tempo, and potentially bring us here, Rusty, to a Game 5.
It's a hard life to be center. I'm just going to stop naming champions because they'll instantly die is taking away from this one. Direwolves, they'll extend their lead further. They'll get the Baron buff completely uncontested here as well. Lee Sin, God, then Derites. And now with a 1-6 mid laner. Once again, night and day performances between the first two games for Shock and the last two. We'll get to see what happens moments before the fight starts, and then we'll see the fight. Red just dies. Like, there's a ball on him, there's no longer a Red. It's just that simple. And if he's gone, the rest of this fight is so hard to follow up on. And the fact that he instantly dies means that, you know, to set up, if you were Swiper, who really has been the difference, right? Like, if Swiper hits a big equalizer, they at least trade. But he basically misses everyone because it was so split. And people were instantly dying, and it's too chaotic to find any rhythm from their opponents.
And just, I want to call it the piano gameplay here from Shock. He just cycles his cooldowns on one rotation, and somebody will die. I mean, comparing the value the Orianna's finding in this Game 4 compared to when he ran it last time, you are starting to see that influence, that presence, that ability to say, I can be the difference maker here.
And that's the thing. The point that I was trying to make before I said Rare will die and he instantly died is that, like, center is a good champion, and that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think Order looks at this draft and says the problem is the bottom lane, even though that's very clear in this game that they're struggling. But I do think that after 2 losses in a row with the center play style, that they would consider going into the 5th game with, you know, the Misfortune Aphelios type of gameplay themselves. So that is a consideration here.
Well, Shock has done a great job of prepping bot wave as now they look to try and force a fight in the mids. Now goes to Stoneplate. Cupcake is incredibly tanky right now, and there's just free damage from the backline for Vital to unleash. Lee Sin on the flank looking for some form of aggression, but he's the last one standing, and he can merely just witness the destruction, the unraveling of his team just getting put to the grave.
Yeah, it might just be it, Skimmy. That actually could be the entire game. They've only got the cannon minion, however, to push through with, so unfortunately for them, Barrett is going to be untimely as they wait for the next minion wave. That was a millisecond of Mir dying as well.
Sure was.
So I don't think they'll be able to push towards it end it just yet. 2 inhibitors and reset will most likely be the situation. Maybe not even 2 inhibitors. 1 more fight still left in this game.
They don't go for the greedy option now. They realize they are so close to bringing us to our very first best of 5 in the OPL this year. They will have a full reset, a full buy, and then a minute to put themselves touching distance of a soul point. And those mountain drakes that keep getting achieved just really adds so much to what this composition is built to do. You talk about the tankiness or the squishiness that likes of Renekton have. That would make his job like this so much easier to do.
And we get to see the massacre of Senna once again. It was a Nautilus ultimate, Misfortune ultimate, Jarvan locks her in as well. Shockwave then follows it up. It's just an impossible life to be you. The rest of the team with all that AoE that we just mentioned in their ultimates just gets completely wiped.
And now you talk about who is an easy target to try and take on down. Well, Shocker's got the Zhonya's, you've got now the GA completed on Vital, so those moments are where only could try and be the difference maker. Will be far unlikely now. The backline Cataclysm instantly into the Devour to try and keep Rare alive for as long as possible. Down comes the Equalizer, but the members just walk straight through it. They don't actually care. Renekton finds himself a double kill. And once again, they find themselves in a massive numbers advantage. They want to look to close this game out this time. Swiper realizes he's in so much trouble. We are going to a game number 5. Direwolves are pushing this series to the limit. Everything to play for here in the OPL. Game number 4 goes Direwolves' way.
The 4-game curse that existed in the OPL doesn't exist anymore. Playoffs round 2 between Direwolves and Order goes the distance. Get your Dodo Sins ready as well. If you're not sure what that one is, Skimmy, then you're missing out. This is an iconic Game 5 song here at Oceania. But Direwolves have improved game to game. And that's the thing. Like I said this earlier, they looked good last game. They looked even better this game. And I feel like we're starting to see that peak Direwolves potential as Order. It seems like they've been read. They've been discovered. And they are being beaten.
Well, it begs the question now, what we're going to see coming into game number 5, if we are going to still see the high priority towards the center from Order's side, and what we're going to see as a response here from Direwolves. If the game plan is stick to what we know, stick to those comforts, if we are going to see those interesting flex picks like the Malphite to close out this series. Bear in mind, guys, there can only be one winner here, and the loser will drop out. Their playoff season will be over. We're going to find out how things conclude right after this break.
And we find ourselves heading into a 5th game, Juves. Not I'm going to be honest, necessarily where I thought we would be
No.
at the top of the evening, but a very exciting place for Direwolves to be because Direwolves now have the momentum. This is theirs to lose now.
Yeah, you would argue that Direwolves are favourites to win now, right? You know, 2 in a row, complete mental shift, complete different, like it's a different belief system. You all of a sudden you start thinking, oh wait, like this wasn't that hard at all. Like we're winning, you know. And it's not even like, it's not even that they're getting, you know, it's a massive team fight that's changing it. It's not like it's going to 40 minutes, it's going to 50 minutes, and it's just a nail biter. It's literally Direwolves just outplaying them in every position at the moment.
Yeah.
I was talking to you and before, and it's like, how do you summarize this game? This game was like, sure, Swiper got a solo kill in the top lane, and therefore he's probably outperforming his lane opponent. And then I use an analogy. Sometimes doing nothing is something in League of Legends. Sometimes just farming your camps, farming your jungle, farming your lane, playing to your next objective is doing more than trying to tower dive someone. So like,
is it that is it that Order are pushing their luck, or they're trying to be too clever?
I don't think anything's lucky when it comes to like League of Legends. You know, I don't think there's no luck in the game besides a crit. You know, and even then you can sort of calculate a crit by how much crit chance you have. I think they're just trying to do too much. They're trying to accelerate the game too quickly, and they're trying to make rash, uncalculated plays. And when you're versing players who can skill check you or players who are very good individually, it doesn't work all the time. You know, that's why you see, if you look at Korea as a good example, Korea, you know, as a region, are very slow, very calculated. They don't make like rash decisions, and they've historically been one of the best regions to play League of Legends, right? They've got a lot of world titles, so I think Order just really need to slow down. Yeah.
And it's interesting because it seems like this iteration of Order has carried over some of the same problems as the previous iteration of Order, with you know, a fairly substantial roster change, and we're seeing it bot lane has just taken a nosedive over the course of this series.
Yeah, I think their bot lane. One thing I like to do in a we used to play best of threes when I played OPL, right? And the thing that we used to do in best of threes.
Those were the days.
Those were the
days.
We
miss you, by the way. We miss you.
Thank you.
I think you should give up your podcasting career and come back as a pro player.
Should I play? If anyone, I'm LFT. If anyone wants to, and I'm eligible. If anyone wants to hit my DMs. But yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is, with their bot lane, they've gone Senna Tam a few games in a row and Senna Maokai. I think Senna Maokai and Senna anything fasting is completely broken, and there's a few people in LCS and Academy that agree. Like I've had conversations with them. But sometimes when things aren't working and you're just not playing well and it's not going your way and you're losing in lane, just change it up. So like I said, what we used to do in BO3s, if we lost the first game, the second game, we would do a completely different draft. If we played scaling in game 1, we'd play early game the next game. And then sometimes mentally it's really good for you and it's just a good change. So because you're like, oh, we only lost because of that. And then you put that aside and then you play a completely different game. I'm not saying Order should play a completely different game because it's obvious what works for them. But I think just changing up the bot lane dynamic would be really good.
Well, seeing here, Order taking blue side, no changes to either roster, but a change to Order would be, like you're saying, a radical change in champions. Can you knock a tilted mindset out by going, okay, we're going to play with completely different champs, really like try something new, because then it's kind of like a game one.
So I think them choosing blue side is the first step in the right direction. It forces, Direwolves to stick with that one ban and the bans that they've initially been doing. But what it does is it opens up, an Aphelios first pick. I want to see Rare 7 on Aphelios. I think the champ's completely bonkers. Then you could put Ayla on an engaged support if he wants to. You can put him on whatever sport you want, right? Once you have Aphelios, you're pretty okay. Then Harry, I think it's fair to say Harry had a pretty poor set performance. And we'll look at getting him back to a control mage. He's playing really well in his control mages earlier in the series. So, you won game 1 and 2. Let's look at what worked there, and let's look at what didn't work for Direwolves, and try force that hand again, right? And yeah.
Yeah. More?
Oh no, yeah, I heard. Yeah, I thought you were gonna. You wanted to
You heard
chime
my
in?
sharp intake of
Yeah.
breath. That was shock at your cogent analysis.
And then I think the other thing is what the Iowas are doing correctly is like stick with it. You know, sure they counter ganked the top lane, which got them back into the game. But I think a majority of the game, all the good stuff that happened was actually around their bot lane still. So I think Direwolves are kind of in their mojo. They're playing around Vital. They're getting resources on him. They're getting gold into him. And so it's cool, man. This is why best of fives are really cool. Because you get to see, like, the team that starts strong doesn't necessarily win. The team that adapts the most in a BO5 wins, right? And
Absolutely.
I like it's adapt or die. That's the saying. That's how it goes. So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing Direwolves are just adapting, like, really well to draft, to gameplay, to even changing in game, and Order at the moment they're just dying.
Yep. And it's that adaptation that's going to help whoever wins this next game, because obviously best of five, we're up to our final game, and the winner goes on tomorrow to play the Chiefs. At the moment, who do you think has a better chance of taking out the Chiefs? Is it Direwolves or is it Order?
At the moment, I think Direwolves have the better chance taking out the Chiefs. I think that the bot lane for Direwolves is playing extremely well. I think Chiefs bot lane played extremely well, even in the series that they lost. So I think that'd be a good matchup. Miru's been playing very well on Jarvan. So I think all round, it's obviously recency bias too, because if you asked me this question 2 games ago, I would have said Order, honestly. And now it's 2 games later, and it's I'm saying Direwolves. I think that these Order and Direwolves are so evenly matched that you know who wins next game is probably the best team. Honestly, that's my honest opinion. It's not even an analysis, really, is it? But I think whoever wins next game, is the same.
It's the opposite
of analysis. It's results-based analysis.
It's stating almost a fact.
But it's because I think they're so evenly matched.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if they play 10 games, it probably goes 5-9.
5-5.
Yeah, or 5-5.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Yeah. If it goes 5-9, then they've played a lot more games than 10 games.
Yeah.
It's not only Jules who gets to do the analysis. The maths. It's fine.
Yep.
You're a Viking from what I remember. It's not just Juves who gets to do the analysis. You can analyze these games as well. Neosurf are giving away skins, legendary skins, and must-work chests and keys to you guys. All you need to do is head to the OPL Twitter page, see the post there where you need to predict how much total gold is going to be earned in the final game of the evening. The person who gets that number closest gets themselves a legendary skin and 20 masterwork chests and keys. 4 runners up, they're going to win something as well. Epic skin and 10 masterwork chests and keys. Juice.
I'm saying 84k.
84k.
Yep.
I'm going to say 83k.
83?
83k.
I see. You always got to compete with me that little bit, don't you? Just a little bit.
Yeah. So if it's over 83, then, or if it's 83.5, then you win. And if it's anything underneath that, then that's a big fat Nick Boy win. Speaking of big fat Nick Boy wins, I'm not involved in the next game, but there certainly are 10 people who are ready to play. It's Order versus Direwolves. It's game 5 of the best of 5, and it is the Macca's Champ Select.
If you're craving the taste of your favourites, head to Macca's for a fast, safe and contactless drive-through experience. For your Macca's run, contact-free, we'll be here.
Game number 5 here, Rusty. It is the time, it is the chance for one team to continue their playoff stream. I am greatly excited for this music, this moment, this opportunity for these teams to prove who has the longest patience, durability, strength and preparation.
Yeah, what comes down to this moment for both teams, of course, the losers eliminated from the OPL for Split 1. The winner gets to go on and face the Chiefs. Now, Swiper, of course, I have no doubt in my mind wants to win this one to be able to take on his former organization, take on his former substitute top laner as well, but there is an absolute fridge in front of them of Direwolves. These last 2 games have been outstanding. They really have built up some momentum for themselves. They've found a draft and, you know, a composition and style that they've refined through this series that's working well for them now, and they've bested what would be the center starving bottom lane.
I'm just so distracted right now, Rusty. I'm just bobbing my head, just vibing to this music. It's a Friday night, and here we are in a best of 5. It's gone the full course. It's like one of those good DJ sets at a festival where you're just having such a great time with your friends. I'm so happy to be here with you, mate, and we are rocking this stage. When you are here, but I'm not going to be that guy like Nick Boy.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said it. I'm also disconnecting now. What have you done?
Yeah. Let's see how Order open up their situation this game. Direwolves love to play red side. They love to give Order the first pick. Really force
No,
their
I don't
hand.
really want to go too hard into analysis until Dodosin's gone, because it is distracting.
It's so good.
But let's talk about adaptations that have happened so far. The big one is there's a lot of jungle bans away from Mir. There is a unanimous opinion in the OPL that Mir has 2 champions, and his 3rd champion was often not the most viable choice. So the Olaf and the Jarvan have been taken away from Mir, and they've pushed him towards the Trundle. And I think that's a big call, because Only has a monstrous champion pool with some clutch picks like this. And so I think Order, fully aware of what's happening, and my eyes go to Direwolves, because 1, they ban the Aphelios, they're given the Varus.
Yep.
They ban the Azir from Hayri as well, and it makes me think that they are still going to go for a priority pick for Shock, and they're red side. So Chippies can have that last pick, go for the Malphite or whatever it may be, and take them down in the 5v5, which is what the Direwolves have been doing to great success.
And wouldn't that be the dream, right? You got the unstoppable force coupled then with the chain of corruption, the social distancing that needs to come across as a result of that. But how can you move when you're locked in place? That is the question I need to find answers to right here. Tahm Kench is going to be locked in. We are now entering second banning phase. You can really sense the tension, or maybe that is just the music playing. I don't know, Rusty. I am so amped up. Like, I've had so many coffees. I feel like I am Spawn Jr. at this stage of the game. I think I was talking to him the other day. He's saying he felt a little bit stressed. I'm sure he's feeling that stress right here in this moment. But that guy drinks coffee like an absolute boss man.
He's actually refined coffee to an art. We'll see if he's able to refine drafting to an art just as much in this 5th game as well. There's a segue for you, Nick Boy. Get that one.
Nick Boy has been benched. We've got a new host on our hands. Top laners have been denied. Mid laners too, if you want to flex it in that regard. We are going down to a situation where we now look at what mid laners do we not want to have to deal with. Syndra still online, same with the Cassiopeia. Heavy priority towards anybody with attack damage. Seems to be the priority so far.
Yeah, definitely the thing they're looking at. Now, that Olaf ban is also a flex pick, so technically, of course, a couple of extra top laners have been taken away from Chip. He's looking towards his champion pool. With this flexibility of set, I would still like to see the set go to Swiper. I think based off last game, I would like to see some more creativity from Hayri. Vital has hovered something every single game, Skibby. So we're going to let that one sit for a second before he actually picks a champion.
I got so excited for a second. And that would have been an awesome way to close out this one. Will be the Orianna, however. If Shock can play like he did last game, boy, oh boy, am I scared.
And the thing is, like, there's an Aurelia ban before the Orianna was picked in. The Syndra was taken away from Shock as well, so they're making sure he's not the most comfortable that he can be. And this is one of those picks in that direction. The reason that I want Swiper to play the set is we know he can. We've seen it work. They've got a magic damage jungler, so Hayri can theoretically play whatever he wants. Just play to win your lane, if that's how you want to play it out. Hayri is very good at being that wild card type of player in the Order roster to make things work.
And Lucian would definitely add to that. Nautilus will be the final pick here. Order taking a note out of Direwolf's page here and saying, well, if you can draft this, then we can too. We're going to fight some fire with fire.
I mean, you could Malphite Ori, but the thing, so we've gone for a Vladimir here. And the thing is, Skimmy, like, I was looking at Direwolf's composition, and I feel like their engage was a little bit lacking. They've got a Varus Tahm Kench, so they do still have a form of engage. They've got the ability to deal damage from mid-range, The Vladimir pick is not expected, but what it does provide, while not strict engage, is a very good flank and team fighting damage. This is something that Chippy has played a million times, so it's not too much of a surprise to me, where, you know, it is the first time we've seen it in this set, so to the viewers, it may well be. But he's gone into the set and he said, let's do it. Let's scale, let's team fight, and let's do what works best. You know, let's match that Karthus and beat them at it.
And it's just going to be so damn scary how it can really amplify the damage that comes across. He knows massive wombo combo ultimates. My only point that I was going to highlight before that I'm a little bit scared about is how much value that this Chain of Corruption may potentially be able to find, given that Order want to get in your face and stack up.
I find it so funny that, like, looking at this draft, it almost feels like the shoe's on the other foot for execution and ease of execution, more importantly. Like, the Nautilus set, very simple, straightforward. Karthus presses R and it's going to deal damage to everyone, right? That very simple gameplay. Whereas on the other side, you know, they do still have skill shots they need to hit. Various is notorious for missing a lot of the time as well. But it's less about that front-to-back 5v5 that we've seen from them, because it's not a Jarvan from Mir, it's the Trundle.
It is the Trundle. And it is game number 5. This one for all the marbles. Tension, you can feel it. The music, it's gone. It's the business hour, the business end of what has been a very long day. With only one team able to keep their OPL 2020 playoffs for Split 1 still online here.
Got our emotes covered out early here. We're just going through the repertoire to see what's available. We've matched crabs, the camping tents as well. Oh, the gingerbread man, that really mixes it up. Mind games coming into this game 5, Skimmy.
Sure are.
Never thought you'd see a gingerbread man in game 5.
Look, if I was to come back in an alternate life as any form of dessert, I think it would have to be a gingerbread man. I feel like you're just so versatile. You're going to be set up for life. You know, you get to, you know, star in the Shrek franchise. So you're set up for life in terms of money. You know, you can have a nice little stable job and be a little bit of a funny guy on the side.
And jokes on these emotes aside, Skimmy, the fact that they're spamming them is oddly positive to me. And, you know, Juves mentioned this during the segments that they had as well. Order are an emotional team. And if you're sitting here at the start of a game spamming your emotes, you're not tilted, are you? Like, that's a clear sign that they are still playing at 100%.
Having a good time. It's been, what, we're at 9 o'clock now. 5 hours on the trot with a break in between. So, 4 hours of OPL gameplay. Yep, these guys are punching on. The banter has not been lost amongst them. It's going to be a fantastic way to close out this day. But at the end of the day, obviously, they do want to find those victories. And we talk about the picks that might find the most value. Obviously, what springs to mind for me is can only pop off like he has in the past and be that, you know, star player on the Scarface, or will the Chippies flex into the Vladimir be enough to seal the deal?
I can't think of a time in recent history where Only hasn't been 5 levels ahead when he's playing the Karthus. Now, you're seeing exactly what can happen in top lane. It's not like Vladimir is designed to win at level 1. He is one of those champions that scales up into the game, level 7, level 9, big breakpoints, as well as those first items for team fighting. Swiper's going to have a field day, just farming and pushing and giving priority to his jungler early, and that's good for a Karthus. Not only is it good for Swiper, but Karthus trying to just out-farm a Trundle, very possible early.
So to further that point a little bit more for the viewers at home, you know, you talk about Vladimir not going to be winning too much in the early stages of the game. What sort of breakpoints are we looking for? Like 1 major item, 2 to 3, like a lot of Chippy's hero pool?
Well, you have to look at who he's trying to kill, right? So he's against a double AD carry style opponent. It's not going to be a barrier or a heal for the Lucian as well. So you would say maybe 1.5 items is when he has serious kill threat with a full combo. But every item that he completes past what is usually a proto belt first, his kill threat increases. So you have to respect more and more. You know, maybe building a Hex Drinker is something that Hayri will have to do. And if he builds defensively, then it's an extra item you're waiting, right?
It is indeed. Speaking of waiting, both junglers are waiting to try and start off on towards this scuttle, but it'll be, once again, only finding the dominance. He was to open up a zoo. Now, bear with me, this is a little bit whack, but if he was to open up a zoo, I feel like he would have a very, you know, extraordinary turtle collection. Maybe some tortoise amongst it as well. It would look pretty good, that's all I'm going to say. I'm sure he'd treat them well as well.
Sure, Only now continuing to pressure forwards. Mir's going to see this, but Only has the level advantage and the red buff if he was to start auto-attacking, and Hayri has priority, so just pressuring every camp that he can, disengage towards the scuttle for that mana that he lost anyway. we're finding ourselves, exactly what you would expect through the early stages of this one. Lucian being aggressive, Set being aggressive, forcing priority, trying to get the faster 6 for only. The difference for me, though, Skimmy, that we do have to consider, and I spoke about this as something I expected from Order in last game, was that they would change their bot lane playstyle. Not the Starve Center. They've gone for the Misfortune Nautilus. They've gone back to something that they know works, and it's clear that even if the center Tahm Kench is good, and it is good, it isn't working.
And having that sort of confidence, I suppose, or that accountability to own up and say, look, yes, it may be meta, it may be strong, but right now it's not been enough to get us across the line in these last 2 games. We need to change something, make a winning formula take place, and see some of the pressure that Avaris can offer, especially during the first few levels, especially when the Blight stacks up. The punishment is so damn real.
That's the brilliance of the best of 5 here as well, though, right? If this was a regular week of the OPL, Order might have won that first set, but there was a chance that Direwolves had the read on the center Tahm Kench early, and now you can adapt. Now you can change the way that you're playing. You can reinvent your style to take down your opponents very specifically, and that's what we have here from Order in this 5th game. They've defaulted back to the Misfortune Nautilus. Stronger team fighting, easier execution.
Both junglers once again showing face, bottom side of this map, wanting to be present for the dragon, but also present for the numbers advantage that may take place, as these bottom duo are just always going at it, always showing what they can do. Vital finding a better half of that one with this lethal tempo poke from afar.
Only's about to potentially find that ward. He actually just misses seeing the ward die. He knows it's warded, however, based off the playstyle of the Direwolves roster. Mir also camping out because his vision just died, so a couple of extra seconds spent by that Trundle on the defense. There's a couple of extra seconds that Only's now able to walk his way on over to the Raptors and get closer to that level 6 mark and have the Requiem up and available.
What do you think the second best dragon for Akarthus is, apart from the Infernal? Do you just default to a Cloud as a result?
Oh, Cloud for sure. I mean,
was thinking, is there a world in which you want, like, ocean or mountain?
Well, here's the question. Is Infernal the best?
Well, I just see a situation, right, where your Requiem just procs everybody, burns them as well. You've got so many items. You're just sprinkling salt on everyone.
Yeah, but the way Infernal Drake works, right, is it hits one person with the bonus damage. Just in the same way that the Runic jungle item does. So, would it not be better to have a Cloud Soul, or just Cloud Drakes, more importantly, and ult more often?
That's what I would see at face value. I don't know. I just look at Ocean.
I mean, the move speed from the Soul's pretty useless, but the Cloud Drakes themselves are the value, right? Whereas the Infernals are like, they're relevant scaling, but the Soul's more useful. I think that's the difference.
Oceans are so gross. Whenever I get it, I'm just big kick dub in the chat. I'm having a good time. Regardless, he's going to be ordered having a good time so far, finding himself a small little lead in this game, and a lot of that can be attested and credited to what Hayri's been able to achieve. Finding the advantage in his 1v1 matchup, able to bully out Shock and keep him at bay underneath his tower, and allowing him to do little cute interactions like this, which is keeping this river online with Vision and Scuttles.
Game continues in a pretty standard and expected way here. Remember that we're in Game 5, so a lot of teams, in situations like this, it really dawns on them what is on the line. And the way I see that is teams then tend to slow down, They tend to default to team fighting. And there's a couple of considerations here that are interesting. One, they've gone for the Lucian mid lane, who you wouldn't say, like, Lucian is picked for team fighting, right? Where an Orianna definitely is. So a bit of lane control is going to be important here, and it is about getting that Karthus ahead like mentioned, and he has that slight lead. But when will they actually make the play? When will they turn those small CS advantages or experience advantages into something meaningful is to be seen. Because right now, we're just continuing to trade sides of the map. We've got the map flip here from Direwolves, and it's just going to be a Drake for a Herald.
Yep, going to be a trading of objectives there. So you've got the scaling component for the Soul, traded for golden XP that the Rift Herald can offer. Interesting to see where Mir decides to use it, if he prioritizes it towards, say, the Vladimir, or if he wants to go for mid lane control to even out the deficit.
And so you'd expect the Herald to be summoned instantly top lane, as is customary when your opponents are pushing bot lane already. They're trying to hit the turret and the bot lane didn't flip to match. So this will just be a full turret taken by Direwolves, but this is also Like, very much a conscious choice here by Order. Because look at where this gold share actually goes, right? They might get more plates, they might break the turret, but these are plates going to all 3 of them. If Cupcake's able to get away, then maybe it's only 2. But at the same time, so Cupcake actually did get that gold, by the way, so shared between 3. You look at bot lane, Rare is getting all of it by himself. So while it is still a good trade from Direwolves and they're able to get the tower, that is still a lot of money into the pockets of the individual carry of Rare, which can be seen as debatably better.
And this is something we've seen Spawn be so vocal about in the past, right? About lane flipping and who should be getting the lion's share of that gold. Not to mention, yes, he gets the plates, but also, he's got the coal. So once that's completed too, it's another bump of gold to find himself, accelerated into this matchup, to have more of an influence than, say, the Varus, and be that deciding factor when these team fights, as you've discussed, may start to come on out.
The risk is, of course, with the top lane turret being gone, it is a longer lane. It is a lot easier then for Mir to show up and gank that or threaten that. And the same thing can be said for Tahm Kench and Varus once they actually start planting their base in mid lane, being able to rotate. So that's something that you have to consider if you were Swiper. But right now, it's just a conscious gold trade from both teams.
And it is indeed. Mir's the first one to get his jungle item completed. This only isn't too far away there from getting the Runic Echoes online. Does have a Dark Seal in his pocket, so you can understand what that's looking to achieve, especially with Dark Harvest and Requiem being a threat. And I mean, I wonder if there's a world in which we don't see, your conventional 5v5 take place, but just these brawls continue to happen in the solo lanes, and outright only will win.
I mean, you would expect the team fights to be happening from both teams in certain regards. Right now, I wouldn't expect anything crazy to happen. There's a world where, something aggressive happens mid. It would probably be the most likely place. Using a Karthus ultimate with a full Lucian combo, they could threaten Shock. He didn't go for Stopwatch in his build, but he did rush Seeker's Arm Guard towards that Zhonya's Hourglass. But at this point, he can't stop the Karthus damage, right? So that's probably the place that I would look. For the rest of the map, they're just farming. They're just hanging on. They're just going to let Only hang out, get himself, 5 levels, 100 CS, whatever it may be, a full death cap advantage. And then how do you stop them from winning that team fight, as the team fight will have to happen?
That it will. And it's a situation we have to keep our eyes on as to where these junglers continue to go in this map. If we're looking for those level 11 power spikes on the ultimates to come online. See a rotation take place right now. Cupcake threatening, has the Abyssal Voyage, is going to bring Mir along for the rides. Looking to dive on towards Hayri, who had only in protection, and just give Shock a bit of protection given the fact that he is completely run dry on his mana.
Yeah, sounding concept though. At the very least, we'll force a reset for free here from Shock, as he'll be able to push that wave in like you mentioned. Having no mana means he can't lane. So it's just nice to see the pressure. But here we go, bit of damage put down. If it was enough, you'd see the Requiem, but not going to be seen just now. Maybe a plate to be taken in trade, especially because there's no teleport from Shock. So this next wave will be hard forced in by Harry. He'll probably get himself a plate and then recall himself. But again, a small advantage is building and building, waiting for that big fight to really break out.
Yes, it was Direwolves. They got the very first tower. But the gold advantage in the top half of this draft here for Order is what's allowing them to find a lead overall. Now we're going to start to see those core items get completed. Little Rune King now there for Hayri, and Salt Boots too, adding to the pressure that a Karthus can offer from afar and in those direct ganks. Dragon up in 20 seconds now.
Yeah, Direwolves definitely prepared and set up for this one. First, like mentioned, going for that plate in mid lane was something considered, but Hayri's going to choose to reset before the plate just to get here for the fight itself. So knows the Drake timings. Will Order contest this when Direwolves already have the vision set up? I think the question is more, do they want to? They can get the vision control back. Only's huge. He has Sork Shoes right now ahead of Mir just for team fight damage. 40 CS, 1 level, but he's level 10. So maybe even just, take the Drake if it's free, farm till 11 otherwise.
That's been my question, because then bear in mind, Chippies has now just completed that Proto Belt, so would start to be a bit of an impact and an option in these team fights.
He's also looking for a teleport, but speaking of teleports, Swiper's coming in.
Swiper, who's coming in on the flank right now, is going to spot out on towards Cupcake, who's in the wrong place at the wrong time. 4 members will say hello. The shield, the buffer, the mitigation to live. Wurazana Flash having to be used to secure the first blood, but goes the way of Lucian, and Hayri getting himself a further lead in this mid lane.
They just threw bullets everywhere until he went down. You've got the Lucian culling. You've got the bullet type from his fortune as well. They will get the pick. No need for a Karthus ultimate, but like you mentioned, the flash was at least used by the set. Teleport as well to get into that fight from the get-go. Now, the Drake is free. Not going to be contested by Direwolves, but they're also already on the flip to the other side of the map looking for the Rift Herald themselves.
That they are, and they're going to be quite content, I'm sure, to understand what kind of Rift that we are going to get. It's going to be an Ocean, and this just sets things up for such a finale to close out game number 5. Both of these teams would find so much value with this.
Yeah, this is a nasty soul. I mean, we were speaking before, hypothetically, which is the best. It doesn't matter. If Ocean exists, it's the best. That's the Ocean is just so strong. So now we've got an Ocean Soul. We also have the Herald being hit right now, and it seems like Order a little bit hesitant to take the contest until everyone gets here. They're waiting for Misfortune, but it's going to be too late.
And the second time that they trade Herald for the Drake. Ayla looking to try and cause a bit of pressure, but I tell you what, Vital is the one exerting it right now. The lick connects, but he lives just a little bit longer. Protobelt too far away. The flash as well. Pixel perfect from both stretches of the imagination. Nobody falls on down, but the pressure now surely is there as Direwolves can look to execute now through this mid-wave.
Yeah, Ayla with 0 HP. Everyone else still available, however, so it doesn't look like they're going to force themselves a Rift Herald summon straight away into the mid lane. The response is still there from Order. They're a little bit too powerful to just push through and ignore those champions. Only now currently playing with his opponents. Needs to respect a little bit. Vital is hovering around the edges there with his ultimate available. So at least a good blue trinket will spot him before any shenanigans happen.
Anytime Chippies gets the opportunity, he's going to those side lanes. He is scaling on up, finding himself a single level advantage over Swiper at this stage of the game, but definitely evening out the balance as to how he fell behind in that CS in the laning phase. He is doing what Chippies does best, that is creating map pressure, and that is what they'll need.
Looking at both teams' comps, once again, you know, we're starting to hit those first items, building onto the second. I think it's easy to play the Direwolves comp if Order is coming into them. Hayri is about to just massacre Chippies.
He just does so much damage, and there's no response for Vladimir at this stage of the game. Hayri is finding the picks and utilizing his strength.
Well, that's the thing. He has no boots, Chippies. He used his ultimate and he used his flash to try and get that kill on Ayla that didn't actually come across. So, nice little collapse there from Hayri. He's able to pick his moment, finds the 1-for-0 trade. Very easy solo kill into his pockets. And I don't know how many times I'm going to keep saying this, but even if he didn't get him there was a Karthus ultimate. So, he does very well to just pick it up of his own accord. And that's also going to be a turret now as well.
It's going to start to build a gold lead, favoring Order as a result. And it's starting to translate the strength that they are achieving in this game. Major discrepancy between the junglers right now. A 2-level advantage. And this is just what Only does. We've seen games where he's 5 levels up, Rusty. It's nuts how he gets away with this.
Yeah, well, when your lanes, you know, all have priority at level 1, it's a lot easier to start the game off. And when a Karthus gets a free first clear, it's a lot easier to be Karthus. There's a few things to consider there. Draft makes the jungler look better in a lot of ways. It still takes a good jungler to execute on that, and Only most certainly is a very capable jungler. But the draft was good from Order here to give him the lead that he needs. Now, Direwolves are the ones who, you know, back towards the point I was going to make on scaling, have got some mid-game champions. They do still have good late-game teamfight scaling. You know, Varus with the attack speed build, an Orianna Shockwave with a Vladimir ultimate. They still have a lot of late-game damage, but they don't really have late-game engage.
Nice little hook. Denied there by Tom Kench. Now to counter-engage. Depth charge has to come out to stem that. Swiper on the flank, looking for the member that he wants to lock in place. Bullet time goes across. It's going to do much, but it will zone them away for just a little bit longer. Shockwave is huge, however. That's the turning point that Direwolves needed. That's what allows them to get 2 kills. But here is the Requiem. And it does so much damage. It could have been so much more. Look how low Direwolves are.
Oh, that was also close. Waiting for the shield to time out their Vital. 4 people with no health to their names on Direwolves, all have to reset, all have to go back to base, and that only gets worse from here, Skimmy. That only becomes harder to deal with as the game progresses. We see this fight one more time with Ayla caught. He actually gets the ultimate off onto Chippies, who doesn't get the puddle out in time, but this is the combo. You've got Chippies using his Hemo Plague, the ultimate, just as the Shockwave connects. So max damage combo right there between the two of them. And you can see an absurd amount of damage from those two. But they don't have engage, so they just have to hit their spells. And the response was so close.
Cupcake and the Tom Kench proving invaluable as a controlled measure, as a response to allow only to have this Karthus pick. Could have been so much worse. He's at that point in the game with the Salt Boots and the Oblivion Orb. He is doing a lot of damage right now. And given that multiple members here are itemizing towards the Ninja Tabbies, now it's the dream situation for a Karthus.
Yeah, for sure. You're looking at the stopwatches, actually, though. There's going to be some Zonia's purchase between a Vladimir and an Orianna. There's a Tahm Kench, so it's not perfect, as Swiper and Chippies are duking it out.
They are indeed, and Harry is just utilizing the fact that he can dash up and down across this little ramp. They are zoning out Chippies completely right now.
Only is next to the Drake. It is a 50-50.
Oh, they found the hook. They've taken out Vital. Out goes the bullet time once again. They're going to look for the dragon. It's going to be Miru who picks it up. And that's a beautiful Hemo Plague onto multiple members. A shutdown all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill. The only one to survive. As they look to try and collapse at the very last second.
That is just... Shock is hitting all of these ultimates. Chippies is following up perfectly as well. The solo laners of Direwolves, the Kiwis are coming up huge. Just watch the Shockwave once again. The ball's in place. The objective is the focus. And the second that Order forget about him, the Shockwave's going to hit the mark. And it stops the Misfortune ultimate. It stops any hope of DPS coming out of Hayri. And Swiper was useless for the rest of that fight. Only is legitimately trying to 1v9 his way through this game. And Order just need to hold on and continue to scale and try and get him up there. Amir even gets the Drake, Skimmy.
What a fantastic turnaround. 2 items now completed here for Chippies. He's got that Zhonya's online. GLP working there for Shock. That's so much credit to this pick. The fact that, started off with that game 1, didn't find as much value as you'd imagine really from what this man is capable of. And he comes into the previous game and just like, look, this is what I can do. Pops off. And now we are starting to see the same narrative take place again. And that's completely brought the gold back to a dead even point in this game. And, I hate to think about it, but it feels a little bit like a rugby match where the Kiwis are starting to take it to the Australians.
You could say that. You could definitely say that. Thank you.
Well, when you got a
one.
Kiwi and an Australian commentator, I mean, you just add a bit of.
Yeah, you wait till game 5 to say that, don't you? You don't want to say that
a
game 1 or 2.
Oh, it's like everyone like backpedals.
No, the rugby only comes in when it's relevant to the Kiwis, right?
Look, mate, you've got to get those cheeky little jabs in wherever you can. And right now, I'm feeling the love.
But still, the game has slowed once again. You can feel it from the side of Direwolves. Shock is going nuts. He's a slow burner who's warmed up to this game 5. It is coming in with a vengeance. Him and Chippies have been working brilliantly in tandem, with the rest of the team, of course, following up nicely. So you can see that the Kiwi squad are putting in some serious work. Direwolves are putting in some serious work here. But at the same time, I can't say that they are just going to win this game from those last 2 team fights alone. Look at the gold difference between these teams. It's 400. It's non-existent. They still have the Karthus. They still have decent team fighting with easy execution, but only is caught.
He is indeed. They are collapsing on him. A Shock is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Forced to burn at that stopwatch very early on. Chippies is here for assistance for that 1-2 synergy on their ultimates. He jumps into the back line and says hello. Almost just looks at Rare and he falls on the floor. The max range sniper cannon that is vital on this Varus. Ooh. Shockwave again onto 2. Always meeting its mark. Now Swiper in a dream. He makes them kiss. But this is not a wedding. This is a triple kill and Direwolves go for the Baron.
Yeah, just like the AD carry of Order, the dream is gone. Direwolves will get themselves the Baron. The gold lead extend here from this. It's 3 back-to-back team fights, and you can't help but look at this and say it's going to be too much for Order to deal with. Shock gets saved this time by a Tom Kent after he uses the stopwatch early himself. They have an answer for every situation, and they are beating Order at it.
This is getting scary. The fact that Chippies is just every single time he rocks up to a team fight, guaranteed double. The guy is putting in serious work, and just the cohesion between himself and Shock to one-two that combo every single time. I start to look at this and I think, okay, what is your game plan now for Order? You've got the double AD carry set up. Do you just look to try and contest objectives? Hang on a minute, you tried to do it just then.
Yeah, like 280 carries against a fed Vladimir Oriana, you don't want to be an AD carry against them, right? It's just, there's too much damage. There's too much AoE damage, and there's too much zone control. That's the thing. Like, now that Order have got 2 of the Drakes, they've bought some time, but once again, you know, there's not a lot of engage from Direwolves. I've said that a few times. But what little they do have, they utilize brilliantly. And while it looks like Shock's caught, he is. The Karthus ultimate was used just to take him down. Tom Kench says no. And then the Shockwave comes in the last second of this fight to hit it home and make sure that Direwolves are going to be successful. And that's the thing. You don't expect the Shockwave to still exist that late into a skirmish where the Oriana was caught, right?
No, you don't. I was just catching my breath there for a second because I am amazed at how the series has panned on out. The reverse sweep, a potential reality here, is now Direwolves off the back of that team fight find themselves in the gold leads. They will lead at 44k, 2 Ocean Dragons still in aim.
Go.
And they are finding Pex. Swiper once again. Anybody that runs around this map, Direwolves are hungry to collapse on you and just make it feel like you are in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's being devoured. 3 members are saying hello to him. They find another kill.
And this time, Kench is proving to be way too overwhelming as well for the map play here of Order. Chippy's on the bottom side with that Baron buff. And the thing, like, right now, this game has become Hayri in a dream. That's it. Hayri is the only person that you can look at in this whole team. You've got Farm for only. You know, he's getting closer to items, but that's neither here nor there for the next few minutes. It is just a 4-kill Lucian with 2.5 items that needs to put in work that shouldn't be possible because Direwolves are just rampaging.
Sure are. They are now double sieging. They are threatening an inhibitor.
You can't even MF ult. If you MF ult, you get shockwaved.
Yeah.
There is no answer.
Inhibitor falls on down. They've prepped bot wave as well. Nautilus is looking to engage, but at this stage, really, it's more of a disengage if anything. They turn their attention to the bottom side. Whoa. And a shockwave onto 2, followed by the pillar. The chain of corruption, millimeters away from connecting, but that won't matter. They find a double kill just like that. And Direwolves are now so close from completing this best of 5 and turning this series on its head.
Yeah, Order staring down the barrel of a loaded gun at the moment. This second inhibitor will fall, and you'd expect, you know, unfortunately for Direwolves, the Baron has expired. Because with that, they may have even continued to pressure. Order will have one more fight in them at least now because of that Baron expiration, but that's 2 inhibitors gone. There's no control standing on the map.
Just look at the difference between the 80 carries itemization. Hexdrinker, QSS, Executioners versus just full-out damage from Vitals Varus here. It's so much respect shown to the threats that this composition offer, but just unable to execute in terms of a lot of what Misfortune's kit offers.
Yeah, it's just been, like, so the thing is, if you build Executioner's Calling, QSS, and Hexdrinker, you're not winning the game. You're buying time. Right now, that Misfortune, if you hit the ultimate, you're just going to get Shockwave. So he needs the Hexdrinker, right? But at the same time, if the Varus engages on you and you don't have a Cleanser or a QSS, you're in trouble. He doesn't have a Time Kench to save him this game. And so he also needs the Executioners because they have a Vladimir and they have a Trundle and they have a Time Kench. And the Varus has lifesteal. And you don't want to have a Morello's builder on your team when the only magic damage is a Karthus. So it's... Imagine... Oh, it's such a bad spot to be in.
But then to follow that, you're buying time. Are we just looking once again at the narrative from before of it has to be the 1v9 only show?
Yeah. I mean, they need a death cap on only. They need to finish that Morello's on only. They will probably continue to funnel money towards him. He has been hoarding the minions that are crashing as well. Like, he's not making sure that the AD carries get it. He's taking what he can.
You need only to have a big team fight. He'll have to die, but you'll need him to have a big team fight to keep them in this game.
He has flash to be able to jump into harm's way and find value from the grave. The final turret, the final inhibitor stands between Order and their playoff streams from expiring. Now goes the chain of corruption to lock members in place as Order look to try and force a fight before that turret was to fall on down. As the super minions start to crash on in, Order put in a very scary situation as to where they put their priority.
Yeah, this third inhibitor may crash. Even if it doesn't, Direwolves will just disengage. They have a Tahm Kench ultimate to go straight to the Baron if they would like. Drake is up soon as well. That hook was the moment, and it's gone.
They weren't able to find it, but Chippy's just jumps on in. He does so much damage. The cleanse comes out very early on. The turret's going to fall on down. Chippy's going to get slam dunked in by Swiper, who just gets evaporated. The turret falls on down. Now it's a 4v5. The food inhibitor will go crashing and burning. And the base of Order is busted.
Yeah, they're flashing away just to survive. That was a QSS and a flash and a heal from Rare just to stay alive. They're not able to stop this push. Direwolves are going for broke.
They are going for the end. Ayla's so damn low. He's going to die. He's going to fall on down. The first of two Nexus turrets connects as well. The reverse sweep is the dream. The Wolves are hungry in the night. The Wolves get the job done. Chippy's is the one with the magic on the Vladimir. And he will not fall victim down to that Requiem. It just doesn't matter at this stage of the game. The minions come on in. The members are so damn low, Rare. What can you do? You don't have bullet time, but it's up in just a few seconds. I don't see a world in which it's going to be enough. They disengage away. The Nexus is falling on down. Direwolves bring this back, and they will advance and have a second crack at the Chiefs.
And the unexpected happens today, Skivvy. We not only go to 5 games and get a reverse sweep on Order, it happens from a 2-0 lead, and it happens from Direwolves having won a single game of their last 8 games on Summoner's Rift in the OPL, but they pull the reverse sweep back.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. The fact that they were just getting crushed in those first 2 games, you start to think, what do they do? What do they change? The plan changed. They got Vital online. The plan changed. They had some creative picks for Chippies. And they found comfort overall. And from games 3 onwards, they just looked like a completely different beast to handle. And Order just unable to match them with any kind of response or answer.
That's the thing, right? That Game 5 Direwolves is the exact team that you want to challenge the Chiefs the next time that we see them compete on the Rift. They got form as the series progressed, and that's a terrifying Direwolves at the end.
Well, it has been a very long day and a fantastic series. Congratulations going to Direwolves as they advance to keep their playoff streams alive. For the meantime, though, we're going to take a step back. We're going to relax, get ourselves recovered. We're going to throw it back to Nick Boy and Juves.
No, I didn't actually.
Hear me, and now you can hear me. The reverse sweep is real. It happened, Juves. Did you see it coming?
I did not see it coming. I think, honestly, like, you know, the narrative was Direwolves are kind of, you know, they've hit a form slump in the back end of the split and also coming into playoffs. And so I think when they were 2-0 down, it's really a testament to their mentality and I guess what they've got going on over there because, you know, it was as good as done. The game was signed, sealed and delivered. The series was over and they've turned it around with an absolute Titan mentality.
And I think that part of that mentality, as you pointed out, I believe it was at the end of Game 4, was the ability to adapt. The adapt or die that the Direwolves took into that game, that is the key to their victory. The fact that they were down, they figured out how to take out Order, and Order just couldn't adapt fast enough.
And that's it. That was key for me. Like, you know, Direwolves are confident in their skill checks and being able to, you know, 1v1 their opponent and beat them, you know, when it comes down to clicking their buttons better in a simple term. And so, yeah, Order didn't really do much of that. I think their draft towards the end became a little bit stale too. And yeah, all the credit to Direwolves and their staff.
Absolutely. Well, we have one of those Direwolves on the line right now. We do have Chippies. Let's have a chat with him in the post-game interview.
Sup, G, you're a bit of a statue right now.
It's still. That's weird. It's still working for me.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Chippies, well done. You played so well. You have frozen me into submission, and all I have for you is just this vaguely surprised and now horrified look. Congratulations on the win. How are you and the boys feeling?
Oh, we're feeling pretty good. Obviously, there's no better way to win than to reverse sweep. But to me, it's pretty fun because the last time I played with Cupcake in a
Hello?
best of 5. Oh, wait, can you not hear me? Can you not hear me either?
Chippies, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can anyone hear me? Yeah, what's happening? What?
Can you hear me?
He's looking at his microphone. Someone.
Oh, it's over, man.
Oh my god. Why are they still on this shot?
He's just cracking up, man.
Okay, Chippies, well, all right.
Yeah,
well,
man.
someone asked Chippies a question. Chippies, if you can't hear me, just, this has been a great interview. And you know what? I think it's
awesome,
time
man.
that we say congratulations. Thank you for the big wave. I have no idea what's going on. Let's throw back to me and Juves, I assume?
Okay, we're back. We're back at the hangout now. We could hear Chippies. Chippies. Good.
Like,
I can hear you. We can. Let me clarify. I could hear every single person in that interview.
I don't know. I don't
The
know
only
if
thing
you
that
can
I
hear
couldn't
me,
see
Juves.
was you.
Yeah, but can
and
you
that's
hear
fine.
me look at the stream? Hear
But
me?
yeah, Chippies was basically saying that he was happy. If you didn't hear it, Chippies was happy that they got the reverse sweep. It was a very, yeah, it was a very sweet victory, and
I'm. It was a very
it
sweet
was
victory
definitely.
indeed. Sorry, I'm
Chippies
so
was
amused
not only
by
did
just
he
how
have to
long
reverse sweep the series,
we
but he had to
stayed on
stand
that
there,
shot of Chippies.
sit there while the
as
camera
he
was just staring at
comically
him, and
checked
he was
the
staring at
volume
the
on his
camera, and he had
headset.
no idea what was going on. So he's played that well on two fronts. Mm.
He's played that well on two fronts as well. And then the third front, of course, being the good play that the Direwolves put forth over the course of the night, the reverse sweep. No one, not no one, the Direwolves probably had a really good feeling heading into this, but Auto certainly were the favourites heading into this. And now it's Direwolves who are going to be going on and facing the Chiefs tomorrow.
It depends which Direwolves turn
what
up.
are your odds
We've seen
there
now in a series we've seen the
Chiefs
worst of
versus
the Direwolves,
Who
and
do
we've
you
seen the
think,
best of the Direwolves.
Who do you think has the
I
advantage
think Chiefs
in that series?
still maybe like I think Chiefs are still edge Direwolves. I think they're still the second best team so far. I think Chiefs all round. They matched them quite well when it comes to individual matchups in terms of skill. I think Croc is the one outstanding player that the Chiefs have at the moment, and that's going to give them a lot of leverage against the Direwolves. So I think Direwolves need to up their game even more if they want to beat the Chiefs.
Absolutely. Well, as we spoke about, Direwolves proficient at adapting, and now they have the chance to go back to. They're really only one series away from heading back to a grand final, a place they haven't been in a few splits.
Yeah, well,
but it's a very comfortable place for Direwolves
two
as
of
an
the five players in the
organisation.
starting roster
It's where
now,
they
I
want
guess,
to
like,
be.
I'm
It's their
including Cupcake in
place
the starting
to
roster.
reclaim as part of the Australian esports scene, Juves.
OPL, they've got the experience. I think coming into a high pressure situation like this, you got another narrative you have, I guess, you got Chiefs as rookies. Not much. I guess Claire's got the experience, but a majority of them don't really have experience in these scenarios. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger of a series. I hope so.
A banger of a series indeed, and we hope that you guys can all join us then. I might even deign to give you a little of me on camera tomorrow for the closing segment, which would be very enjoyable. A massive thank you to the production team who helped pull all this together and who got us through that 50-minute pause. That was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and Juves, I couldn't have had anyone I would have rather to have with me during that period. Massive thanks as well to Rusty and Skimmy for the amazing job casting all 5 games, and particularly that 20 seconds there at the at the end of that pause game. There will be no OPL tonight because I think we've all had enough of us on the broadcast for the evening, but hopefully we should be able to get an MPL for you tomorrow evening. But until then, massive thank you to McDonald's and to NeoSurf for your support for the OPL playoffs, and we can't wait to see you guys tomorrow for Chiefs versus Direwolves.
強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのし何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐりせる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう繰り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河